Меня можно включить? Так. Я чуть-чуть забегая вперед, хотел уточнить.
I just wanted to
Да, Марк
clarify. Dr. Mark Van Holy,
демонстрации экрана, свой
you
компьютер.
switch to the screen sharing mode and switch the slides. Would you like us to switch the slides for you?
Коллеги, у нас есть связь?
Colleagues? Doctor?
Все слышно.
Doctor?
Я обращаюсь к нашим...
Dr. Van Holy?
Yeah, I think it will work. I hope, at least.
Please say it again.
I think I just tried. I think it will work. I can show my slides.
If you need, I also can show my slides.
Хорошо, тогда сделаем так. Я прошу наших технических помощников на всякий случай быть готовыми переключать слайды.
Very well, I'll ask
на всякий случай быть готовым.
Our technical team to be ready just in case.
Соответственно,
if something goes wrong, just to be able to help Mark.
Хорошо.
If something's not working, then please help Mark. Okay, if everything's ready, the interpreter's ready, everything's working, am I correct?
Итак,
great. Good day to everyone. Welcome. Dear colleagues, it is my great pleasure to announce the closing day of the conference, and this day is also opening of our Congress, Humanities Vs Sciences, and the knowledge accelerating in the modern world, parallels and interaction. Today we start the neuropsychology, musical performance and pedagogical science section, and we have Wolfgang Masnak, Mark in co-authorship with Axel Fez and Olga Bazanova and colleagues. And the first keynote speaker with the keynote neuropsychological and neurophysiological mechanisms of music processing and music therapy, a great scientist, Wolfgang Masnak, and 5 times or even 6 times doctor of science in different areas, the definitely Renaissance man, professor at the Shanghai University, professor at the Shanghai Conservatoire of Music, professor at Munich and theater. Let's please welcome our dear keynote speaker. And one more thing, we have several moderators here. Your humble servant, Grigory Kanson, Andrei Rogachev, director of the Landau School, MIPT, and my correspondent, Tribelskaya. Please welcome. So our session is broadcasted online in VK and in YouTube. In English, the links are available on the webpage, and the main pool of our listeners are online. And the most popular sections have been viewed by 1,800 people during the so, Wolfgang, are you ready?
Yes, I am. So, thank you very much, dear Grigory. And
yes, please.
Welcome to all those participants of this Congress. I try to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay, fine. So, Humanities versus Sciences. In my speech, I will focus on the one hand on music experience and music understanding. This clearly belongs to humanities. On the other hand, I'm focusing on the so-called underlying mechanisms. So what is going on in the brain if we experience music, if we perform music, if we enjoy music? So this clearly belongs to the field of sciences, of neurosciences, of interdisciplinary sciences. This is, of course, not the first time I collaborate with my wonderful colleagues in Russia. before the pandemic, there were many activities in the field of interdisciplinary music therapy with Russia. You see here on my left, so in the picture on the right, Professor Alatoropova from Moscow, who is, in my opinion, one of the really leading persons in the connection between music therapy and neurosciences. So what were we focusing on in this international team? It was multidisciplinary research. This means the medium we're dealing with in clinical areas is music. But we need to involve cultural anthropology. We have to involve the cultural background of the patients. We have to involve medicine. We have to involve clinical sciences, neurosciences. Of course, we also have to involve aesthetics, sciences of the arts. So dealing with music therapy needs an interdisciplinary approach, which is very close to the topic of this Congress. At the same time, before the corona pandemic, we planned to establish in Russia in several regions bachelor or master or PhD studies in music therapy. That was stopped due to the pandemic, and after everything has become in balance, we hope to continue. And the third point, innovative standards. Why that? We found that many approaches in the West, for example in the USA, in music therapy do not reach up to advanced medicine and to advanced interdisciplinary sciences. So we also, together with other countries, try to establish, to suggest new standards in science-based music therapy. What are key perspectives in this approach? On the one hand, we have so-called underlying mechanisms. What is that? If music therapy has a therapeutic effect, there's the crucial question, why? What is going on in the brain? What is going on in neuroendocrine systems? So this is what we call the underlying mechanisms. The next point is cultural sensitivity. Music therapy is, of course, a therapeutic approach that is inextricably intertwined with culture. It makes a difference whether a patient has a Chinese background or a Russian background or a background from Central Africa. We have to focus on that. Moreover, we cannot say that music therapy is just a new discipline. No. There are many traditional forms of healing music in the world. We have to focus on that. We have to do research on that. And of course, unfortunately, internationally, we see that many activities in music therapy do not focus on aesthetics, on the arts. It's just some activity with music instruments, but we have to focus on the mystery of aesthetics and humanity. Why does the musical beauty have influence on our psychophysiological system? And point 4, it is medicine and health sciences. So we have to focus on very precise diagnoses. For example, in China, we're at the moment focusing on music therapy and oncology, especially in cancer. In Russia, together with Professor Toropova, there are studies in music and asthma, music therapy and children with breathing disorders. So very precisely tailored forms of music therapy. It is not the goal to just have a general approach. We must focus on specific problems. Today, I will especially deal with the underlying mechanisms. So first of all, we have to emphasize that when we listen to music, when we appreciate music, the music does not come directly to our mind, not directly into our brain. There are many, many processes, many steps of transformation until we experience music in a form we like. First of all, we have to focus on two very important transformation processes. Imagine a musician plays on the cello, a suite by Bach, for example. What is he doing? He produces sound waves. Sound waves are physical information, but not music. To be able to process this physical information, we need a form of transformation. What you see here is an electron microscope image of the inner ear. The inner ear transforms the sound wave into neural information, into electrochemical information, electrochemical patterns. Today, we know quite well the physiological mechanisms, the processes, but there is still a big question from the perspective of information theory. What is going on with this qualitative metamorphosis? Do we lose some information? Do we add some information? There is still a big question mark. And there is also the question, what is the rationale behind this transformation? Of course, we know that the genetic system influences that. But are there also other systems? For example, we are doing research in quantum neurology. So the neural system involves, of course, quantum fields. Do they also impact on this transformation? After the inner ear has produced neural information, the brainstem will process that. The next slide will shortly discuss that. But there is a second qualitative metamorphosis. We listen to music, we hear. This psychological phenomenon of hearing is very, very different to the neural, to the electrochemical information of music. You see here in the second picture, in the picture below, a magnetic resonance image of the auditory cortex, it's marked in red, in the brain. Precisely here, we transform the neural information, which is not music at all, into the mental information. Precisely here, we begin to hear. Also, deaf people with a cortical deafness, they have lesions, they have a destruction here. Until today, we do not know how this transformation from neural processes into aesthetic awareness works. We are doing a lot of research on that, and I think one key perspective will be in quantum mind studies, in quantum consciousness studies. So we go to the very, very deepest levels where we lose the matter and we find quantum processes. So please keep in mind, from the cellist who plays to our musical appreciation, there are two very important metamorphoses, transformations in the inner ear, from the physical information to the neural information, and in the auditory cortex, which is approximately here, from the neural, the electrochemical information into the psychological information. Broadly speaking, we can differentiate between two big forms of processing in music understanding. The first is a very elementary processing. It is a processing in the so-called brain stem. What is going on? From the cochlea, that was this area, the organ of Corti, from the cochlea we get information about what the cellist or the pianist performed into the brain stem, to the cochlear nuclei. Today we think the cochlear nuclei can differentiate three main, or the three most important perspectives of music and all sound information. It is the pitch, it's the height of the tone, it's the frequency, it is the intensity, and it is the duration. And with these three information, with or factors, the pitch, the intensity, and the duration, we can construct any auditory stimulus information. This is going upwards to the inferior colliculus, to the medial geniculate body. What are they doing? For example, they play an important role in localizing the sound. So these areas, they compare the information from the left ear and the right ear, and they can help the brain to localize. Moreover, those centers influence other centers. For example, 6 years ago, there was the European Congress of Psychology in Moscow, and I was invited to present my studies I've done before, how that music information via the inferior colliculus and the medial geniculate body influences the cardiac centers in the brainstem, and how the musical rhythm is so able to influence activities of the heart. So this is something which is subcortical somatic processing. We go on to the cortex. What you see here, the primary auditory cortex, is precisely what we were speaking about here. It is the center where we begin to hear. So the primary auditory cortex creates the awareness, creates the hearing sense. We also have a secondary cortex, auditory cortex, that differentiates the quality and can save, can store information. But at this area, We do not understand music. We do not like music. It is just the raw material of listening. This whole complex, which is known as music experience, is created on a higher level. Let me show you some details. Firstly, it is also here, here's the brain, it's the frontal lobe, and here is the inferior part of the frontal lobe. On the left side of this place, we produce language. When we talk, we use the so-called Broca area, which is the motor and the productive area of the language. It's on the left side, especially in the Western languages, in English language and also Russian language, not in the tonal languages like Chinese. On the right side, here, on the right inferior frontal lobe, we discover, we analyze elementary structures of melody. For example, to discriminate the difference between pa 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 and pa pa pa, or da di dim. Very simple patterns are not discriminated in this area, but discriminated in the frontal lobe, in the inferior part. But here we do not understand the rhythm. Here we cannot understand complex patterns. Here we do not find cultural identity. It's just a discrimination of those patterns. For example, concerning the rhythm, we need the premotor cortex, which is localized here, and the striatum. The striatum is in that area. It belongs to the basal ganglia. Here we recognize beats approximately of 1 second, 2 seconds, if we have dum, 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 dum. To feel that beat is made or is prepared by the premotor cortex and the striatum, but not very tiny rhythmic patterns. This belongs to the cerebellum, which is here. So they collaborate. But both, neither the premotor cortex nor the cerebellum can understand complex rhythms. For that, we need processes on the left side of the brain. Moreover, you see already here, processing of music needs integration. It is a highly complex process. For integration, for sensory integration, the so-called insular cortex, what you see here, is of high importance. Now let's go to important topics of music therapy. For example, in psychiatry, people with schizophrenia, people who lost their identity, or in neurogeriatrics, patients with Alzheimer's disorder, with dementia, who lose step by step their personality, their identity, they can regain through music processing a feeling of the self. That has deeply to do with the medial prefrontal cortex and the inferior parietal lobe. So, again, the model of the brain. Formerly, we were speaking about the outer surface. Now we are going to the inner surface. And here we find the medial prefrontal cortex. This area is extremely important for self-identity, for awareness of the self, and higher music processing is involved with those areas. So this is a reason, this is an underlying mechanism why music activities, music therapy, in psychiatry, in pediatrics, in gerontopsychology has such an important effect. Also, the lower part of the parietal lobe, here we combine music experience with our biography. In our biography, in our individual biography, we have many experiences with music. We save them. They have a certain importance for us. And when we listen to music, we say, oh, it was 10 years ago, I had this very nice experience. We join music with our biography. This is very much modulated by inferior parts of the parietal lobe. Moreover, in the inner side of the brain again, you see here a very old region. It's called the cingulate gyrus. The cingulate gyrus belongs to the so-called limbic system. The limbic system in the brain is responsible for emotions. So also the cingulate gyrus, and something very interesting appears. The anterior part, the frontal part of the cingulate gyrus responds if we dislike music. If we hear dissonant music, or music we are not familiar with, music we do not like, the anterior cingulate part or cingulate gyrus responds and says, oh, there's something I do not like. I want to transform. And we have parts in the brain that try to transform unpleasant experiences and perform or produce in a certain sense better pleasures, experiences. So we have control regions which evaluate music, whether I like or I do not, and we transform. So very important in this context, there is not one music experience which is the same for everybody. No. Our brain, our personality creates our very individual music experience. We come to, it's of course only 6 examples, to a 6th very important perspective of music processing and music therapy. It has to do with the so-called reward system in the brain. The reward system is the system that makes joy, pleasure. It belongs to the dopaminergic system, and a center is the so-called nucleus accumbens, which is approximately here in the brain. We know that the music processing system closely interacts with the reward system, which means that through music I can modulate the effect, I can modulate the mood, I can modulate the emotion. This last one is a key factor for music therapy when treating, for example, depression in psychiatry. So, what is the reason of that, what we are doing here in international research networks? We try to find out the mechanisms, the brain mechanisms underlying music experience and the effects of music therapy. However, what I told you is mainly based on studies with functional magnetic resonance imaging, and it's a correlation between, for example, anger, excitement when we listen to music, and responses in certain brain areas. Those responses, how do we measure them? We measure them, for example, via oxygen consumption. But of course, the quality of oxygen consumption is not the pleasure of music. We just have a correlation, but not an identity of qualities. Moreover, we cannot only compare point and point, we meet holistic systems. For example, also colleagues at neurology at Harvard University found that music, that the phenomenon of the sound enhances neuroplasticity, which is extremely important for learning processes and for the recovery of an injured brain. This is also research we conduct at the Department of Neurorehabilitation of the Charles University in Prague, music therapy and neurorehabilitation. So we have to focus on holistic systems, and we have to find out what is the core essence. So physiological processes are very different to our experiences. In that point, I think a key question has to do, or a key solution has to do with quantum fields, with quantum aesthetics. This has deeply to do with music ontology, with music ontological questions. What is music? What is music experience? What is a human being? Why is there no culture in the world which has no music? There are different terms for music. There are different forms of music. But the phenomenon of the sound and the rhythm is a global phenomenon, is a human phenomenon. Those questions cannot be answered just by neurosciences. We need closer collaboration between different fields, between fields in the humanities, anthropology, aesthetics, ethnology, and so on, and sciences, neurosciences, medical sciences, quantum sciences, and so on. I come to the end. In my mind, I hope for even a higher sunrise of Russian music therapy, and I'm very, very much looking forward to further collaboration. And I think that this collaboration can greatly help, on the one hand, to improve the theories and theoretical frameworks of music therapy, on the other hand, to improve the benefits of music in clinical contexts and in public health. Thank you very much indeed.
Спасибо большое, Вольган. Можно поприветствовать нашего докладчика.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Wolfgang.
Какие-то вопросы.
I think there are several questions, and I see there are questions, and I will pass the microphone. And please introduce yourself.
Российская академия народного хозяйства, государственного
Владимир Евсеев. And the question that I have a number of questions here. That the number one is not about music as such, but about sounds. I just know that, for example, in India, they treat with sounds. They're sounds, they're noises, they're not music, but they do take certain positions, poses, and then they make sounds, they say sounds, and that kind of smooths things out and calms down personality. I know that there are studies when to smooth out the energy of the brain as well as sound. The color is used and smell is used. So how could you correlate what I'm talking about to what you were talking about? I'll be most grateful to your answer. Your answer. So Wolfgang, can you hear us?
Yeah. I could say the main focus is on the difference and different processing of music and the sound and noise. At the level of the auditory cortex, we do not really differentiate between sound and the noise, music and the noise. It needs higher processing of the sound. It needs something what has to do with neuroaesthetics. In neuroaesthetics, we study brain processes that discover beauty and differentiate beauty or the musical sense from something which is irritating, which is annoying. So totally d'accord with you. There's a huge difference between the noise and the sound and music, but we have also keep in mind that some approaches in avant-garde music, for example, they use noise. They use noise of the traffic and so on, and make musical forms. So the sound comes from noise, but the form has a certain structure. So that's a borderline. On the other hand, we have to involve also anthropological and cultural backgrounds. For example, water dropping, doop, 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 can be very irritating. They're in the bedroom, and you hear doop, 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 and that's irritating. That makes you nervous. At the same time, the rain can be very calming. Especially in Chinese cultures, the rain, also the rhythm of the rain on the big leaves. Of course, it is not classical music, but they say it has a quality, an aesthetic quality very close to music. Or if you take Olivier Messiaen, who analyzed the cry, the singing of birds, he thought that the cry of the birds is music, and he even said birds are his big masters. Or if we take music hypnosis, music hypnotherapy, we also can use, on the one hand, Bach, a fugue, a sarabanda, or we also can use the rustling of the wind, or a waterfall. So from the perspective of neurosciences, we have to differentiate a broad spectrum of what is individually considered to be noise in music. I hope I could give approximately an answer.
Спасибо большое. Да, пожалуйста.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, please.
Чтобы нас
Please,
слышали.
please take the mic so that our listeners can hear us. And then translators also, please introduce yourself. Svetlana Abolkina, Institute of Philosophy and Law of the Ural branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences. And the question that I have to the deeply respected professor, so thank you very much for your keynote. That was of utmost interest. And the question is, well, look, it also repeats the previous one a little bit. The musical specifics, music specific. Does it play, for example, the tonal and modal systems? Do they? How much the brain does the brain care? So there is a probability prediction in the brain. So this is the brain's food, as many researchers think. And for tonal music, there is a high degree of predictability, and for atonal, or so-called, for example, folk music, then this probability prediction is much less. So there is dopamines and all the rest of it. So have you run the studies taking account the tonal and modal systems? Thank you.
This is a very, very, very important question. For example, you speaking about modal systems, different modal systems. We have done research in different cultures with microtonal systems. For example, in the Iran, we have the dastgah. In Turkish and in Arabic cultures, we have the maqam. In India, we have the raga. All those are microtonal systems. For example, in the Turkish maqam, we have the whole tone consisting of 9 partial tones. Or in the raga, we have different small patterns, micro patterns that belong to the scale. What we know, and that is very important, what you said, really, during our life experience, when we are educated, we build up a storage. We store patterns. For example, when a child often hears the word the tree, the car, the street, the book, it begins to save them, and that is the repertoire of the words. It's the same with music. We build up according to our early music experiences, our frame of understanding. For example, somebody who is educated classically in the Iran with dastgah perfectly can sing those microtonal melodies. We cannot with acculturation in Germany, for example. But those people from Turkey, from Uzbekistan, and so on, if they are only educated with their frame and hear our tonal system, they cannot perform, they cannot deal with that. So what we learned in music is quite comparable to the mother tongue. This also has deeply to do with folk music. I'm very happy you mentioned folk music. And before Corona, we discussed in culturally different areas in Russia how to build up culturally sensitive music therapy which relates to those old traditions in different areas of Russia.
Спасибо. Пожалуйста, Андрей
Well,
Вячеславович.
thank you very much. Andrei Vyacheslaevich, please, there's a question. Andrei Rogachev. Dear Wolfgang, thank you very much for keynote. And the question that I have
Понятно,
is
что
like
разные
this,
компоненты.
we understand that different components of music, they impact on the different parts of the brain, and then altogether it's kind of compiled, and then there is this general effect. But you are talking about neurodegenerative disorders treatment of those, and what I wanted to understand is how the physiologically, how do the changes occur that make it possible to this treatment to be applied? Well, of course, if neurodegenerative diseases, of course, there is no regenerative processes that would counter this development of they don't happen, it doesn't happen. But you gave us examples when there is market improvement. So how do you physiologically explain these market improvements?
That's a very typical and very important core question. For example, at the Technical University in Munich, which also runs a big department of medicine, we found out that singing tuition, so really singing lessons at a quite high level with psychiatric patients who have schizophrenia and psychotic disorders and have auditory hallucinations which are resistant against medication, singing can help. What does that mean? We have patients. We know that in schizophrenia, approximately 70% of the patients have auditory hallucinations. They take medicine, neuroleptic antipsychotic medicine, but approximately in the half of the patients, they do not work. So hallucination goes on. At the psychiatric hospital of the medical university, we performed first clinical studies that singing tuition is able to reduce or even to block those hallucinations. Now there's the question, how does that work? We know there are very good studies, neurophysiological studies, how is auditory hallucination produced. There is, for example, the right inferior frontal lobe, important. There is the cingulate gyrus, important. There's the angular gyrus, important. So schizophrenia affects them and produces the hallucination. But today we know that music processing has an impact precisely on those centers in the brain that are responsible for the hallucination. So there is, we call that an interface between music processing and psychotic processing. And through that interface, we think we can modulate or even inhibit those hallucinations. What I have to admit, we are still in the middle of these studies. We have some effects, we have some results, some findings, but we need more. We have to differentiate between different types of schizophrenia. We have to differentiate whether there are comorbidities, for example, in cortical degeneration, and so on. And I really hope that this focus, this core focus, neurosciences and clinical music therapy will be a main focus of the collaboration with Russian experts in Russian centers.
Большое спасибо, но все-таки я уточню свой вопрос.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to clarify the question because this will involve the treatment of neurodegenerative diseases. So when you have neurodegeneration, when the disease progresses to do with degeneration, with destruction of the connections between neurons. So how do you deal with that?
How do we do that? First, for example, in schizophrenia, we tried different approaches. What we found, and that is important, that has, for example, to do with this medial prefrontal cortex, we found that the personal appreciation of the music is important. Just to produce a vocal sound doesn't work. At the moment, the people have the patients have the impression the sound is me. So there's a high aesthetic identity. It works. Another important example, for example, we did together with Munich and Bratislava in Slovakia some years ago, research, music singing and Alzheimer disorder and dementia. And there were one patient that was in Munich. One patient, and neurologists said that already 1 year he has totally lost the language. There is no social communication. He's just in his wheelchair and nothing. But he, the hospital decided that he should participate in our group, and it was a singing group, approximately 4 students of mine from music and 12 patients. And after 2-3 weeks, he began to a little bit with his stick, he had a stick to walk, to imitate the beat. So we found there is a first connection between listening and a beat. At the same time, he moved his head towards the sound. That means, according to brainstem, he could localize. And step by step, and we could realize that, we could discover this behavior precisely on the brain responses more and more. He began, after 3 weeks, approximately 4 weeks, to try to imitate with his lips words. So it was an approach, a reapproach to language in a patient who officially had no language. And what was especially for the nurses extremely exciting, after 4 months, this patient looked at one of my students and said very clearly, "You sing so beautifully, you should perform on television." A man who was diagnosed without language, without social recognition. So, you're totally right, we have to find out which music, which approaches, singing, interaction, whatever, listening, there are a lot. And it's not so easy to find out which way. And to recognize why this works. So we think it's a very important connection between the clinical findings and the findings of the underlying mechanisms and individualized medicine. For example, last example to answer this, in China, 30 years ago, a Chinese music therapist who studied in the USA brought American music therapy to China. And finally, medical doctors in China said, this does not work. American music therapy does not work in Chinese hospitals with Chinese patients. So cultural background. And that was the reason why I was called to China to perform or to establish a new form of music therapy that is compatible with advanced medicine, both Western and Chinese, and that respects the cultural background and the spiritual background of the patients. So it's a complex phenomenon, and thank you very much for your question. It's a very important question in music therapy and in a holistic form of music therapy.
Спасибо. Коллеги, мы немножко выбиваемся из регламента, и все же я бы хотел сейчас попробовать сжато задать вопросы, поступившие от слушателей онлайн-трансляции. У нас уже их более 400. Вот, значит, мы сейчас говорим только о русскоязычных пока слушателях. Значит, да, вот тут прямо серия вопросов. Во-первых, благодарность, собственно, от разных слушателей за прекрасный доклад. Вот, и вот я попробую, опять же, не обязательно отвечать на все, может быть, сделать какую-то выжимку, да, и, собственно, для удобства докладчика, да, и, собственно, потом можно будет как-то это сформулировать. Вот, и после вот этой серии вопросов мы будем уже переходить к следующему выступлению, потому что мы немножечко выбиваемся из регламента. Вот, значит... Первый вопрос. Здравствуйте. Стоит ли включать дельта-волны на всю ночь для улучшения качества сна? Что значит включать, я не совсем понял, вот, потому что вроде как дельта-волны, они и так должны потихоньку работать, пока человек жив. Ну да ладно. Вот. Дальше. Приветствую вас. Можете ли вы подтвердить наибольшую стрессогенность аудиоканала из всех каналов получения информации? Кстати, интересный вопрос Владислава Салангина, вот, который и вчера, так сказать, много вопросов задавал в другой секции. Вот. Дальше идет просто комментарий одного из наших коллег, преподавателя Екатерины Наделяевой, доцента, что существует расхожее мнение, что именно музыка Моцарта стимулирует деятельность мозга. И вопрос идет, имеет ли подобная точка зрения научное обоснование? Ну, я отвечу, что вроде бы как имеет, но, конечно, хотелось бы получить комментарий от Вольфганга. Далее от Елены Громовой вопрос. Как соотносится музыкотерапия и аутоиммунные заболевания, в частности, рассеянный склероз? Да, значит, и еще раз вопрос от Владислава. Что вы думаете на тему влияния состояния активного музыкального транса на синхронизацию ритмов? И комментарий опять от Екатерины Наделяевой, что уроки вокала имеют немаловажное значение для восстановления речи после тяжелой черепно-мозговой травмы или инсульта. Ну, чего, собственно, докладчик частично касался. Мне кажется, наиболее интересные здесь вопросы – это вот как соотносится музыкотерапия и аутоиммунные заболевания, в частности, рассеянный склероз. Вот это действительно очень интересный вопрос. Вот, потом прикладной вопрос, насколько действительно доказательно мнение о том, доказано, да, обосновано мнение о том, что музыка Моцарта стимулирует деятельность головного мозга. Вот, и вот по поводу подтверждения наибольшей стрессогенности аудиоканалов и всех каналов получения восприятия. Вот это, по-моему, ключевые три вопроса, на которые, если можно, по возможности сжато, просил бы ответить, потому что дальше у нас уже следующие наши уважаемые коллеги.
I'm not sure whether that concerned me. Grigori, that was a comment, or was that involving a question?
Раз. Да. Значит, смотрите, да, здесь...
1, 2, 3. Hello. There was a number of questions that we mentioned here. So the number one is the question one. Yeah, the question was on how the music therapy and autoimmune diseases, how they relate to each other. Multiple sclerosis, that's question number one. Then about whether how scientifically substantiated is the claim that Mozart's music stimulates brain activities, and then there was a question on whether you can confirm that the audio channel of information perception is the most causes most stress in amongst other channels for the brain. So those are the three questions.
Okay. I think I also heard something about immunology, but I'm not sure.
That is autoimmune diseases, multiple sclerosis.
That was multiple sclerosis. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So there is multiple sclerosis. In arts therapies, we rather combine music and dance therapy. So as it has to do with closely to do with the motor system, there are some approaches. I have to say that in multiple sclerosis, the studies are not very advanced. I'm closely collaborating with the University Hospital of the Sorbonne in Paris concerning Parkinson disorder with music and dance. Concerning multiple sclerosis, everything which has to do with a decline of the motor system, we try to find alternative networks in the brain that involves greatly the basal ganglia, that involves the cerebellum, that involves the premotor cortex and so on, to alleviate the symptoms. It is clear that through music and dance therapy we cannot cure, of course not cure, multiple sclerosis, but we can alleviate some symptoms. Moreover, we know that multiple sclerosis has a very bad influence on the psyche and on the emotion. And this bad side effect or comorbidity of multiple sclerosis, in that point we can do a lot with music and dance therapy, for example, to alleviate irritation, to alleviate the feeling of inner tension. The second question, as far as I understood, concerned Mozart and the Mozart effect. You know that there are many publications about the Mozart effect, but as far as we, also other colleagues, performed comparative research that does not depend on Mozart, we have similar effects in Joseph Haydn and so on. Moreover, the Mozart effect was just based on Köchel number 448, but also with other compositions by Mozart or by Joseph Haydn or by Robert Schumann, we find similar effects. More important is that the expression of the music has something to do with either an inner feeling, so expressing something, or a form of rebalancing. For example, we have very good effects in psychocardiology with Bach. There is research at a huge hospital, cardiological hospital in Germany. Stress is one of the main topics in music therapy. At the moment, one of my PhD students in Beijing, Yang Jing-Yi, performs studies, music therapeutic studies, together with physiological studies on how music meditation, both listening and both singing with meditation, influences and controls stress levels. In that context, we also have to see stress in a more differentiated way. In this study, we also combine stress-related depression and stress-related anxiety, but we have today a broad repertoire on music therapeutic methods to alleviate and to reduce and to control stress. A very important approach in this context is so-called self-regulation. So not that a patient goes to the therapist and gets his treatment, but to learn how to apply stress also at home. A very new challenge is, you know, worldwide, where children and adolescents suffered from the restrictions to control the pandemic. So lockdown, homeschooling, anxiety, developed stress disorders. For example, in Germany, 52% of the children have sleep disorders, combined also with stress. In this context, it's very important that people learn how to use singing, breathing, singing and movement, listening, focused listening, and so on, to control stress. Stress is can quite well be treated. So those three answers to the three questions.
Я так понимаю, у нас закончился ответ на вопросы, да? Я правильно понял? Может, чуть-чуть. Хорошо. Спасибо большое. Спасибо за то, что...
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. Thank you very much for finding an opportunity to join us. Let's thank our keynote speaker once again.
Thank you very much too. Thank you.
And if there are more questions, you can write them and send them to us via email. And I will be able to accumulate those questions, and you can write your questions in NIP domain and refer them to me, and then I will be able to refer those questions to any speaker, and I give floor to Rogachev to announce this next keynote. Dear colleagues, the next keynote, as far as I understand, Mark Van Hule, are you with us?
Подтвердите, пожалуйста.
Please confirm that you can hear us, Dr. Mark Van Hule. Please confirm that you can hear us.
Yes, I can. Should I share my screen already?
Спасибо большое. Коллеги, я представляю следующих докладчиков.
So then I introduce to the next keynote, Mark Van Hule, Doctor of Science, Engineering, Professor, Laboratory of Neuropsychophysiology, Department of Neurosciences, University of Leuven, Academician of Royal Belgian Academy, member of European Academy of Nature Science, member of Royal Pharmaceutical Academy, Spain, member of Neurobiological Society, USA, and member of IEEE. So this is the first author, and the co-author is Axel Fess, PhD student, Laboratory of Psychophysiology, Department of Neurosciences, University of Leuven. Colleagues, and the topic: coordinated finger movements predicted from intracranial brain activity. Dr. Mark Van Hule, over to you. You have the floor, please.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so yes, so my talk in a way connects to the previous talk when it concerns finger movements, because that's important for string instrument players. So I'm going to talk a bit about intracranial, so invasive brain activity recording related to motor tasks. There is a whole evolution, and I will try to show parts of it. So the types of brain recordings that you can perform is shown here, and in my group we do all of them. So you can record with EEG, for example, electrodes placed on the scalp. You get signals with particular characteristics. You can also insert electrodes in the brain tissue, and there you record local field potentials, which are activities of dendritic activities of large groups of cells, or you can record even discharges of individual neurons. And another technique is electrocorticography or intracranial EEG, in which case you place electrodes not on the scalp, but directly on the brain. These signals have also other resolutions, other spatial or temporal resolutions, and so on. So what you apply in terms of signal processing, it depends on the type of signal you're recording and what you're interested in. Just to show a bit of an overview. So EEG is outside the brain and outside the cranium, and all the rest is inside. So that needs surgery to get access. And you see also the spatial resolution is improving as you are going into the tissue. You have highest possible spatial resolution. So we're focusing in this talk on the intracranial recording. So inside the cranium is that part of the skull that contains the brain. My research since many years is about brain-computer interfacing. What is a brain-computer interface? It is a device that converts the activity that is recorded from the brain into outputs that communicate the user's intent, which could be, as shown here, the control over a wheelchair, a game, or a robotic arm. So I focus on the motor cortex. The motor cortex is, as it were, says that part of the brain that controls motor activities, and you can record that with the various techniques I just indicated, and it can be used in various ways. It could be used initially. What would be the first goal is to remedy the defective muscle control, to control, for example, a robotic arm directly, and this way bypass the defective pathways from the brain. You could use it also an assistive device like a wheelchair or a spelling device. You can see here the letters of the alphabet, and with, the subject this way can apply a motor paradigm to select particular characters on the screen. You can also play games with it, and it can also support neurorehabilitation. When you do invasive recordings, you have to insert electrodes in the brain tissue, and there are various devices that are available, but mostly the Utah area is used because that one is popular and it provides results since many years. So it's sized 4 by 4 millimeters and 1 millimeter high. You have these needles here, of which is actually the electrode, and that's inserted into the tissue. What you record there, and for example, there's an electrode in the vicinity of a cell here, of a neuron, you can record something like that, a wiggly signal with some spikes on it. So depending on the filter technique used to resolve the wiggles, which are attributed to these dendritic processes in large groups of neurons, or you can resolve these spikes, these action potentials coming from the individual neurons, and by the amplitude, you can already see that there are different neurons being recorded from, and using some software, you can resolve them as shown by different colors here. In terms of electrocorticographies, the domain I'm working in since quite a few years. So you have the clinical grids, which is the electrodes are shown here, and they're implemented on celastic. And you need for them a craniotomy, as shown. This is the uncovered brain, and then the electrodes are placed, and then some tests can be done with that. A high-end version of the clinical grid is this one here. The electrode spacing is 0.5 centimeter, while here it was 1 centimeter. And then apart from that, you have a lot of experimental configurations, even foils that can fold like a tissue onto the cortical surface with very small electrode spacing. So what you record there is basically, the change in the spectrum when a person with the coverage here over the hand motor area, and it's is indicated here by the electrode in blue. There is a decrease in the power in a particular band, here in this case the beta band, when the person is exerting finger flexion. And so and then you see also an increase actually here in a higher area, higher frequencies, which is the gamma band. So this is a sort of static view of the changes, but you can also show temporal view by showing how the frequencies change as a function of time after the onset of the finger flexions. In this case of the time, see the decrease that I just talked about. So the decrease here. But also the increase in the gamma band, and you see that it modulates, and it's indeed modulating with the flexions performed with the thumb. So this is the picture we're looking at. Just to step back in history, one of the first implants was done by Hochberg and colleagues, in which case they implemented the Utah area in the hand motor area. So this is the Utah area. And yet that patient was tetraplegic. I could not move the limbs, and was trained to perform a number of tasks with that device. And one of the tasks was to control a prosthetic hand or orthotic hand, actually. So the patient is imagining here to close the fist, and that was one of the first demonstrations of direct motor control of an external device that completely bypasses the defective motor circuitry. The same group in 2012 made a big step forward, in which case the tetraplegic patient was capable of controlling a robotic arm, so to control the degrees of freedom of the robotic arm, and then eventually to also grasp a bottle here in this case and bring it to her mouth so that she could drink from it. This was already trial 1000 and so on, so it's an extremely difficult task to perform because the mapping from the brain onto the degrees of freedom of the actuator are not the normal mappings. So the subject needs to learn how to convert that into a control of the robotic arm. And this is a successful attempt, and you see the wavering, the hesitation. It really shows the difficulty that the patient has to control that robotic arm. And now she finally managed and is able to enjoy. I don't know what was inside, maybe fruit juice or so. She was able to enjoy it, and then you see when she wants to finish the action. And actually to remove there is also a big problem. There is a lot of hesitation. It's not an easy task, that's for sure. So this work was extremely important at that time in 2012. It was world news. And rumors have it that it was one of the runner-ups of the Nobel Prize of 2012, but it was not awarded. The award went to a Belgian-American team that discovered or confirmed the Higgs boson. Okay, so that was also with the Utah area, very difficult indeed. And further progress was all made by a similar implant with the Utah area, in this case, to control a cursor on the screen. And I will briefly show it just to indicate it. So it's by doing imagined index finger movements, the subject is able to move a cursor towards cued targets. So it has to go back to the green target and then go forward to the peripheral target. This could then be used and in a typing application. So here, instead of having a sort of really motor task, it's a typing task. And for this task, you need to move in the 4 directions, upward, downward, left, or right. Upward, downward is to select the character that for typing. And if you confirm it, you want to confirm it, you make a movement to the right. If you want to correct it, you make a movement to the left. It's a quite complicated interface. It would require for me some training before I'm able to type. And you see what's being used here. And yeah, it has also some language in there. So if the word is partially typed, the complete word could be shown already, or words that are similar could already be shown on the screen, and the subject can take this, select the complete word, and that speeds up the typing speed. Then another typing application is this one here. This is a lady that is paralyzed. Late stage ALS. She's implanted not with the Utah array, so I've been showing Utah array implants. This is with an electrocortical, several strips, in fact, being implanted, and the subject is seeing a screen here on which characters of the alphabet appear, and she is able to type by imagining closing her fist. She can select the character. So first, a row is highlighted. If that row, in that row you have your character, you perform a closing of the fist, and then the character then is highlighted, and then if that is the character you want to type, you perform it again, closing of the fist. This is a group we're collaborating with. You will see the logo. It's Utrecht in the Netherlands. It is a small movie here that explains everything nicely.
Марк, на всякий случай хотел сказать, что если вдруг видео есть звук, то мы
Mark,
видим
just for your information, if there is sound in the video, then we cannot hear the sound.
Okay, that's I didn't know that. So anyway, so just to summarize, I explain here from starting from the implant towards the electronics that was needed in order to arrive at a functioning system, because this lady is using it on a daily basis already for 5 years, more than 5 years already. And in fact, 3 patients implanted, 1 patient passed away. And we also have been processing these data in a study and a paper that we published, I think two months ago, where we actually coupled EEG to ECOG and see if EEG can be a predictor if this ECOG system work, because for this patient it worked, but for another implanted patients it did not work. And yeah, to get a prediction before you go to surgery, that would be nice to have, and that for that purpose we developed an EEG-based tool as a biomarker. So this was about typing. We go again now to a motor paradigm. This is hand-wrist control. This is all again with the Utah area implanted in the same area. But here, instead of using a robotic arm or something like that, they have a sleeve here that immediately stimulates the individual muscles that control the hand and the fingers. And I found it's done by people at Feinstein Institute in New York. I found it very, very impressive to see. This is a bit down to the BCI. So the person has a sort of form of paralysis, is unable to grasp bottle, and actually he has a lot of trouble and he needs a lot of help to be able to do it. It's very difficult for that person. And then if you see the same task, cylindrical grasp, they call it, if you see the same task with the different face on, it's a world of difference. BCI is going to switch on now. Okay, so we go. Cylindrical grasp. The subject can pour it in a little bottle. Then the subject is also able to perform a so-called pinch grasp, so very fine grasp, and stir in that little flask. So this is a fantastic achievement, and it is we're getting closer to finger control. So this is what I wanted to indicate, and this is our work. So we work with a few clinics in Utrecht I just showed, in the Netherlands, but also in another clinic in Belgium. And the experiment is as follows. This is all done with able persons because we had need to get a lot of insight on how to approach this problem. So there is an implant here, a microelectrode implant in the hand knob area of a patient that is scheduled for surgery, brain surgery. This provides us a window of opportunity to do recordings. And we instruct the patient to perform movements of certain fingers. We have a cueing for that. So we cue the subject to move a particular finger, like the thumb or the index finger or the pinky. And we have a data glove that records the finger movements at the same time. So we can see here finger flexions of the pinky, and at the same time, brain activity is recorded. And our model is able to decode that as shown here. So the blue line is the ground truth coming from the data glove, and the red line is then what the model is predicting. And eventually is to control a hand exoskeleton directly from the decoded brain activity. So before we can do that, we have to go back to anatomy, and in this area here in the motor cortex, you have a representation of what is related to the hand and the different fingers here. So you need to know that before you implant anything. This is a homunculus that shows that there's a big representation. There's a right-handed person, big representation of the hand compared to other parts of the body. And we also need to know that if you come up with an implant, an ECOG implant, you see here the central sulcus, you see the motor cortex, somatosensory cortex, you see that individual electrodes seem to be preferably mapping, in this case, the little finger, index finger, and thumb. So you have a sort of topographic mapping of the different fingers onto the surface of that part of the motor cortex. But the problem is when you perform joint finger movements like grasping a cup, where several fingers need to be flexed, then the picture becomes completely different and very challenging to decode. It's no longer something like the position of the individual movements. It's more complex. So this is then a photo of the implant done with our clinical partners. You see the veins here and the brain tissue. Then the patient, then small currents are being sent to pairs of electrodes, and the subject needs to report what the subject is sensing. And this way we can map electrodes to, in this case, fingers or something else. And then we have a model. We have data, ground truth data. We have a model that needs to be trained to convert these brain signals into finger movements. And this is the model we have been developing over the last few years. It's a so-called multi-way partially squares regression model. And it's linear, and it's linear by choice because linear models usually work better in decoding brain activity than non-linear ones. And that's why we focus on them. There are two papers, two papers that are now in press that will come out describe this model. And these are the results then that we obtain, and this is shown in terms of an avatar. This is the ground truth. This is what the data glove is recording. So this is the movement of the middle finger, and what you can see is you cannot avoid moving other fingers as well. We call this finger co-activations, or the lack of independency of the control of the individual fingers. And this is then what we decode from brain activity. You see that it's very well corresponds. Okay, so this confirms then the model. And the next challenge is actually coordinated finger movement. And my student really wants to make a career in sign language, which is one form of communication as well. And sign language is involving fingers. And in this case, you shape the fingers like these two fingers to form the letter V, or these fingers to form the letter Y. And is predicting from the recordings in case of the V. So you see the two fingers here forming the V. And in this case, it's forming the Y symbol. So this is our research where we stand now. And of course, this is important eventually also for string instrument players, the ability to control individual fingers and to suppress coordinations. And eventually, we want to control an exoskeleton. We have bought this equipment here, and that will be used in a neurorehabilitation context in order to speed up the recovery of stroke patients, that gaining again control over not only over the hand but also the fingers, so skilled finger movements. Okay, this was my talk, and if you want to ask questions, go ahead.
Уважаемый Марк, мы благодарим вас за доклад.
Dear Mark, thank you for the keynote.
Если есть вопросы в зале,
if there are any questions.
Yes, I saw a question from colleague Pazanova. Yeah, the idea is of an implant is that it would stay there forever, So, and indeed, the question is interesting because I am strongly a believer of rehabilitation is not sufficient. So the patient goes to a rehab center, get 1 hour training, €50, and that's it, and then goes home without the device. So my goal is to have the subject or the patient take home the device and use it all the time. So it becomes an assistive device. No longer the confluence between NeuroHab and assistive device should be happening.
Don't you believe that neuroplasticity is working?
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're targeting. It's neuroplasticity. Of course, there is always an aspect to it because you need to do a mental remapping. We are not able to be that lucky that we can record from every finger from the brain. So there's always a missing aspect to that, and the subject needs to rely on brain plasticity because of training to actually to use the best of it, the most of it. And as you saw also in the robotic arm, for example, how difficult, and that was because of the remapping. That arm is not a person's arm.
Yes, understood. Thank you very much.
The degrees of robotic arm are completely different from our own arm. So indeed, it is plasticity, but there's also structural change. It's one of the very first locked-in syndrome patients we did. After 7 years of training, new connections were formed in the brainstem. So in the long run, we can even hope to achieve that.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, with pleasure.
Буквально несколько вопросов еще из чата задам.
Several questions from our online audience. And Vadim Yevseev, if I may, following Mark, following the results of your keynote, you said about exoskeleton. My question, I have this experiment in my mind. So I take the brain of a healthy person, I take a brain of a person with a disorder, and then I understand what exoskeleton is needed for a person with a disorder when we have the model of the brain of a healthy person. So can we create an exoskeleton for the brain? Thank you.
If I understand your question correctly, so you want to see if a healthy person's control of an exoskeleton can be modeled to be used by a patient that is not capable of, I mean, we will really rely on the exoskeleton. The answer is, if hopefully yes. I do a lot of work on so-called transfer learning, so that you learn from a patient or a group of patients, in our case, what is essential and what can be shared among subjects, so that we can bootstrap it for a patient, for example, because it's you need to get some sort of reward in an early stage, right? You promote it, or you tell your patient, try to perform this movement, and then if there would something come out of it from the attempt, then this would be very encouraging for the patient. And this way we can close the loop and reinforce the learning process. So we are a bit lucky in a sense that for the anatomical mapping, we know more or less where to record. The task becomes a lot more difficult if you would go language or speech, for example, which I'm also researching, and we do also speech-brain computer interfacing. There it becomes very difficult, and actually, as already shown by the previous speaker, also in this case, a whole network is involved. So that's a lot more difficult. But for an exoskeleton based on motor activity, it's sort of more feasible because it's a more restricted area where you need to record. I actually had some time ago the suggestion to work with the University of Nizhny Novgorod. They offered an exoskeleton, but what was for the lower limb. I'm interested in exoskeletons of the hands, and that's why we bought this equipment. I hope it's an answer to your question.
Марк, мы благодарим вас за этот ответ.
Mark, we thank you, and we have several more questions from our online audience. One of them is the following: how safe is it to implant electrodes into the brain? Well, to my understanding, I guess most likely what is meant here is what is the response of the body to implanted electrodes. How long can electrodes stay there?
Yes, indeed, a very good question. That's why I want to. Sorry.
And maybe examples. Yes.
Yeah. That's why I like to chortography because ECOG is much more compatible with the body, right? So like the patient I referred to, she's already using it for 5-6 years, the implant, and the signal quality remains the same over this long time span. And that's why I think electrochortography is to be preferred for long-term implants. If you look at the UTA array, it's more problematic. UTA array, if you insert it, you cause damage to the tissue. You get scarring, you get glia formation, you get maybe even bleedings when you insert it, and you're unable to extract it again, because that will cause probably a lot of bleedings. These problems, but also on the signal quality. Because of glia formation, you spikes, your quality of your spikes is going to degrade, and you have to rely on local field potentials more likely. So it is more problematic in that sense to use electrodes that invade the brain tissue, and that's why that's why for me it's a reason to consider electrode.
Марк, спасибо. И
Hope it's an
еще
answer to
один
your
вопрос.
question.
Thank you. And another question, can we consider a biofeedback method, a non-invasive analog of the method you talked about?
Yes,
connect
actually, indeed. I do a lot of electroencephalography work since 15 years or so on brain-computer interfacing, and also on biomarker development. Indeed, closing the loop with EEG is a possibility. Of course, the level of detail you can provide is more limited. Getting to the level of individual finger control with EEG, that's pretty elusive, but you can imagine that after quite some training and so on, and seeing the result of your attempts, that you could get a control of forearm, maybe of a broad hand movement, if you have high density EEG recordings. It is within reach, but it's very tricky and difficult to do. And the advantage of a brain implant is, besides providing a high spatial and temporal resolution, is that it also is always ready to go. An EEG needs to be applied. You have to mount the cap, the electrodes, you check it if everything is working probably, and that takes like easily half an hour or longer. And then you can do some recordings for an hour or so, and then it's finished. While if you have an implant, and the implant is ready to go, and the patient does not rely on bystanders or someone else to communicate. So the person can communicate when he or she wishes to communicate, and that's just a part of the self-reliance of the patient as well. I hope it's an answer to your question.
Марк, большое спасибо. Благодарим вас за замечательное сообщение, доклад. И мы переходим к следующей части. Я предлагаю поблагодарить еще раз докладчика. Переходим к следующей части, и я передаю слово.
We move on to the next keynote. Our next keynote speaker is Olga Bazanova, Doctor of Science in Biology, Chief Research Fellow, Division of Clinical Neuroscience, Behavioral Neurotechnology, State Institute of Neuroscience and Medicine, Professor, Mathematical and Applied Linguistic Department, Novosibirsk State University. And the colleagues, there's a big team of co-authors, Gertner Henrietta, Professor, University of Music of Trossingen, Germany, Anna Kondratenko, Professor, Academy of Music, Academic Symphonic Orchestra, North Macedonia, Daria Melisova, Associate Professor, Piano Department, Ural State Mussorgsky Conservatoire, Yekaterinburg, Russia. Tatiana Petrenko, Professor, Piano Department, Military Institute of Conductors of the university named after Prince Alexander Nevsky, Russia. And Pozorenzo, PhD in medicine, a professor, Department of Motor Science, University of Medicine of Udine, Italy. And the topic, neurofeedback technology of motor control in musical performance training. Thank you for the invitation and the possibility to take part in such a highly esteemed congress. I thank the previous speakers who made my job easier by providing the opportunity to avoid. So I don't need to explain the basic concept, and even the professor mentioned biofeedback. So what's left is to tell what is known currently about the biofeedback, neurofeedback technology in training the performing musicians, and specifically in terms of motor control. And all the speakers all the co-authors of this keynote are researchers, and I are also performing musicians. The objective of my report is to talk about the outlook, to provide perspective on a conception of feedback, biofeedback and neurofeedback in educational psychology. And I would like to make a review of literature, which is not many, on the use of the technology of feedback and in pedagogical science, and specifically music performance pedagogy. As you see, well, I don't need to tell you what feedback is, and the principle of feedback when the result goes back to the cause. So we have a result and effect, and cause and effect that forms a circular loop. This is the principle that works, and we cannot imagine life without a feedback. And specifically, if we talk about the learning process, and if we talk about the process of interaction between a student and the tutor, if we talk about interaction between children and their parents, and if we talk about interaction with the experience. So there is a feedback always and everywhere. And naturally, it applies to training of performing musicians. So this is the way we learn. This is the way to answer student questions. And this is the confirmation. Well, you get, when you get feedback, you understand that you're on the right path when training your student. And the same is true for a student, that a student understands by getting feedback from the teacher. The student understands what are the mistakes and or what should be done next. However, unfortunately, there is a very few literature which describes how these technologies, feedback technologies, should be used specifically. So there's very few literature which is using, not to mention, which conducts experiments, not experiments, but which would study how feedback helps attain a peak performance or optimal work, or the so to perform music at a high level and with ease. In particular, this is one of the recent works from 2019. It shows that yes, the feedback was used, but it was the feedback about sound. So the violin player would get a feedback from computer, and it was about the quality of sound. Yes, by all means, this is a feedback, and it's probably more objective than feedback from a teacher. Nevertheless, this is feedback of manipulative nature. So feedback can be aimed at the question of how I do it, then where am I in comparison with other students, how am I going, and most importantly, what I need to do next time in order to improve the quality of my performance. So a big review and the works of Hattie and Clark, they are answering the question that feedback should boil down to answering the question of where to next. Unfortunately, 1/3 of feedback which we receive from the teacher, and this is according to Kluger and Denisi, but that's true for Russia as well. 1/3 of feedback is negative. Don't do that. But feedback should be aimed at better understanding of efficient work, efficient ways to work, what needs to be done to improve rather than what not to do. And since I'm a neurophysiologist, naturally for me, it is a theoretical basis that if a system, well, any system, pedagogical system, including if a system receive continuous feedback about an adaptive outcome only if it receives continuous feedback. So the if the self-awareness, attention, motivation, anxiety, activation, coaching, all these based on the processes which take place in the brain. And the same feedback principles were used by Wiener for cybernetics. They cooperated with Anokhin, and it used to be called afferent synthesis. So feedback at the level of perception and feedback at the level. So where there is feedback, then there is basis for optimal functioning and trained to function optimally. What is the optimal functioning in performance? And there are those who say that the best cognitive performance of the task, it requires calmness, which is combined with a proper level of alertness, and a mandatory condition here is enjoying the performance process. And the classics of motor self-regulation, in particular Bernstein, said that the best motor performance or skill or optimal functioning is observed when the performer uses the reactive forces from the limb. Well, in this case, it's a finger. And Bernstein, who is a classic of sensomotor integration, he said that the best motor performance skill optimal function is observed when the performer eliminates the redundant degrees of freedom. And in the 1926, this schematic was published, which says, well, first is a sign of genius, but of the author, and it also says that in our brain there is a certain kind of device, and now we know these are basal ganglia, well, thalamus and within basal ganglia that make it. And we have this device which creates this switch from the sensory organs and sends it to the motor cortex, and which in its turn transfers the impulse to the muscles. And these feedback loops for American students, they explain how thalamus works, how Bernstein system work, and they use a simple example of baseball. When there is a sender or a podcast, it is the thalamus that does that, which generates main dominant electrical waves, which are responsible for a sensor-motor integration. So electroencephalographic indicators of the fact that sensor-motor integration is working, and they use a minimum degree of freedom, and optimal control. Motor control is optimal when those alpha waves, dominate waves, grow in amplitude. And the fact that biological neuronal networks, they work on the basis of a feedback, that became a basis of cybernetics, and that became a basis of neural networks. So the way a brain operates, all our model operate on the basis of the same principle. But how do we make sure that the musician functions in an optimal way? And if a musician goes out on the stage and the musician is nervous, then there is excessive freedom of brain activation, and that results in excessive muscular activity. So instead of moving the fingers, they simply stop moving because the fingers are clenched, and that sends a next positive feedback, and this stage fear, and it grows. And it means that when we are nervous, then there is redundant brain activity, which resulted redundant muscle activity, and that resulted, and the previous speaker told about that, it results in a reduction in power in alpha range, and hence more higher muscular tone, but not just of the fingers which are involved in performance, but the entire muscle, both the shoulder muscles, forearm, and even forehead. So all the signs which are used to judge about whether the quality of performance is high or not, I mean musicality, creativity, executive technical competence, notation, tonal, rhythmics, all these signs. Well, there are not so many works, but all the works that exist, they show that when a person is more creative and plays music, then there's more power in the alpha range, and the frequency range expands. So activation in this range goes down, and correspondingly a person relaxes and is able to demonstrate his or her music abilities. And performance and motor control, that's alpha 2, or the so-called sensor motor. SMR is responsible for it. So increasing the power in alpha 2 and decreasing the EMG will result in a better performance quality. And on that basis, brain-computer interface and they asked whether this can be used for biofeedback.
Тот же принцип.
It is
Один
based on the same principle.
получение обратной связи
Is that
от
obtaining, it is getting feedback from
ощущений. Это может быть
your own sensations. It can be a temperature sensor, it can be a muscular sensor or cardiac sensor or EEG sensor. The signal goes through processing. The required feature is detected, which is transformed to digits,
связь
and the human gets feedback starting from when alpha power grows, or the heart rate decreases, or muscular tension decreases.
связь может быть в любом
And this
виде.
biofeedback can be in any form, animation, game, cones.
И мы сравнили, каким образом разные
And
виды
we compared how different types of feedback, well, a simple feedback from the sound that you hear, whether you like it or not, that's the first one. The second was a comparison
обратная связь. И третье от
with
учителя
feedback from the teacher. And the third type is
фидбэк, то есть от экрана компьютера.
biofeedback, so from the feedback from the computer screen. And it turned out that it's not for every student.
Самых альфа-волн, основных волн.
And of course, there is a different frequency of generation of alpha brains. It turned out that self-study does not improve the quality of assessment and the efficiency of training. And this color column, the efficiency of training is low comparing to high frequency when alpha waves are higher than 10 hertz. When working with a teacher, in low frequency students, there is an insignificant improvement, but it is much higher in high frequency students in comparison even with the self-study. And it turned out that only when using a biological feedback from your indicators, your alpha waves and EMG, low frequency subjects improved their self-assessment, their learning capacity grew compared to cases without biological feedback. So we come to a conclusion that working with biofeedback is naturally good. It improves learning quality, but only in half of the students. And so we conducted this experiment. The musicians, they would perform a piece, or they would just move their fingers, and the feedback signal was sent when the alpha waves exceeded the threshold, and EMG, a muscular tone, would reduce the threshold. Then there was a feedback signal, and in the control group, the same happened, but the signal was disorderly and it did not correspond, so it was kind of false by control. And in this control group, high-frequency dark columns, they show that those high frequency trained better than those low frequency students. And in the group of neurofeedback with neuro biocontrol low frequency, they improve their activity and learning capacity from lesson to lesson. And the efficiency grew, and it was even higher than, and it was in linear dependence. So, in conclusion, we need to know how it is used. Feedback is always there, but we need to know the optimal type of feedback for our students. That's the first thing. Secondly, we need to know that the type of feedback which is applicable to one level of students doesn't work for other level of students, and that
тихо ты делай.
depends on the level of skill, but also individual psychological and physiological abilities. So the teacher should let somehow know to a student what to do next, and not just assess the performance.
Вот наша
So I thank
компания.
everyone for attention. This is our team: Germany, Macedonia, Ekaterinburg, Moscow, Italy, and Novosibirsk. Thank you.
Colleagues, yes, are there any questions to the speaker? Yes, please. Just quickly, if you could. Thank you very much for the keynote. And the question is the self-regulation. Does it depend on experience or not? And it is well known, and the child is learning, and the adolescent, and then inside these cycles, are they growing inside, or are they remaining stable, or do they depend only on the type of personality? Well, beyond any doubt. Initially, it is the self-regulation, but then as soon as you start using the self-regulating training, and then you can, our experiment shows exactly that. Thank you very much. This is from Tribelska. Is the question statistical confirmation of results? Do they exist? This was the dispersion analysis, Fisher coefficients with the frequency of alpha peak and the effectiveness of the training. Olga, yeah, could you tell us, please, that I probably missed the point here a little bit, but what I didn't notice is that how this biofeedback, how does that work with the person in training? The biofeedback, right? The biofeedback. So these the transducers, the sensors are put in, and then the real technology, current technologies, the wireless transducers. So this is the kind of a bandage or on your forehead or a headset or electrode. So it's non-invasive. It's not painful, and then the transducers send the signal to the computer through Bluetooth or through the technologies make it possible with the different ways. And the computer then transforms it into a video or audio, and ours is turned into audio. So the alpha wave has gone up in amplitude, but then the tonic tension reduced in the muscles on the forehead. And then for the musician, that was a signal. For the musicians, it was a very important thing. There was this feedback. So this was the positive feedback, and then they remembered they memorize the feeling when they hear the applause, or what they did, not what muscles, but exactly what it was that they felt when they heard the applause. Maybe it was deep breathing, maybe it was just putting more weight on their feet, or maybe they imagined something, some images, maybe they relaxed their forehead muscles. So the strategy of alpha waves increase. There are quite a lot of strategies. Olga, thank you very much. That is very important for the understanding. And before that, I just thought that this impact of that goes through not just the stationary mechanism of perception as how we perceive the outside world, but on from ourselves. That is very important, very important. So self-regulation, self-control. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olga. Yeah, we could thank our keynote speaker. Yes, thank you. I just wanted, it was with great pleasure that I wanted to point out that Olga from this year, she is a professor She's working in our Center of Social Sciences of MIPT with the postgrads, pedagogics. She teaches. She's a very popular speaker, which is what I'm very happy about, and that is mutual. Thank you. And I didn't, there's one point on the previous speakers I wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, not only Mark Van Hule, but also the co-authors, Tigran Matisyan is a colleague who is working as the producer of department in KULVEN and neurophysiology, through which we met up with Mark. And Tigran is a very extraordinary researcher, and he plays violin, and he's quite a popular, he's got a collection of instruments, so he plays solo, he plays with orchestra. So Tigran, thank you. And now, before the little break, now the coffee break that we're going to be having, and now we are going to put in some speakers that we've missed. So before I do that, I just wanted to clarify that Boris Butnik is here, and I couldn't. Boris, are you with us? Are you with us? Are you? So Boris is not here. Probably something is happening with Australia, with the connection. Maybe he'll join a little bit later. And so there's this kind of from on the joint, the one that is psychology and aesthetics of perception, and psychology and cultural aspects, which on the physical technical MIPT and Psychological Institute of Russian Academy of Education. So I'm very grateful to them. And now Ekaterina Salnikova is going to be talking. She was not very well, but now she's better. She joined us online with the keynote that turns all the technical knowledge part and this of the musical arts and musical skills at the level of artistic generalization. This is unconscious, and the unconscious in the Diamond Arm. She is the head of the sector of natural knowledge and does media, and not only. She's doctor of culturology. So please greet the keynote speaker. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gregory, for this introduction. And I'm going to start with, to start this a little piece of this movie. Can you hear? Can you see? No sound. We can see it, but there is no sound. You probably should the joint access to the sound. And where do I find that? There is this button here. There is this little loobity-doo-dah there, and there's share the sounds. Mark had the same thing. Mark Van Hule didn't press it there, so which is why we couldn't hear the video sounds. Maybe we could try our helpers to start the beginning of. Do you have this clip? Do you have this clip? Just the very beginning of the clip. Can start out all the shouts and the yells there. You do have the presentation. Yeah, there's a presentation. So in that presentation, no, it's not in the beginning there. No, it is just you have to get the film. Just film from the internet. Colleagues, can you do that? Can you find it on YouTube or and here it all plays, but for some reason I can't share the sound. Yeah, there is there is this little tick there when you tick into the screen share. There is this menu that pops up. There's a pop-up. There's this share sound. And just once again, I'll try once again, right? Still nothing. No video is not shared now. So the video is shared, right? And then start playing the clip. No, nothing. So here, let me note then. Just a second, colleagues. Can you start, if you manage to go into Contact or YouTube or whatever, and was put in the beginning of the Бриллиантовая рука film.
Если можно, просто включите, да, начало, да,
If possible, please start the beginning of the film. So this is the Diamond Arm on YouTube, in Контакте, just to start, just to do the search, Бриллиантовая рука. Colleagues, hello, can you do that? Very well, just a minute. I should be doing something else. So, colleagues, can you do that? Can you start this for the diamond? We have internet access. Please stop the presentation, and then we will be able to do that. Ekaterina, please stop the screen share. Ekaterina, can you hear us? Ekaterina, can you hear us? I'll try to get her, reach her through the phone. Hello, Ekaterina. Can you stop sharing the screen? Can you stop sharing the screen, please? And now we're going to start the film. Now, technical helpers, can you start at the beginning of the film? Put it on. I'm so sorry for this, colleagues. Are you going to start? Yeah, I stopped the sharing, and the film is on. And there is no sound. And colleagues, have you put on? These are the colleagues. This is not the author. And there are subtitles, Turkish, it looks like. Can you get the sound through to the hall, to the room? And there is no sound for this, colleagues.
Только в самое начало.
So just put.
Да, вот все, собственно, можно, Григорий, вот можно теперь...
Grigory, now you can turn it off. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. That was all of this was for the sake of that little bit. I don't want to risk it, so maybe your colleagues will put on the presentation. Yeah, because today something is going on here, and you start talking, and then my colleagues will put on your presentation. So, listening to the first two keynotes, and I just understand that from
Коллеги, выключить видео, оно сейчас уже не нужно, мы уже ознакомились. Коллеги, можно остановить видео?
Григорий, так, все, вот
Gregory, yeah, the video has stopped. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry, for this hiccup. And it seems to me that when we talk about the Diamond Arm, from the point of view of history of art and the art studies, then there is this digging for certain tunnel from the other side, the same direction for the things to develop. In Russia, the perception of the art and other human being, the perception of that includes that the understanding that this is a multifunctional, rational system at the joint of physical and spiritual. And what we need to have is that somebody somewhere should acknowledge that this joint, this transition is very important, and in Soviet times this was very difficult to do in the art because of official culture was very strict. It was strictly censored. Everything that was allowed into the media domain. And Leonid Gaidai is going to be 100. The celebration is going to be happening. We're planning to celebrate his centennial anniversary, and the people were moving away from this rational perception of a human being and society, and immersed viewers, their own personages, into the space of some conscious and irrational. You see, the entire this blue thing that was covering all the entire shot, and there were these screams, whether either it was a nightmare or it was an orgasm or agony. It could have been anything. That was some unconscious sounds of shouts, and from there, from homelessness and from the suitability, the spiritual universe, it starts there. There's people going from the normal objective world into the world that is beyond objectivity and realism. And so can you start the second slide, please? So this stable reality, and the third shot. So everything is quite well known. It's only in prologue. On the finale of the prologue, there is this irrational burst with a certain person, a pre-old age pensioner. Then he found a hidden treasure when he was just planting trees in the graveyard. So the simulation of the unconscious is convenient not only for smugglers, but also for honest Soviet authorities. It is most convenient. So those whoever is the boss, and then is convenient to the contraband. And this is people with the epaulets here. The captain of the steamer is the universal formula there that I slipped, I fell, and then the fracture, I lost consciousness, I came to, and there is plaster cast, and so the Soviet guy, he calls upon simultaneously to cultivate possible loss of consciousness, and irrational gets functional, becomes a part of official culture. But the main protagonists for Gaidai, they're not simulating irrationality, but they live it. They live. So next slide, please. And Xenia and Gesha both, they went to the cruise and went abroad, but they're on the other different side of the law. They're all honest, and our foreign colleagues who might not know, this very well known Gesha is the bandit, he's the contrabandist, and he's on the other different side of the law. But they have the weakness in front of external events. So the activity of subconscious, unconscious in personal psyche, coming from the cruise, Semyon Semyonovich, he starts imagining what didn't exist, but what seems to be very probable at every given moment. And at home, with the attempt of falling asleep, he gets deep anxiety. The atmosphere with open room, with open balcony, and the curtain is like 5 minutes to a nightmare. But why? Well, it belongs to subjective insides of the hero, objective reality reflected by the camera. It remains unknown. It remains undefined. So the first is the former. This is the state of kind of not clear what comes from what. And Nadia, if you can go one slide back. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. And what you see here is the protagonist is at home, and he trying to close the balcony door, and then he's with his wife in the kitchen. So everything's kind of normal. And then after them sitting down and coming down, and the nightmare is renewed. And then the next slide, please. And then the sound of the passing car, as he heard before going to the kitchen, you can see Gesha climbing up the balcony. ascending using the rope, and then he's behind that door, and so everything looks like the Senya, the good protagonist, the positive. He goes back into the interrupted nightmare. So the nightmare of the nightmare got into the nightmare of the dream, gets into the reality. So it's a dream, but it's not Senya that sees it's the Geshe that sees from cool green blue, and then Geshe gets into the darkness, slightly red darknesses, and that is his own space, his own nightmare. And the editing is like the nightmare, puts the nightmare between the two person actors there, and then it starts. The Isenia starts it, and then it drifts into Geshe's world, and then the color palette mutates from cool tones to a really saturated red and blacks, and the undisclosed mystic here is guessed at Senius. He sees in a dream, he sees the room from his flat, and then later on it turns out that it was his dream. And then later when Senya sings about the hairs, about the hair, and then he goes to hooliganism and debauchery at the restaurant, and he just passes out, and then the next nightmare starts. So next slide, please. Yeah, and the next nightmare happens when Semyon Semyonovich is passed out, his wife Nadia, and it looks like he is being recruited by the foreign intelligence. And this nightmare is not visualized, but when Senya wakes up, he sees the ready-made shot from the spy movie, and he imagines the suicide of Nadezhda, the armchair, and the breathless, not breathing body, and the gun on the floor. So the director gives the heroes is getting out of the reality of this into the imagined nightmares, but then they shake the morosity off, and then how could you? You're a mother of my children. Everybody's alive. What are you doing? Everybody's going a bit mad, and then they quarreling, and then everything comes down. But then the next stage of the nightmare happens, and then before passing out in the hotel room, Semyon he looks at all the people, the police, the wife. The next slide. So this polyscreen clip. This is Nadia is in the middle of all this, and then when we went fishing, and so he is like transported there as a senseless body. So he's passed out, and Geshe, while fishing, he gets onto deserted island, and then he starts seeing visions there of these divine kind of things, and then he sees Jesus as if, and then he walks on water. So practically periodically, these heroes both they are visited by nightmares, and so the apotheosis here. This is the Freudian, the displaced nightmare when a dark emptiness. Then there is Varvara Petrovna is the really glam prostitute Anna, and she's a property manager, Soviet property manager, and then he is afraid of psychological. He's afraid of sexual harassment and with the psychological pressure. So this topic was Shurik should continue that. If you were my wife, I would have hung myself. So this the shadow of suicide. This play acting is kind of reduced. It's toned down, and but it is quite actively protagonists they actually do with that. So the figure of official authority, it's monstrous in the depths. There, it's not funny at all. And the Soviet person, the right guy, is a good family guy, he's an economist, he's like an ideal representative of the Soviet people. And what's happening to him is periodically he loses consciousness, he passes out. With difficulty he comes to, and the protagonist is in the borderline state, the idea is cultivating this. When Senya hasn't passed out yet, but still lost control over himself, and emotions cover the entire body of this character. And then Gesha sometimes also is delirious, both while asleep and when awake. So next slide, please, if possible. And not just these two heroes, not these two characters, show this deep immersion to irrationality. Lurlik is the compatriot of Gesha, is his comrade, this Papanov is acting that, a contrabandist, and he feels, currently feels in a rational state periodically, and it seems to him that when they're sitting on the roof and they're watching through the binoculars what's happening there, there's this the glamorous blonde and blue the background of the blue sea. So this is just a figment of imagination, but then it seems like it's real. But it looks like a postcard with advertising of the. And then Lurlik is confused, and it is really inciting. And what is this deed? He doesn't trust his own eyes. And then next slide. And then is a similar feeling. There will be when he's sitting there in the House of Fashions and looking at the fashion shows and watching the mini bikini. And he'll be sitting there with such confused and happy face, and as if he sees not publicly, but what he was painting inside of his imagination, out of his inside seeing eyes. So this. And then the Gesha is followed by another vector, the real nightmare of Semyon Semyonovich in the hotel room. While the glamorous blonde is stripping, the character tries playing up to her. He's just doing the magical movements with his plastic cast arm and trying to communicate with this beauty rather than with himself. And there's a certain the hand, and it refers to sexual sphere, strongly raised cap, and then there's a behavior. There is this displaced and blocked, but indirectly manifested desires, mistakes, and it refers to sexual sphere, but strongly raised cap, into which the hero stuffed a large bundle of banknotes issued to him. In order to so that he could participate in various communications with the criminal world. And the pistol always partly a phallic symbol. When it is in a string bag, where it will be clearly visible to everyone. So it's absurd, but Semyon Semyonovich has this. He wants to kind of demonstrate all of it, not hide it all. So the new secret life, its privileges and dangers, symbolically contains a certain erotic subtext. So it actually is exacerbated. It's pushed forward. So Semyon he remains clumsy and modest. So please, next slide. The hand in the castle. The bomb it is just discussed as something that needs to be hidden, annihilated, as something that should not be, as something that the knows that is gone in Gogol's official. So the senior doesn't understand that it's the arm on the contrabandist and the police. This is the most valuable, most rational. So that's it. I'm going to the close. So what's happening in the film? Everything starts with the plastic cast on the arm, and it ends with the bone leg. As the title says, the bone leg is the attribute of Baba Yaga, which is a magical character. And here there's a visual irony on the Soviet heroism, which is they're taking part in actually arresting the contrabandists, and the epilogue, Senya, he has this reduced, he's invalidated, he's disabled, anti-aesthetic, he's sent to the opposite gender nature, he's getting older, so bone leg, it sounds like old Baba Yaga woman, and so all of this is doesn't look like this pathetic or kind of elevated image of a hero that becomes eternal. So with the bone leg, seems to gain an inner connection with the chthonic super superhuman element with magical space. The hero is she's old, but is magical creature, Baba Yaga. So the hero discovers a total ambivalence, terrifying bad luck, an amazing luck, profanity and sacred force, impotence and omnipotence. The functions of the simpleton, it is not sacralized, and this is the door that leads into the irrationality, fairy tale, myth, and magical elements. Any character that can fear and laugh and gets immersed in the dream experiences extreme emotional states, being lost, a nightmare, ecstasy, mad happiness, joy, enjoyment, or any character has sympathy of the director in the cinematography of Guy Dai and in the Diamond Arm. One of the semantically charged, this is Senya, Nadia, Gesha, and Lyolik. And even the police, they have the telepathy and mystics of the twins, the doubles, and the characters that Guy Dai likes is opposed to the chef and the Soviet property manager who cannot fear, who don't fear, they don't go into subconscious state, non-conscious state, they can't laugh. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Let's thank our keynote speaker. So this was just an excursion into aesthetics or psychology of perception of pieces of art. So we went a little bit of an aside. We just got immersed into the space of one of the sections that we had before. And then if there are any questions, please do quickly, if you would. Thank you very much. A very interesting keynote, and taking this opportunity, that was quite emotional. I asked the question that was bugging me. It wasn't torturing me, but it was bugging me for some time, and that is about the keynote. And I just want to say that the hunters in Taiga, they recorded for a while back statistically significant events that when near the split trunk of a tree, there are bears, and they strike this piece of wood, and then they get the sounds, make the sounds, and these certain tones. And the behavior of this bear, is it rational or irrational when they are striking the sound, when they're making tonal sounds? So, as I understand that, then the question is, there is an irony here. So, in terms of the actual the subdivision into rational and irrational, yeah, of course, then maybe that is not urgent for other spheres of viewing human being and a life being as certain steps, and for the sphere of art, it is very urgent. And about the bear, I can't really tell you anything about the bear, other than the image of the tree trunk being split, through which you walk through. This is one of the key images of the folklore. In this image, Guy Dai uses this in Pels Barbos film and the unusual cross-country run, when the characters see it as a duty between these split tree trunks. They walk through that, and the fattest one, Buvali, just gets stuck there, but he still wants to walk through that. So in this sense, I think that the bear is human in all their life beings, and people and bears and animals and whoever else, all of us have some of this bear. Understand that I'm not answering your question directly, and this is, I think, the question that was asked. It was asked rhetorically, and I think that in the human there is a part of it is there, quote unquote, and Gaidai was very much interested in this part when censorship was insistent, so insistent, censors from art that treated official, that they were part of official cinematography, Soviet cinematography, so there were no access to the depths of their unconscious or their appeals to some things that they cannot be explained from starting with your normal day-to-day social logic. So to reduce that, Gaidai insisted on that this is where we build the cinema. This is where we start working in the cinema. This is my answer. Yes, colleagues, I think that, thank you, Ekaterina. Thank you very much. And I think now we can summarize a little bit. We will do a little break now until 13:05. There is a question. I have another question. Yes, please. Can I ask a question? Yes, please. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. I see that yes, that is me. And my question is, I've been listening, and this very interesting keynote. And for me, it remains unclear. Is this your interpretation, your meaning that you found that this, or did Gaidai actually meant this? Or is this or was that you get there intuitively? And we viewers, should we feel the same thing subconsciously on the level of intuition, or should we have some sort of simplified perception of this comedy? Thank you very, very much for your question. That is very, very important. That any piece of art it consists of those meanings which rationally the artist, the author or authors actually built in and planned. But as a rule, the good piece of art is not limited to these. And then the other meanings start existing that have not been actually planned by the author. And Gaidai, he was personally, as a human being, he was very closed off, he was very shut off, and he understood very much more about his art, and he showed much more than he showed of his understanding. Now we have indirect data on that Gaidai actually did plan what he was planning, and these meanings, they were built in intentionally. We are going to be publishing the body of the film where we're going to be show the remarks and how people were try to talk him into taking the irrational, the unconscious, the dreams, the submersion into unconscious, into the elements of emotions which he didn't do. They tried to talk him into cutting it out and openly declaring what he's making the film about. He couldn't, definitely, because then this film wouldn't have been released onto the big screen. So the art in the art history, we value very much in that this is a kind of condensed storage room of all the meanings which may feel or not feel felt by the viewers. Of course, this is my interpretation, but it's built on a very detailed frame-by-frame analysis of the film that has not just been plucked out of the thin air. So all the entire history of art is the dialogue of the work of art and the interpreter. And so it's not just I'm sitting here talking and come up from my own head what Gaidai was doing, but I think that in this respect, there's many Soviet and perestroika time, the cinema critics were
Да, очень много, например, сделал
the
Сергей
transformation of relationship with Gaidai, Добротворский, Evgeny Markolin, and the one that, these there were essays that they did write about Gaidai, not just like about eccentric virtuoso, eccentric director. No, but there is something that gets him close to the element of the immersion of the complex in the world of a human being. So this is, if I managed to answer your question, I think very well. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. Now let's get the break. It's 1310. 1300 hours and 10, so 1310, 10 plus 1, and after the break, so 20 minutes, and after the break, this keynote from a different section, so he's just a speaker, was unwell, couldn't talk at the time of the section it was assigned to, so this was a little bit of a reverse into one of the days before, the neuropsychology lecture. This section was very good, so we're going to move into the next section, where the first keynote speaker with Gajivna Alieva after the break. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Так, дорогие коллеги, мы можем начать.
Dear colleagues, we can start.
Дорогие коллеги, мы готовы. Трансляция идет.
Colleagues,
Подтвердите, пожалуйста, что трансляция
we are
идет.
ready.
Тоже идет, и мы можем начинать.
Звук есть.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Так, значит, спасибо. Хотел бы еще раз уточнить, не появился в сети, собственно, в Zoom Борис.
Once again, I would like to clarify if Boris Gutnik has joined us. Boris Iosifovich, are you with us?
Ну что ж, тогда, если появится, мы предоставим ему
Well, then,
слово.
once he joins us, we'll give him the floor.
И сейчас у нас
And as part of the acoustics, physiology, and biomechanics section, our keynote speaker is Imina Aliva Gajieva, PhD in art history, a leading research laboratory researcher of Azerbaijani and professional music of the oral tradition and its new directions, organology and acoustics, Baku Academy of Music, Baku, Azerbaijan. And the keynote Garbuzov's zone theory, issues and answers. Please welcome our keynote presenter. Yes, Imina Gadjevna will be joining us online. Thank you, Grigory Rafaelovich, and thank you for inviting me to such a grandeur event. This is a very pleasant, very honorable for me. I welcome all dear colleagues whom I haven't seen for a long time, but I remember you well, and I'm always glad to see you and hear you. My keynote, Garbuzov zone theory, issues and answers. If you could start my slide, please.
Да, да, пожалуйста.
С самых давних времен можно даже перейти уже сразу на второй слайд можно перейти. Спасибо. С самых давних времен философов и математиков,
the old times of musicians and theorists, they have been interested in the intonations and musical pitch. So there's a famous argument between canonics and harmonics. Canonics were based on a precise mathematic calculated music pitch, and this pitch is a result of division of a string in certain proportions. Harmonics, those who are this accent followers, they based on a hearing, and they believe that to a certain extent the change in the intervals does not change melodies. And Garbuzov, who in the middle of last century, he developed the concept of the music. Garbuzov's concept, the so-called zone theory, is that highly skilled musicians are capable of memorizing, recognizing, and reproducing sounds, not just specific frequency, but a high-pitch area where music intervals with all quantitative changes, they keep the same quality, individuality, and they have the same title. And this area, Garbuzov called it a zone, and this is where the root Propshavana consciousness is reflected. When we see the notion, although qualitative characteristics might be different, and Garbuzov, he depicts the borders of that zone, which were determined as a result of many experiments on music perception. And at the same time, he says that musicians and performers violin players and singers, they differentiate intonations, which add expressiveness, and maybe there might seem a contradiction here, but Garbuzov introduces the notion of zone, and he widely uses this notion, but does not give a precise definition to it, which many researchers mention. And in order to clarify that notion, we need to determine the notion of elementary and step-like qualities, which he also introduces and uses widely, but without uncovering their essence in detail. Understanding the novelty of his experience, he writes, so none of the physiologists and psychologists, as far as I know, talking about the differentiation threshold, knew that he is dealing with the threshold of differentiation to homogeneous elementary qualities, whereas the speech, volume, and duration of sound, and that the differentiation threshold is applicable to homogeneous step-like qualities. And in the area of music,
ступени, например, звуки ля и си
music,
посмотрите, пожалуйста,
these are tonalities.
слайд.
And if slide 5, if you could give me, if you could turn it on. Thank you.
Между тем, в понятиях элементарных и ступеневых качеств
And talking
звука
about
проявляется
elementary and
оппозиция.
step-like qualities of the sound, we have opposition of continual and discrete. Let's regard the Garbus of subdivision of elementary quality parameters of the sounds in describing the high quality information. So we're talking about a continuous, continual value in all aggregate of fluctuations of waves. What is a step-like quality of sound? Once we compare the sound or attribute other sounds, it gains step-like qualities or become discrete. And simplest information connected with music representations turns into discrete form from the very moment of textation in the conscience and the differentiation between the perceived and sound notions. I apologize, just a second, I'll be back.
Извините. Сама дефиниция, как некая мера,
the definition as such as a measure of a continuous value already means the transfer from continuation to discretion, because verbal transitions from one unit to another happens discretely, for example, loudly, silently, or quickly and slowly, high-pitched voice and low-pitched voice. The definition as such already gives science a discretion to or step-like qualities according to Garbus. For this, discrete can be strict or unclear. If it's a strict discretion, the sound with all its definitiveness can be attributed to one of the two adjacent steps. So as Garbusov's experiments showed, this discrete is a property of high pitch systems. The discrete can be unclear when the physical properties or characteristics of the sound can be attributed to neighboring discrete representations. And here we talk about dynamic and tempo characteristics. And the transition zone is strict discretion is the aggregate of sounds which do not belong to either of the steps, and the transition zone and clear discretion is the aggregate of sounds which can belong at the same time to both steps, like in the area of tempo or dynamic shades, where we don't know whether it's a piano or mezzo piano. And please note that in the frequency nature of sound, the nature included transition, the ability of transition to discretion of key instruments. And before getting sound range, it is determined by overtones and emphasized by nature. How can this is how this process can be formalized, and to this end we can use the cognitive system of the musician, this model, and use it analog for transformation of information. This is input and output of information, its storage and transformation. The type or principle of transformation are mental schemes, so step-like qualities according to Garbusov, which are formed by objective cultural and historic and subjective factors. So this is the experience of listening, training cognitive systems of the musicians in the perception process. They process information, they refer the elementary qualities with the step-like qualities. And these mental schemes, they determine the difference accordance with which discretization of pitch and asymmetric quality of sound takes place. These can be different range sound series, 17 steps series, or it can be 12 tone equal temperament. And the interaction of the 17 tone temperament and 12 tone equal temperament is in essence where two cognitive systems meet. I have a slide there with graphs. I think it should be the next one.
Да, спасибо.
Yes,
Спасибо.
thank you. And on the left here, it's a 17 tone series, and on the right, you have equally tempered sound series, sound scale. Hence, talking about elementary and step-like quality of sounds and cognitive approach allows us to arrive to understanding of scale as a historical representation of high pitch aggregate. The elementary quality of sounds is the natural phenomenon, and step-like quality is its semantics, and depending on the type and principle of transformation, this sound similar in quality can be assigned different step-like qualities. The norm of artistic intoning, which is a property of this cultural entity, it determines the type of transformation and, as a result, step-like qualities. So the size and the structure of high pitch area. So canonizing the Garbuzov's high pitch areas and extrapolating into all musical notions is not correct. We can go back to a fundamental notion of the concept of the zone, which preserves clarity and is interpreted differently by different researchers. It is perceived as musical and ethical notion as an indivisible entity, and it is explained by the inexactness of hearing. How can such difference be explained in this difference of high pitch area as with artistic high pitch toning, and we encounter the same mechanism of perception, the ability to generalize quality of different notions in one quality. This is Gestalt, and it shows standards of our consciousness to organization. So when those elements to understand the overall, if this hearing is not precise, we don't notice those pitch differences, but we generalize them and know that they belong to one step. It's high pitch intoning. Then we consciously use high pitch differences and we refer them to the same quality, to the same step. So what should we consider high pitch area? And to avoid these aberrations, I was suggested to structure. So there were areas of high pitch intoning, which is a result of high pitch intoning dictated by the music context, and the area of hearing imperfection, when the sound is generalized without telling different differences, and it is interesting that the Garbuzov notes in his articles the presence of both factors. I will not be referring to titles, but inside the interzone, intertone hearing and methods of development, writes about interzone intoning and the development of interzoning hearing. And he says it's theoretical precise tuning of the piano not required because the nature of music hearing makes it possible not to notice fine intervals. The same, there's a deviation, random deviations due to technical capabilities. In that article, he writes that the threshold of differentiation in elementary quality is the essence of zone. So he believes that this zone can be applied in terms of differentiating the elementary quality of the sound. So he equalizes the nature of sound with the differentiating threshold, which allows to differentiate pitch, and this is a clear zone. But I think this shows the attitude of Garbuzov to the notion of zone as such, as a multitude in mathematical sense, which is created by various factors. So accepting the factor and the existence of a high pitch zone is viewed by us, but as the dual nature of two zones in their unity. On the one hand, a zone means the possibility of choice by the musician of corresponding sound pitch intonation and the possibility of freeing high pitch intoning when singing or performing it on a musical instrument with the fixed high and writes that the zones should be understood as a music and aesthetic notion, and within the area, each of the shades can have a high expression. It can be logical and explained by musical interpretation of musical piece. And that the hand zone means ability to generalize a number of high-pitched areas in the same quality. And in that respect, in its creation, along with the historically established tendency of high pitch intoning, it's the differential threshold of pitch that's and the individuality of performance and hearing technical capabilities. It is the technical generalization capabilities on the one hand, the possibility to choose intonation from this quality are the essence of the high pitch zone. So it means it is an aggregate of high pitch areas belong to one quality step. The choice here is conscious or unconscious, which is dictated by the cognitive system of the musician. And in the 19th century, with development of the composer schools and the need to adapt folk, this theory stays relevant today in the area of high technologies and new microchromatics concepts. The nature of nature and music hearing joins acoustics and the precision of measurements, as well as psychology and the explanation of the process of perception. And this extends beyond the borders of musical science. And this approach today, which takes into account anthropological context and which organically joins different disciplines, can be called cognitive. And the fact that was felt intuitively by generation musicians now has its numeric confirmation. Experiments, Garbuzov experiments turned music discussions about expression into exact science, because the numbers were used in music before. But before Garbuzov, a number was a category of objective, of ideal. And Garbuzov assigned different meaning to numbers. And the number becomes the expressor of a subjective, something humanized, and the intonation becomes measurable. And this is the essence of his concept. Thank you for the attention. Thank you very much, Minagajievna. Are there any questions? Yes, Andrei Vyacheslamovich, please. Thank you very much for the keynote. And since we talk about the zone of theory of musical ear, it is acceptable. It explains what every music piece is composed of, and the question of subjective perception. This same piece can be subjectively perceived differently by different listeners. So, which element of this zone theory explains this perception?
Вы имеете в виду восприятие какое? Восприятие?
You mean perception, artistic perception overall, or a perception at the level of acoustics? A subjective perception. So one's own attitude, or how a person relates to a particular piece. If we take a number of individuals which sample, and every has his her own perception, and then we say we have one performer.
Я приблизительно, мне кажется, что я поняла ваш вопрос.
I think I understand your question. If not quite, then please correct me. And as an example, I will give Garbuzov experiments.
Исполняли одно и то же музыкальное.
Three violin players, they played the same piece, Bach aria.
В общем, не важно. И что было, что интересно, при всей разности, то есть
interesting, those interpretations were measured acoustically, and it turned out they have the same tendency, the same intoning tendency. I mean, high pitch
выразительно, там, где это
intoning. And where they require, when the musical context required a high intonation, we were able to observe that all violin players, well, differently, but nevertheless, they tended, some of the sounds, they played it a bit higher but where the context required lower intonation, we were able to see that they would go similarly to the area of lower intonations. Maybe I don't quite understand the question. Well, it was more about perception by the listener. So if we have one performing artist and there's an audience, and each person in that audience will have a subjective attitude to what he or she hears. But in the nature, it is supposed to be described by the same theory. Well, perception, it can be at the acoustic level, or it can be perception of the piece in general. If I may, to explain what is meant in the question, because this is close to me, we talk about the perception, emotional perception. Well, we know there are such regularities that if we use lower part of the range by Garbuzov, then we dramatize. So if you take the upper part of the note, that it will be like this. So we schematize it. And since our human ear is usually capable of perceiving 1/12 of the semitone, and maybe some advanced super musicians like can perceive 1/25 of the semitone, and within the 1/10 of the semitone, the note is perceived as this being the same, although it changes. So here we have this expressive capability. So the question was about universality of these regularities, and studied by Garbuzov in his laboratory. And it was nominated to Stalin's award, and I think he received that Stalin's award. And the question is, how universal are these regularities, and what can universality prove, universality of perception by different listeners, that they perceive that in the same trend? Maybe I refuse to understand this question because I can't talk about universal regularities in a broader sense. Those regularities, they cannot be absolutely universal. Some like these things, some like other. People hear differently, but there are general trends. There are general trends, no doubt, more expressive. But another thing, we go from what we like. We like something, it is perceived the same, and then we might say, why is it perceived the same? There is this capability, but to say that, all right, there is an intonation regularity and that it influences all listeners equally, I cannot say that. And maybe that's why I subconsciously wasn't able to understand this question. I cannot say that there are absolute universal categories. Well, there are cultural individual differences, but nevertheless, Very well, thank you. And what if we talk about trend correlation? What if we talk not about universal nature, but what if we talk about prevailing trends? That is something we can talk about. Then the question, let me clarify it. How can we confirm the prevailing trends without talking about universalism? First of all, there's a big number of quantitative changes and experiments conducted by Raks on the basis in his doctoral thesis about artistic norm of pure intoning. And this is where a lot of examples are given. For example, if the interval is increased, there's tendency for expansion. If it's decreased interval, then it narrows. So he draws correlation between intoning, high pitch intoning, and harmony and the movement of melody, etc. However, this question requires specific psychoacoustic experiments. And when I went to bereaved Yuri Nikolaevich, he said, I wouldn't advise. He said that this is such a hard labor. You mean Yuri Nikolaevich Холопа? Юрий Николаевич Ракс.
В каком-то смысле Гарбузова. Так вот.
Who is, in a way, student of Garbuzov. And yes, there was another question. Yes, dear colleagues, I don't want to ask a question. I would like to give an answer. And the answer is in socio-cultural basis of any people. And the answer is...
Можно я дам ответ тоже? Григорий?
Можно, да? That's the answer. If I may, can I give an answer? Yes, the thing is, we studied perception of sound and perception of music. The same music by the same woman during different hormonal phases. And it turned out that when it's low hormonal phases, she is sensitive and the intonation sensitivity is very high. And if it's high hormonal phase, she has wonderful motor control. So there is a predominance of systems inside the brain. It depends on the hormonal state. And this hasn't been studied, unfortunately, neither by physiology or psychophysiology. And there is a woman, and she's not regarded as being different. At least two women and one. Thank you, Olga Mikhailovna. This is a very significant comment, and that's why I say that zone theory is not so much about perception by the listeners, but about trends in intoning by the performance. And this is where we can find certain regularities and common features. And the listeners, well, it is true, tastes differ because it's culture and history and hormonal factor also plays a role. Thank you. As far as I understand, there are no more questions, and just in case, I'll check what is happening in ВКонтакте.
Так, вроде бы вопросов нет. Да.
Looks like there are no more questions. Very well. Let's thank our keynote speaker. Thank you. Right. What we can try to do is invite our keynote speaker from the previous session. And let me find whom we had here. If you could tell me.
Еще минуточку. Просто пытаюсь найти кого-то из... Знаете что? Ладно, не будем тогда изобретать велосипед.
Well, let's... Is Anatoly Alexandrovich Kostin here? If you could announce the next speaker at this session, since I'm an interested party here. Colleagues, we start the next session, the gamification in the humanities and social sciences. And the first keynote speaker is and that's perspectives of agent-based modeling and simulation of classroom lessons.
Доктор культурологии,
Григорий
учебно-научного
Рафаэльевич Консон, DSc in Cultural Studies,
МФТИ,
Doctor of Science in Art Studies, PhD in Music History Professor, the Advanced Education Department of the Landau School of Physics and Research, Director of the Humanities Social Center, MIT University, and with the co-author, Anton Alexandrovich Kostin, a PhD in Philosophy, Assistant Professor, the Humanities and Social Sciences Center, MIT University, a researcher.
Спасибо большое, Андрей Вячеславович.
Thank you so much, Андрей Вячеславович.
Потому что докладывать будет как раз Анатолий Александрович. Потом я буду рад вместе с ним ответить на вопросы.
Anatoly Alexandrovich is going to be delivering the talk, and then I will be happy to answer the question. He is a very high initiative person, wonderful researcher, and so his talents and discovered only when he could offer to Phystech next event. So when I became the head of the center, and ideas of some of our colleagues to be, they became in demand. They came into demand, and then so the one project was developed here in the competition of laboratories of Phystech, and this has not been supported yet, but nevertheless, it has been it received the highest marks so far, and the ideas which were tested there, it pushed us to use them more. So when I observed all the situation, and when I was just as the organizing person there, so I got immersed into this as a researcher. Although the subject is totally new to me, so Anton Alexandrovich is one of the leaders here. So if we're going to publish, I will be just going as the co-author, but I'll help. But essentially, I am the second co-author on this supervisor of these things, how to have this as an interdisciplinary thing to actually shine the light on the interdisciplinary aspect. So our deeply respected keynote speaker, let's greet him, and then I'll join him a little bit later. So the stage is yours. Well, dear colleagues, I'm so happy to greet you here. Thank you that you've invited me, and this is an order for me to present this here. And together with Grigory, we are thinking of how to improve the academic activities in the center. So we want to get the feedback from you, the ideas that we're gonna discuss today. We're gonna be suggesting as certain projects, like a project, and yeah, I think I managed to to start the screen share. So can I turn the slides here? Can I change slides myself? Is that possible? I think it's a different screen here. Yeah, I can do. Yeah, I can do. Yeah, thank you.
Сейчас прошу прощения.
Извините, можно все-таки включить трансляцию?
I'm so sorry. Can I share this? Can you start the screen share here? It will be most helpful if you did that.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Можно, наверное, начинать уже.
And we could start from the next slide, probably. Unfortunately, I don't have a clicker, so I can't change slides, and I'm going to ask you no technical specialist. So the idea will be viewed in the context of the general trend of gamification in education, taking the education in the game meta universes, and you can refer to Roblox, quite a notable platform which started academic grant for the learning courses in its virtual surroundings. And so probably, first of all, we can talk about the basic notions that I'm going to be using in the simulation of a lesson in the classroom. So we use these definitions, which are going to be used in describing our subject is intellectual agents, intelligence agents, any entities that interact with surrounding environment, act autonomously to get to their goals, improve it, and through learning and knowledge. And it could be an animal, a man, a mechanism, a human being. And then predominantly we will be talking about a specific type of the agent of this time. These artificial agents, they differ from all the rest of them. That they need to be initialized in a particular environment to achieve certain goals, and then users they initialize agent environment to achieve their own goals. They initialize the agent environment to achieve their own goals, and then they use the users and the agents different types of interaction, and there is a dyad interaction, and that is the user and agent, that is the user and user, maybe, and that is the basic mode. And if we move on to the multi-agent interaction, then we can start from the dyad as the basic, and multi-agency is a complex. This is the set of agents, and so the interaction between the many agents. These typical examples are bots and non-game personages in games, and if we talk users, then it's users interacting with each other. So these are the examples. Next slide. As an example of this type of simulation of lessons, you can call the example of the platform of immersion. This is the supplier of training equipment for specialists. And this company is famous for the training software for teachers, because the basic situation where the teacher is immersed to is viewed the simulation of a lesson in a real-time lesson. So this is necessary for a teacher, particularly a beginner who doesn't have experience of communicating with real students, so he doesn't get trained on live students, but in a sense would act with avatar, with artificial agents, that takes off the edge of the complex ethical problems when you are learning using live human beings as a subject. So while these simulations where there is this dyad interaction of live human beings, the teacher is interacting with avatar of the students, but so far immersion, they say that there is especially a trained actor is running the avatar, and then you see the dialogue here of the teacher and avatar of the pupils, and just one actor is running all the student twin, and then if the actor starts being one, then being just the one, the other was only reactive, so they're going into passive mode, and then he just becoming just a one student at a time. And then the next slide, please. And then naturally, the future, the prospects behind all these ideas that is the partial or full implementation of artificial engines in such a type of simulation. So partial the introduction is when the actor suddenly gets offline and the functions are carried out still by the avatar, and this is the machine support. This is the software hardware support of interaction with the teacher. The fully autonomous agents, they do not need any interaction with human beings to interact with users, consumers. So here we can refer to prototypes which are being developed now, quite a DeepMind company, quite well known, and many people know that the machine learning, the champion, is the training with, this is AlphaCo, the neural network that was victorious of Go or Baduk games listed, for example. And AlphaFold, this is a neural network that predicts the structure of proteins and made quite serious changes in the positioning of the forces in biology. So the artificial agents and people, the positions there, these are the key positions here, and getting there at the moment is that the artificial agents may understand the request received from a human being. So abstract request is like to put this room in order. Tidy up your room. So then it is the agent actually does that. It puts the things into the drawers or on the shelves, so you can see that. So what we're discussing here, we can see the situation when these artificial agents they represented in a simulation of a lesson in a classroom. So the helper personages that are not being managed by a specially trained actor, but then they can act where they can work, where the user can review in the context of the general simulation, says the action of the students. Next slide, please. So now what is listed here is now general questions, general issues that are typical for simulation, and of course interaction of agents and users. Here we have the semantic issue. So how meaningful are the actions of the agent to the user? And then there is, of course, the issue. We have to decide what semantics is, and then later I'll do that. And but in any case, if we're talking about the joint action, sequential action, then they should not be being discrete or mechanical, and just carry out what they were given. But so when we talk about semantics, connecting the actions of the agents to a certain coherent system, then we see we're dealing with what is the intelligent agent or cognitive agents architecture. And the problem of empathy is the next one. And if a character is unpleasant to you, be it exterior, be it appearance or behavior, then the users will be avoiding this kind of artificial agent. Even if we are talking about the example of immersion in the network, in the internet, there is certain negatory comments about the exterior of the children's avatars as scary. And here with our colleagues, we're going to be running another experimental study that will be aimed at what users think as likable and what is repulsive, what can be done from the machine language to the user so that this is adequately perceived by the user. When artificial agent builds a communication without any problems, with the least problematic way, and the general problem of truthful likeness. So the Turing test, how to make the interface user believe that this is a real human being and then the real alive being, when often the user There's no that the avatar is run by an actor. Maybe it's an autonomous artificial agent, and that is where, as an experimental sublayer, we are suggesting to use the so-called the Wizard of Oz experiment, which when the user, a volunteer that is inside the experiment, talks to an artificial agent, and the agent is actually run by a magician, so the actor experimenter, which imitates the action of a machine but can control. We need that to understand which are the parameters of interaction between the machine and a human being we have to take into account. That is how this is where we're going to start making a lot of conclusions, and then after these kinds of the experiments, the understanding of the presentation will be become more adequate. And we have led a preliminary intelligence gathering of the general issues, and I can refer to the presentation that's been ready. You can get it through the QR code. It's available. I'm not going to list the results. Listing these results, you can tell that what we've encountered is that the importance of, well, in the literature to do with this issue is the representation of embodied agents, when the agent has a visual or multimodal representation. So every type of visual representation has to be analyzed separately. So what do people need in the communication with agents? Is it hyper-realistic avatar, or should it be simplified? So, for example, a cartoon, or might be just a symbolic representation that which doesn't move, for example, but the user prefers to have this unmoved picture. So it's in the context of magician, the Wizard of Oz, and that will be to do with the testing of various visual and multimodal representations of avatars. And the key environment of the introduced agents, that is a virtual reality, of course. And here you can understand why multimodal interaction is, one way or another, is connected with the existence of the gadgets that take it off you and then pass it on to a satellite company and then on for further consumptions or processing. And in this context, these multimodal interfaces, they work in the sense that we need to use not only the analysis of the suggestions from the users, but also we should use videography and everything to do with processing of the sensory information. So, next slide, please. In this context, the task set for the researcher is the simulated classroom and the key topics for future development, key subject areas, and this specific theme, this specific subject includes the whole spectrum of all these issues that I mentioned, but there is certain peculiarity here to understand what should be delineated, described as the tasks, and the separate studies should be done, which I will try to describe now. Next slide, please. And here I need to go back to a certain list of definitions, and first we get a certain mass of textual data, and we get so-called text corpus. And then the primary set of text is just a full text search of the specialized databases. We use the science and technical database of LibGen. That's about 400 million books of science and technical nature, and we're doing certain selection out of those books based on the matching queries, textual queries in text of these books, and then we go to procedure of semantic similarity. What is the semantic in this case? Under semantics, we understand a certain meaning closeness of the words in the corpus. The more often they are met. This is a distributive approach in linguistics, which is a working approach now to working with the language, and in particular, every word in this case, every sentence in this case is given its own vector, depending on the cosine similarity. So the vector of the words or sentences in a normalized fashion is the cosinus of the angle, and the closer they are the similarities, the closer these words are semantically. We can define the words that look very much like each other more than any other word. So this is the meaning of the semantic similarities between the words and the sentences, and on the basis of this, we look at the we look at the graph. We get the two peaks, and then there is a line between them, and so there is the coefficient here, that's length, and then there's what looks like what this graph looks like. This is the measure of centrality. So these measures, they show how important the words are according to the characteristics suggested. So these peaks joined with the lines and the graph, and then the page ranking. So this is the importance of peaks in its click, in its groupings, and betweenness. This is importance of this is the nearest, the shortest way between the different neighboring peaks and the nearest neighbors. So the peaks closest to each other in terms of distance. And if we talk about a particular indicators, then the full text search, we've got 8,410 sources, the LibGen Science and Technical Collection. So these were the queries that you can see. And all of this was based on general issues that we studied and the results that we've received. So next slide. And from every group of sources, we took a random selection of 2 million sentences, and then we're coding. We code every sentence with the sentence transformers library model, and this is been trained on a large corpus of similar sentences, and it can encode sentences based on the weighting assigned during the training of the neural network model. So, if we have Koshka catches mice and Koshka has kittens, these similar vectors, we can compare the sentence and see how similar they are. And then we take the third, and the mouse is playing up with the computer. The computer's mouse is playing up. So this a correct comparison is made thus possible. You can get an adequate and meaningful conclusion. And every sentence is coded into 768 vector, and the cosine of this angle. We look at these sentences, and then every sentence we have 100 most similar sentences with a particular coefficient of similarity, the similarity ratio. And then we have, for many pairs, for the set of pairs, we have the graph is 10,413 of keywords, and used algorithms, the actual words we got out of the category and subcategory of relevant Wikipedia categories with a depth of subcategory about 3-5 levels of subcategories. And then, so for the analysis of words listed here, we were looking for the nearest neighbors, so the distance, then the words that are most similar to the words in query. And then the society algorithm that finds how these peaks are similar to each other, they are split into groups until the connection between the peaks inside the group is not exceeding the connections with the other peaks outside of this group. So now we can see the results as a map of measures of centrality, and here the top values are, of course, the unclear words like game knowledge, social model, and the most meaningful, full of meaning is bigrams or phrases of 2 words. So then the next slide, I just want to show what I will try to explain to you. Next slide. We took as a query, we took the peak simulated classroom and got the nearest neighboring. We got the most interesting is bigrams. So one bigram is active learning. There's a certain schematic of learning organizational process with simulation actively represented all the participants of the simulation. So it means that if we do a simulation of classroom lessons, then what we need to pay attention to how to involve all the actors, the people, I mean, in the simulation, so they are not in a position of observer, so that they turn into a position of actor, the participant. And of course, active learning here. This is a whole set of methods is suggested, because we talk in the context of the gamification methods, and they're very much applicable in this type of education, and they give us very good results. And so the nearest neighbors here is the area of application of lesson simulations. So training and simulation, that's the neighbor. So the training simulation, this is the closest in meaning, the simulated classroom, and closest in meaning. So we're stressing the training software for teachers, and that is well justified, judging by the semantic similarity between these two peaks. Next slide. And we can look at the society due to Levin's algorithm actually has the peak of simulated classroom. What we have is the cloud of words, and when you're analyzing, you can see the topics that are the subject matters that are interrelated, psychological, experimental, issues of using these types of simulation. There is a reference to certain areas of use, like Merchant Corporation sells this training machine to many specialists, and you have not just children, but soldiers and school, kindergarten teachers and school teachers, and so as we know that, so we can improve the skills given to us. So the prospects for the development of the simulation, they are well beyond the pedagogical practices. You can work with specialists from all other walks of life. And next slide, please. And summarizing all of this research, preliminary research, before we started the experiment, we formulated the design of study. We decided of what we get as a key subjects and key topics here. So this is intelligent gathering here got us the ability to focus on the things which we will probably, hopefully, use in our project work. You know, the active learning, you know, like this framework, and also this simulator and the training equipment for these types of simulation in the last slide. There is the list of literature recommended, so I'm going to stop at this. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have time, I will try to answer your questions. Please do ask. I will ask a quick question here. It was split into two parts, you know. The first one was to do with setting the goals by the training equipment, so how it's done, how to so the other work that you're doing. Can you explain how these two things are connected to each other and what other conclusions can be made of your particular work. And I'll try to explain to you the situation. So there are very happy implementation there. There are technological opportunities to implement them in this sector is laboratory of complex cognitive structure. This is Professor Panov and colleagues, and there is Mikhail Bursov, who's he used the user data, and they applied the multimodal analysis in particular. So if we do talk about a new product which is not even been finalized, there's always follow the risks, but we need to take into account the experience that has already been gathered and the immersion.
It just shows the hidden parts which can exist in simulators and indicating when they can work properly or not, and that we need to take that into account. And since our resources in studying certain literature limited, we need to understand how much what we know, whether it corresponds to at least approximated level. And a lot of disciplines which are included into the sphere of problem here, apart from pedagogy and machine learning. There's a plethora of other areas involved, and naturally, as a specialist, we cannot know each of them in detail. So at least for us to know what specialists to engage for a certain type of work, we perform this preliminary analysis. I mean, this vector search that we have implemented, it helps us understand what topics, what areas are a priority, what specialists we need to contact and attract them for attention. Thank you. Dear colleagues, this topic is very important and is highly promising. But at the same time, I would like to say that it is methodologically flawed. Why? Because recently I've conducted a similar study, and this is typical. While we what you say, and I highly regard your work, and maybe you intentionally skip saying what you aimed at, but you're very close. And you're talking about action all the time, and those actions which I've conducted and build a model in the similar areas. Action is not correct, because we're talking about brain and we talk about perception, and there is a chain which needs to be taken into account always. First, context, second, action, third, interaction, fourth, institutionalization of relationship. Only fifth is getting into this or that social group. And believe me, when you say action, contact, positive, negative, etc., this is the entire sphere of notions which should be studied within a social group. So if you want to be competitive and wish you to be, then apart from action, you need to add these notions. And I was impressed by the second part, because English, they are particularly advanced, and what they started doing, especially in politics, they make intellectual text on the 24 pages. So, for example, you set a theme, and then a machine with a high degree of reliability types something on it. And when you showed us this powerful database, I think soon we'll see the day when we see that. So the basis is there. Thank you. Allow me to join, just not to make sure that not all the compliments go to my colleagues, and Knowledge does have a large area of data that we work with, and my specific task is to structure that and to ensure that this fits perfectly one and the other. And in this case, the question, I would take it as expectation for optimization, and this is a highly regarded request which we will implement. And this is what we're trying to combine. Using in a good sense this technical data potential to make it part of the humanitarian sphere. And I'm interested in this idea of
работы с искусственными агентами, да, и даже создания взаимодействия, либо как, ну, скажем,
credibility, so this creation of intellectual systems whose elements interact as if being ambivalent to living creatures. So this is a critical idea of Aristotle, and about credibility being the key to understanding the works of art and the tasks of the works of art. And this was very close to me. And that's why probably and we need to take into account these remarks, and this is the second joint research. The first was done a week ago, and these rather valuable remarks, they should definitely be implemented. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Ну, давайте. Только кратко, хорошо, потому что у нас поездка не
исчерпана. Okay, but briefly, because
Занимаюсь образованием.
Елена Хиджакова, specialist on methods of education. The question is not about credibility, but about semantics. So it's the preliminary understanding of how you're going to structure it. And why I'm asking a question is what I know about simulation methods. Its essence is about reconstruction of critical situations. So critical situation when you lose a hand, for example, or when you kill very expensive equipment. And in pedagogical situation, what is a critical situation for you and how are you going to structure semantics in this respect? Thank you very much for the question. Well, naturally, we expect simulation as modeling. So we place the actors into a simplified environment. And the key moments that are going to be critical need to be identified. So we'll need to assess quantitatively the duration of communication between the agent and the user. And if we talk about the simplest models, then it's how much user is engaged into the conversation with the agent. And secondly, we need to conduct experiments taking into account all the parameters. That's the sampling, the involvement of different categories of people in simulation. And if we talk about the academic simulation, then we need to emphasize what is most critical for us in the lesson. Is it the students just stay where they are, sit where they are, or they do their homework? And parameters vary here, and they've seen several works which were created in agent modeling sphere, well, without the involvement of people. It's using netlog programs. So the experimentator installed certain parameters there, and we won't be able to avoid that. What needs to be understood, what is fine for us. Well, unfortunately, so far there are no such data in a ready-made form. We plan to get that on the study design phase, including data analysis about relevant literature and involving high-class specialists. very briefly, we are behind the schedule. And this is another plus to what you do. And you ask a question about semantics. And I was talking to students, cry, they don't cry, smile, they don't smile. Semantic models. But when you sit and read a good book one-on-one, you smile, you frown. So semantics of meaning, and that's why your model, if you pick up semantic essence, meaning properly, you can create emotion for the audience. And there are the entire works which talk about the connection of semantics and emotional component. So that's the entire area for you. Thank you very much. And I think Anton Alexandrovich
моим научным консультированием.
in his doctorate work under my consultation will put that into one semantic unit node. Thank you for the attention, and we can announce the next keynote speaker. The next keynote, computer game, affirmation of new cognitive tools. Keynote presenter Svetlana Abolkina, PhD in philosophy, research fellow, Educational Department of Philosophy, Institute of Philosophy and Law of the Ural branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Ekaterinburg, Russia. So what? Thank you.
Я добавлю в ваш, значит, такой более технический разговор, больше философии, если позволите.
If I may, I will add more philosophy into this technical conversation. The gamification of science today is highly relevant. And we're talking about the topos of modernity, central topos.
Мир есть компьютерная игра. Наверняка вы слышали.
Now what we talk about is the world is a computer game. You've probably read and heard and analyzed. I will not be presenting arguments for or against this thesis. And I don't think that this topic should be what is important is if this narrative is so important, if it's a topos, then we should regard it seriously, but without being literality. So computer game looks very similar to reality, and it looks much more real than any game because, well, why? First of all, it's not a product of pure imagination. Espen Ors is one of the fathers of game studio and study of computer games. He called computer a game a cybertext. Specifically, it's a mechanical device for a certain production of science and meanings. It's a machine that produces worlds. If we recall what the machine is from the ancient Greece, is a fraud which makes nature serve man's needs. And the computer game, to a certain extent, the same. It works to satisfy the needs of a person. Here I'm referring to Sherry Turp. She studies the activity of a child who plays a computer game. And she comes to the conclusion that a computer is probably the main technical device of modernity. And it is a development of machine, but not the machine thought way, pattern of thoughts. And she says it's not linear. And why is it so? We'll just draw your attention to an important circumstance. A computer game has ontological rigidness. Not everything is possible there, well as in reality. But nevertheless, a lot more is possible there than a standard game. What is meant? Computer game is created as a narrative and a conventional rule. So it's this magical circle. The rule are set by game designers, and the players follow those, but at some point there are specifics of computer game, which makes it very similar to reality. A computer reality, not all the rules must be followed, they can be broken. And at the same time, the game remains a game. So in the chess game, if you violate the rule, the game stops existing. But in computer game, it's not so. And at the same time, those rules are not that tough. You won't break your neck if you break those rules. It's a game. And this relationship between reality and the carelessness of a game. A player can interact with reality it deals with because the practice of the game tells us that he will not be following the rules. We're talking about gamers, and we very often talk about an abstract player who follows the gameplay and doesn't try to cheat it, but it doesn't happen in a computer game. Most of the users, as a rule, they start bypassing all the difficult spots, try cutting corners when playing the game, and they neglect not just the narrative, but certain mechanics as well. Next slide. Advanced users of the gaming world, they can use bugs even, and they can catch some subtleties of legal mechanics, and this is one of the examples, rocket jump, and you know what it is. If you play computer games, one of the elements of being a virtuoso in computer games, which then became a lawful mechanics. I will not be explaining its specifics, but those who play computer games
Геймплей,
know
механики игры
what it is about. The gameplay and the mechanics and
выделены
mechanics of the game
направления.
for the chosen player is just as dedicated area in the
Я просто
element of possibilities. A gamer a priori
для игры.
accepts more degrees of freedom, even more than the creators of the game.
Пользует
But a gamer does not take the role of demiurge or the architect. He doesn't use the cheat code. He just looks for
там коде в итоге.
excessiveness in rules, excessive elements in this code. He cancels the excessive rules without canceling the game. As such, during trial and error, he realizes that he cannot cancel it all. So they approach the reality and the toughest structures of the game world. And epistemologically speaking, this is the cognition method, which is based on mistakes and errors in forecasts. And if we take Plaka, the contemporary researcher of the brain and neurocognitive processes, this is how the brain works. It does not build models of reality, it works in this way. So why you might ask, what does science has to do with it? Because you're talking about game and such are not serious things as gamers. This is serious, so serious that today it is practice that we encounter with every day. Essentially, modern people live as if they are in the computer game, and they call it unconscious gaming. They are actively testing all base settings, which are shaping up the social reality. For example, all forms of identity, gender, whatever standard ways of reproduction of humanity. I think Kharuchev, in his concept Synergy and Anthropology, talked a lot that the transgression practices, they've always been there and they've always been active. So this is an attempt to surpass the features of human nature. They've today are as active as ever. And this is not just about an ideology or no, it's to a certain extent, it's a policy. And it is a parasite, a product of this continuous thirst for something new, for narrative. And some of the neighbors or people around, they take the effort and the risk to make their life, turn their life into this attempt. most often it's not successful. When a person is like a gamer and he's trying to break walls around and to extend beyond the reality, and they try to do something similar during the game, like a rocket jump or jumping in fountain or something else. Instead, people start behaving as if they're in a game and they have more than one attempt, and sometimes we'll look at them with fear or even or sometimes with joy, but science should help them, and not just by reasons don't cut your body part off unless you find out how it works. This is a protective methodology, but it can have a reverse logic and can turn into a recommendation. Okay, you can say, all right, this is what the world looks like, and this is what you need to do. And there are the methodology in humanitarian studies, and this is what I would like to talk more about. It is there to include this gaming element, to include it into its arsenal. By all means, there are more traditional games which are connected with traditional humanitarian knowledge. For example, the game 12th of September. And here we talk about analysis using gaming reality, analyzing such a phenomenon as terrorism and the response to terrorism. But again, in this case, this is a well-known game, well-known example. And if you're interested, it's what's suggested here is that a player is suggested to strike a terrorist. But as a result, what happens? Next to a person who dies, there are relatives of other people who die, and you hear cries in earphones, and then there are people who sympathize, so the situation multiplies. So gaming reality is used to test.
Инструмент, основанный на категориях враг, уничтожение и так далее. Они очень активно.
So there are more and more games like that, and they are changing very actively. And I would like to go deeper into methodology. An overwhelming majority of our research strategy, they look similar to Teamwork creators, the constructors, game designers, and not gamers. We, the scientists, we build worlds, creating reality or locus, and then we hope that the behavioral social body will develop in accord with this reality. And if it turns out that this reality differs from our theory, what we say, well, at the beginning, we build adjacent programs which are like tilts and which improve the social body. And then after some couple dozen of years, we say it was an erroneous social political theory, bring in the new one. That's what Demiurge are doing, not gamers. What would gamers do if they were methodologists of science? And when the main work of researcher is about a theory, this is the previous way, and the gamer starts with a mistake, a forecast and a mistake. So when the main part of the work is not about building the precision picture of reality, which other people need to be convinced about and which needs to be promoted, but the emphasis is made on mistakes of the analysis forecast, and usually the critics of some theory means an end to it. And if it was part of the gamer methodology, it would be just a beginning, a negative response from socium, cultural resistance towards certain theory, unpredictable effects, and it means we have found something important in the very reality, social reality. And to a certain extent, it's an anti-Descartesian approach. To start not with something which is very intuitive and very clear, but one should start with an error. And this method has demonstrated being functional and rather well. If you recall how
И многочисленные математики все эти века что делали?
Euclid geometry emerged. So mathematicians back then, you remember, there's a container,
Не продемонстрировали.
a tank, and they just knock their hands on that tank until
Теории Эвклида.
what is the fifth postulate in the theory of axiomatic of Euclid? Is the tank which was found by gamers mathematicians. But still, most often in humanitarian studies, what develops, the theory develops differently. If the theory doesn't work,
Активно выстраивается теория.
we structure differently. And
И рядом с ней вот весь этот
Gobb's theory and the entire pool of theories of they lead to special problems. In particular, Paul Verneau creates a concept of bias exenicus, where he says that people must be nomads without firm habits, because it's being free from the feeling of home. If we break that, then ultimately we'll be able to build a happy society. A very beautiful theory, but it is built from the position of the architect, the demiurge.
ложится не на теоретика, а на
And the job to check mistakes is rests with people, rests with not theories, but people. And so, I mean, the theorists, they need just to sit and see whether it worked or not. If not, well, give me new theories. But methodology should be created in a way that the theory as such verifies those thin spots of reality and the excessiveness of those rules. This is what game design teaches us, unlike sci-fi or pure imagination. Only the world where a person can act is capable of to exist, and the computer game is a world where one can act. And hence, we need to focus on people's competencies. And here again, computer games can help us. And in this case, I am for ontological upgrade.
Очень люблю эту тему и предлагаю
I love this topic very much, and
что
I always suggest ontology.
Что есть
And so there is a speculation, there is ontology as such, and there is the scrolling empirism. And this is surprising that today computer games can help us here. And let's move on to the next slide here. The work that connected with 4D. For example, Martin Bosch, on the basis of the book Abbott Flatland, and here I'm showing a cartoon version. So what is the version about is that there's a 2D entity which encounters 3D objects, and this is Abbott 19th century. It describes this horror when being from one reality encounters something which is not possible for it, like a sphere. A sphere describes the reality, and I'm just showing this cartoon as an example to illustrate Abbott's book. This is the game. What a game. Marie Curie. I don't know how it starts.
Только на французском переводится. Что здесь?
So what's here? What's illustrated here? So you are a gamer and your actions in 4D reality. So you're trained how to live in the world which is impossible for you, how to act in the world which is impossible for you. The game, I think it hasn't been published yet. It's just a promo, some explanations, but it's a very difficult one. And I will not go deep into the topic, but we can, as we found out and I understood it in my own example, after some time of playing the game, of games like this, of being immersed into such a game, we create a new notion of space. And so there is a flick effect, and the consciousness tries to construct the missing holicity, and it doesn't understand, but learns to act in this reality, and then the understanding comes. And the space stops to be a vessel. It becomes an activity of unpacking and pushing the dimensions out. This is another Tosha design where he teaches people how to perceive 4D reality. Understand that simply by looking at it now, we don't understand anything, but this is like a stimulus to look into it and then develop an interest. The only thing I would like to say that it fits purpose. It is about being submersed into something impossible. Why? Because after some time, this Möbius strip stops being an impossible art because nothing's impossible there. Everything's logical. Everything's structured properly only if you think in 4D. And this is these are similar images. An icon, a Congress icon of the icon. Icon of the Congress, it looks like the Möbius Möbius strips. And once you learn something about it, it stops being contradictory and becomes logical for you. And there are a lot of games like this, and they become iconic even. And the game is no anti-chamber. That's the training device to learn about paradoxes and the non-linearity. And I want to, for a long time, I've been wanting to order game designers to an anthological task connected with anthologic tectonic, and just see we act the testers, the feelers of the forecast. We analyze mistakes. What are now our cognitive resources? What excessive rules can be broken? What is going to be left? And maybe you won't be able to break it. Maybe it's the resistance of such high level. Well, it's also a conclusion. Depending on what methodology is used. And in conclusion, if I may, this is the example of development of a new tectonics. That's a famous prison. That's the artist, 19th century, 18th century. This is an imaginary paper architecture, and another thing is real structure. So inventing tectonics is rather difficult, but these are real structures. And the computer games, they make it possible. We cannot just play with reality. What they make possible is to work with the impossible reality, and hence finding out their own structures of perception of that reality and working with what is the condition of clarity of the experience. And it's quite clear that the experience can be any, but the more understanding conditions we have, then this becomes a new tools of cognitive set of tools. And in conclusion, I'll use the words of game designer Kalidowski in its manifest of a game. He was saying that computer game can give a person a conflict, but not the one which is implemented by most of the games. For example, commercial game, a shooter. But they, as he says, we have a conflict of night that is driven through butter, because in games like that, they gratify the brain, so the brain can save energy. But these games, they are much more difficult. And this is the final slide. And in games like this, false, wrong, some call them, or simply strange, as many users believe. Well, the conflict here might have a shocking impact. And as Dubovsky said, I want to create a game about mind horizons, about the way the human mind can expand. So these outlook in front of us, and I hope I was able to present them to you. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Вопрос, пожалуйста.
Thank you very much. Questions, please. Yes, no doubt, and it is also my area, and no doubt, virtual reality is being created and social significant problem, where you can build a yacht and build a home, and you don't have a life here in real life, but there. And what I would like to draw attention to is that there is a contradiction. I think you will understand me that when in the mass consciousness they try to include certain notions and theories, and what theories of philosophy? Well, philosophy is just speculations, but when speculations, they try to present speculations as theory, but once there is a clear distinction, especially in political and other sciences, when you need theory. But what theory? It's purely speculation of one single person, and this mega space, it collapses momentary, and it has a very negative impact, because under the image of theory, they say, well, it's a theory, and it's a philology. So you need to understand that between you said theory should be replaced with the word speculation. Yes, thank you for your highly valuable observation, and how many disputes there were regarding what name to assign and what to call humanitarian science and the key elements of those sciences. I wasn't referring to philosophy. Philosophies were ontological theories. I was talking about ontological theories, but those theories of humanitarian studies and socio-humanitarian studies, which, well, they're truly, whether you like it or not, they have this name. They're called theories, but still, yes, we can call them speculations. But this is how our life's built. The life is built in accordance with them, and that's when I was speculating with humanitarian social knowledge, which have a lot of disciplines. Thank you. Are there any more questions? Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. And then I would like to ask, is Carol with us? Carol, and we plan that she will be talking instead of Denis Ferreira Cortez, who is PhD in Communication and Science, postgraduate program in Communication and Science, University of Wales, the Rio das Sinas, and under the guidance of Professor Jairo Getulio Ferreira, and he is ill, unfortunately, and another strain of corona. That is, I'm afraid. So, if the spouse of Jairo Ferreira could present and give presentation, the presentation was sent to us by the colleagues, and she always translate into English, because Jairo Ferreira talks about in Spanish and French. And my question to Jairo, Carol, are you here? Jairo and Carol, are you here? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
На связи. Хорошо. Если вы на связи, тогда...
If you are here, so then let's start the slides, and will you be controlling the slides, or would it be better if we control your slides? And the keynote is narratives, algorithms, and tentative control in the gamification process. So are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Так, хорошо. Можно да, вывести докладчика нам на экран?
If you could start, if you could, Carol, welcome.
Thank you.
И еще раз вопрос. Презентацию.
Will you start the slides? Will you start the slides, or should we start your slides?
No. I think I'm not seeing the slides here on the Zoom.
Вы не видите презентацию, да? Потому что мы пока тоже не видим. Может быть, тогда мы включим у себя вашу презентацию, а будете нам говорить?
Is it okay if we start the slides and you just let us know when we should go to the next slide? Okay, just let us know. We'll start your slides, and during talk, just let us know when to switch slides. Okay, is it okay?
Is that yes? Yes.
Хорошо, отлично. А тогда я попрошу наших технических помощников включить.
Very well.
Отлично. И дальше...
Let's start the presentation. And Carol, please start the keynote and just let us know when we should switch between the slides. Thank you. Just let us know. Say next slide, when it's time. Please start.
Okay. This text indicates a methodological and theoretical proposal for the study of platforms in the relationship with algorithms and interface with mediatization and communication. It starts from the discussion of Eliseo Veron and his socio-anthropological perspective of communicational process, which understands the different means in their relationships with mediatization as forms as materialization of the human mental experience. In this bias, artificial intelligence systems, algorithms, platforms, applications, and interfaces constitute above all materialized mental experience. Nowadays, the algorithms starts to manage the means of interaction, indexing, content, and programming in networks being constituted as we call it means of means. Is this all right?
Я прошу прощения, что вклиниваюсь, извините, ради бога. Не очень на русском языке, что именно вот говорится. Возможно, плохая связь, где-то плохая связь, потому что не совсем вот смысл уходит немножко, да? Можно попросить либо говорить в микрофон непосредственно, да, потому что, видимо, уходит часть смысла, если я правильно понял, да? Вот можно
if maybe you could talk closer to the microphone and just check if the channel is working properly.
Oh, now it's okay?
Or maybe do you have yes,
and
please
now,
continue.
Is
maybe
it better? Is it better now?
Вас чуть-чуть как-то так, немножко так, как-то слышно, как вам сказать, нечетко.
Well, the quality of sound, unfortunately, is not clear.
Oh, and now is it clear?
It's just not all the words. We just don't hear all the words.
Well, and now
maybe do you have a headset that you could connect to your computer, so then the quality of sound could be better.
And now how is it? Are you listening?
Да, сейчас получше. Вот главное, чтобы было почетче, и все время, чтобы вы говорили действительно в микрофон, как вы нас обычно просите, вот, и чтобы вот было более такая вот, как обычно это происходит, ну, как бы большая линия смысла. Спасибо большое.
Yes, thank you. Continue.
Коллеги, у нас получается. Коллеги, у нас получается, просто в зале ничего не слышно. У переводчика звука нет, да, совершенно верно.
Оригинального звука тоже нет почему-то.
I'm sorry,
В
I had
Zoom
a
тоже
problem
нет
here
звука,
with my
вот
internet.
на русском языке точно не идет. Сейчас проверим, что происходит на английском.
Are you listening me?
Now, yes, we're listening you. We're listening you now, but only in English. Вы можете меня включить на английский канал? На английский, да. Включите, пожалуйста, на английский канал сейчас. Вот. We're listening you now, but only in English, English version, and there's no simultaneous translation. Может быть. So, just a moment. Вы говорите просто английскую дорожку в зал, и тогда что, без синхронного перевода? А какая там проблема с синхронным переводом сейчас? Там какая-то техническая проблема или что возникло? Если можно, включите русскую дорожку. Не забывайте, пожалуйста, переключать меня, когда я говорю на русском языке. Включайте русскую дорожку в Zoom. Ага. Угу. 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 Хорошо. Давайте сделаем таким образом. Значит, давайте попробуем тогда вот именно этот доклад мы не переводим, попробуем выслушать его на английском языке, да, хорошо, и тогда пусть он транслируется и на YouTube, и во ВКонтакте на английском языке. Это возможно с точки зрения наших технических специалистов? Хорошо, коллеги, тогда, учитывая вот такой вот, так сказать, непростой кейс.
Colleagues, taking into account this case, let's give a chance to our speaker to give a presentation in English. So please, if you could start the broadcast in English in the audience, and our keynote speaker will continue speaking in English.
Okay.
Okay, Carol. So now we're ready to listen to you in English version and without any translation. I think we will try to understand your main ideas. So you're welcome, and please present your talk. Okay.
Okay.
Great. So please.
Now it's about mediatization platforms and algorithms. Approach to research cases from Black Mirror Bandersnatch. Can you change the page, please? Well, the text indicates a methodological and theoretical proposal for the study platforms in their relationship with algorithms and interface with mediatization and communication. It starts from the discussion of Eliseu Veron and his socio-anthropological perspective of communicational process, which understands the different means in their relationship with mediatization as forms of materialization of the human mental experience. In this bias, artificial intelligence systems, algorithms, platforms, applications, and interfaces constitute, above all, materialized mental experience. Nowadays, the algorithms starts to manage the means of interaction, indexing, content and programming in network being constituted as we call it means of means. We argue that the study of these new media, artificial intelligence, algorithms, platforms, and applications should be combined with broader media process, articulating the analysis of such media with the investigation of uses, practice, appropriations, and reception. We point our cyclical movements of social experimentation in the sphere of uses, practice, and tentative appropriations that work or not, promoting innovation and displacing, overcoming previous media process. Thus, the investigation of algorithms must consider technical and anthropological aspects, combining semiotic and social issues, considering that part of the algorithm's functioning is considered intellectual property and is not publicly revealed by tags such as Google, Facebook, among others. Can you change the page, please? We have incorporated 3 levels of analysis into the study of algorithms and platforms. Macro, broad media process, meso, relating to the specific media, and micro, relating to ethnographic observations, interactions, circulation, and semiosis, focused on the analysis of empirically observable signs. In the microanalysis, we suggest that the analysis of the media should start from the stratification and topolization of the investigated environment. Stratifying refers to understanding that observable processes are not configured as flat screen. They are composed of superimposed layers. Topolizing refers to the inference about each of these layers in movements of discoveries in excavations, that is, movements of deepening and investigated objects. This methodological proposal takes as a reference in the investigation of Veron and Fouquier, and the research of uses and social reception, it refers to another work by Veron in a composition of perspectives that moves from ethnographic to semiotics. At this level, we suggest that semiotics are essential epistemes and methodologies of the intelligibility of algorithms. What is a platform? The term platform has been used in a generic and not very rigorous way, mixing the notion of algorithm and even artificial intelligence. In this study, we propose that the platform, as well as the paradigms of artificial intelligence and algorithms, is invisible to lay people, to users. The platform covers, in general terms, the knowledge bank, built from artificial intelligence and algorithms, and databases, big data. The platform encompasses both aspects, inferential machines and their data. Therefore, the platform is part of the production system, underpinned by multiple layers of algorithms. And for there to be a platform, it is also necessary to have the mediation of applications, from cell phones, a bank, terminal, among others, that offer functions directed by social use. The Netflix catalog, the indexed and deferred programming. Fragmented content indexed by algorithms driven by previous user consumption as well as content popularity. The algorithm establishes filters and builds relationships between categories, genres, actors participating in the project, them among others, to generate of a cartologist and personalized and deferred indication system. Thus, the algorithm is a fundamental element of the availability of content, giving possibilities of circulation, since it delimits what is or not within the accessed platform. This reveals the not linear logic of streaming with the concept of platform. The catalog offered it's built through a complex crossing of information and customization through the capture of subscriber actions by their type of genre, cinematographic style, language, or type of experience that interactor may have with the work defined in tag or class terms. Such characteristics denote that Netflix, in addition to indexing the content in a distribution catalog, also organizes through equalizations determined according to the nuances of their own styles emanated by users in the sequence of their interactions with the platform. From these, we can infer logics and offer and consumption guided by connected individualism in which personalization plays a central role. Thus, there is a search of recognition by the spheres of production and reception in a constantly changing, adaptive process. It's a responsive algorithm that organizes information from its users and delivers a customized range of alternatives. Black Mirror, Bandersnatch, the case under investigation. As a case to be investigated, we selected the first feature film derived from the Black Mirror series entitled Black Mirror, Bandersnatch. The narrative of the movie Black Mirror, Bandersnatch takes place in 1984 in England. Stefan is a programmer who lives with his father and is developing a game based on an interactive book from a novel his late mother had in her stash, called Bandersnatch. From this narrative, we chose two turning points or bifurcations as material for the search for evidence, inferences, and preliminary construction of the object. The first point is when, after Stefan spent a long period of time working in programming the game, he looked inside his room. Stefan's father brings him a cup of tea and invites him to lunch. He refuses, and his father asks if he's okay. Says he hasn't left the house in weeks. Still programming and talking to his father, Stefan sees an ear on the computer screen. He gets irritated. Alternatives are presented for the outcome of dialogue. Throw tea on the computer or shooting out the father. The second turning point is when Stefan follows calling to his apartment. He tells about the problem he has faced when continue programming the game. The young man's colleague induces him to use a hallucinogenic drug. Under drug influence, Stefan overhears Colin talk about control conspiracies. That everyone is controlled, that family members are part of the system, that they live in a control program that is all a game, and that can hear the numbers, that a cosmic flow chart determines where you can go or cannot go. That he makes that knowledge available to set you free. In the sequence, still under the effects of the drug, both go to the balcony of the building on a very high floor. There he says he will prove his theories. Colin says, we're on a path, right? Right now, you and I. And how a path is not important, but how your decisions along the path affect the whole. Do you believe me? Stefan says, I don't know. Colin says, I will prove it. One of us is going to jump over there. Stefan looks down and makes a face of astonishment, saying, we are going to die. Colin says, if it wouldn't matter because they are other timelines, Stefan. How many times have you seen Pac-Man die? He doesn't. He just tries again. One of us will jump. Who will it be? The two alternatives are exposed, Stefan or Colin. From the selected turning points in the story, we created an initial diagram that indicates underlying logic as a space of narrative possibilities. With this, we have narrative episodes, triggered and bifurcations that take the user to certain roads with or without an exit. In some narrative roads, there is a possibility of return. In others, there is not. From this dynamic, we infer two possible spheres of positionation face to interactants. The first concerns putting themselves in conflict with their personal and particular choices, typical of the user's style of contact with the platform, which is of individualization, personalization of the experience. The second refers to the gamification process of the film. That is, the receiver assumes the role of a player using his choice as a form of explicit entertainment, something typical of video games, especially in genres such as adventure and open map, in which players are free to make their own roads. Bandersnatch offers previously established paths managed by articulating algorithms that not only expose hyperlinks that connect a narrative to certain ends, but also sometimes lead the author to the margin of control of certain necessary and mandatory paths to be traced by the platform. In a way, there is a great customization of the labyrinthine paths by the player interactor, but the movie game also places pieces in the form of choices of the direction of the narratives that maintain certain control of paths. Bandersnatch structure differs in the way the narrative is arranged, and it does not have a closed temporality divided into acts, with a beginning, middle, and end, but rather brings several possibilities with different temporalities. Direct user interaction directs the narrative destiny along previously established path, leading to the different outcomes for the film. This includes negative endings that force the interactor to return and choose the other path. In this complex flowchart, very similar to the logic of a video game, the experimentation of choice serves as an impulse within the narrative, in which the path is triggered by the protagonist, but controlled by the algorithm. The metaphor is of a labyrinth with different combinations of choices that results different outcomes of the story, bringing with them alternative endings. Even though it's possible to determine the character's fact in most of the narrative, modeling a large number of outcomes, the platform also allows certain choices that are actually illusory, as the interactor ends up having to redo some some of his choices. Despite the advancement of the algorithm being an intrinsic part of the process of choices, showing alternatives, and from the choices delivering certain narrative paths. The process of managing the movie is more visible when it's limiting choices or forcing certain paths. The advancement of the algorithm goes through a refinement that is done according to its relationship with the interactor. And as in the game cycle model, the game cycle is fundamentally composed of an exploration between the user's judgment, his behavior, and the feedback system. This advancement of the algorithm fosters a construction of the materialization of mental experience. It comes from a social imaginary that brings together matter and psyche, the formation of icons within a configurable reality. If it is in this place, the avatar is constituted through the relationships of the created character and his psychological faculties, previously managed by the algorithm and this action setting, a representation coming from the interactor. Despite the advancement of the algorithm being an intrinsic part of the process of choices, showing alternatives, and from the choices delivering certain narrative paths, the process of managing the movie is more visible when it is limiting choices or forcing certain paths. The advancement of the algorithm goes through a refinement that is done according to its relationship with the interactor. As in the game cycle model, the game cycle is fundamentally composed of an exploration between the user's judgment, his behavior, and the feedback system. This advancement of the algorithm fosters a construction of the materialization of mental experience. It comes from a social imaginary that brings together matter and psyche, the formation of icons with a configurable reality. It is this space that the avatar is constituted through the relationship of the created character and is a psychological faculties, previously managed by the algorithm and the action seeking, a representation coming from the interactor. I think this is the final.
Окей, thank you. Спасибо нашему уважаемому докладчику.
Thank you. We thank our, let's thank our keynote speaker.
Задавать вопросы просто.
I'm not sure if there is a point in asking a question because what we received is the text information. Please turn on the Russian-speaking channel. I'm not sure we should ask questions here because it's not the author who presented this keynote, and there was some force majeure since the author got into hospital, had to be transported. Is in the hospital, and the colleagues try to convey certain ideas on behalf of the author. And by all means, we thank the them for that.
If you are with us now, thank you so much for your help for this talk. And I don't think that we have got some questions for you because you were helping with the report, and you are not an author, yes. And I think you will have some questions, some issues, and some concerns, some problems of this talk. I think I will be able to have them on my mail, and after that, I will send them you and your colleagues for maybe for answering in the future. Okay.
Oi.
Okay. So thank you so much for your help. Okay. Thank
Ele
you.
estava agradecendo.
Okay, thank you for helping with talk. And I think if we will have some questions, yes, some questions, I think we will be able to have it by mail, and after that we will send them to your mail and to the mail of other of this talk, okay, or this presentation. And in this form, I think it would be very effective to respond, to have some responses of some answers these questions, okay? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you once more, and I wish good health to Dennis, okay? And so I think we all wish to him good health, and so feel better, okay? Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And
Okay. So, спасибо. Можно переключить меня на русскоязычный канал.
спасибо.
Well, thank you very much once again. Can you turn me over to the Russian channel? So, Evgeny, thank you very much for about the last slide. Evgeny, thank you. And dear colleagues, and then we're gonna move on along the schedule. And the only thing is that now I would invite to just between the section, one section is going to be over on gamification, and the other one is one of our speakers. I would invite on one of the previous sections, if you could, please. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just gonna have a look from section to the section on gamification to my other speakers. Just a second, please.
Большая насыщенная программа. Попробуй найти. Скажите, пожалуйста, Александр Валерьевич, вы с нами?
Alexander Valerievich, are you with us? Yes, I am here. Alexander Valerievich Gubanov. Yes, I am here. Great. Then I would like to give you the floor, and please choose the Russian language in Zoom. And please speak closer to the microphone. It's best to use a headset or a microphone which is located close. Very well, I'll try. Can you hear my slides, and can you hear me? Yes, everything's fine. And if possible, if you can, please stay with the time limit of 12 minutes. And we have one more keynote presenter. And so Alexander Gubanov, method of baseline dichotomies in discourse mapping. Good day, colleagues. Alexander Gubanov, research in the Center of Applied Analysis of Big Data in Tomsk State University. During this Congress, it's been discussed how it's not easy for technical specialists to understand each other, how difficult it is sometimes to find a common understanding between those who are in humanities and those who are in sciences. And this is when I would like to discuss a case.
This is Alexey Andreevich Marshov, interaction between myself, and we're going to be talking about the mapping of the discourse and what do we call mapping here. I need to ask, this is not the mapping in the broader sense of the word as the mapping of a certain space or a certain set of points, but the actual representation of the studied object onto the plane, the projection of it onto the plane, so that the researcher could get some information on how this object is organized. And here you can see the picture of mapping of scientific topics, scientific subjects, but different means. From, for example, on the left there is a map of similar to a geographical map, so where the researcher can see the terminology, the important terms. Some of them are closer to each other, some of them are further. And the next one is mapping as a graph. This is like the tree, where the connection only between the terminology, where the connection is most expressed. And on the right is the map that is similar to the one of the previous speakers was talking, where the words are in the coordinates of centrality, when the two centralities are measured and then they're placed there, and then there is a certain map is built then on the basis of which certain conclusions can be drawn. So these are the automatically generated maps, the means and ways of that exist, that people use that. And so it so happened that sociologists and philosophers, they have some other means of mapping things, and what they historically did that. And one of the ways this is a social mapping, when the same meanings or the words or maybe the areas of a certain of discourse are reflected onto the plane, where there are coordinates there which also carry the meaning, bear the meaning for the researcher. For example, here there is an example when what is mapped is meanings in the coordinates. This is the emergent field and the structured field, and the other coordinate is I can't see it there. I can't see the small print there. There's the mapping in social cartography, which is that is the conservative and oppositional, and individual social, for example, and this set of coordinates gives the researcher the opportunity to understand the field being studied. But automated methods of cartography, of mapping, they don't make it possible to have the meaningful coordinates. And so what we decided here is we're tempted to resolve this, to achieve this goal, to use automation on the one hand, but on the other, to get the map which would look like the map that philosophers and sociologists are used to using. So how did you do that? So the meanings, how they described. So we were mapping the scientific discourse, the academic discourse in academic articles, papers. So it could be mapped by papers. So the object could be the paper, or it could be a term, a notion. So each approach has pluses and minuses. We worked with an approach where the unit of cartography is the marker is a term, a notion, And the term is not just a word used in the article, in the paper, not a specific technical word used in an article, but a word which relates to the discourse that we're trying to map. Because if there are too many words out there, then the map will not happen. And the key thing that's been used when we are building a map based on terms and notions, there's either similarity or difference between the terms, and one of the keynote speakers said the distributive approach in linguistics, when the terms are most likely they can talk about one and the same thing when they are often used together. And there are certain metrics of similarity or difference. You can get the similarity and dissimilarity. There's a cosine similarity that could be the simplest one, the Jacquard coefficient. When we get the similarity from 0 to 1, and we get the difference, and there's normalized from 0 to 1, then when we subtract from dissimilarity, and then here there's this matrix, similarity matrix, this is what we end up with, and then we have the key ways of mapping when we have the similarity matrices. This is a log scaling, and one of the methods or the development of this method is a visualization of similarities methods, and that is it depends on log scaling only by the functionality, which is minimized here. And then in the analysis of text, the bibliometrics, the similarity visualization is more popular because it gives pictures more kind of perceivable by the researcher. And the key here is that there is the map of closeness or remoteness from the subject, and then the terms, notions where the similarity is high, then they're close on this map, and if it's low, then it is further away on this map. And these maps, they help us show how terms are gathering in the clusters, and these maps, they don't work if you just build them straight away. The meaningful coordinates, they are not immediately obvious, which is exactly what it is we're looking for. Another way of mapping, when we're working with the terminology, these are the word networks, and they are connected if they are met together in one document, well, in one paper, in our case, either in the abstract or in the title. And if we are representing our field as a network, not just the matrix of similarity, then matrix of closeness. So then it describes our thing better, because here we see the example, for example, philanthropy and volunteering. In the corpus of texts, they never, you don't see them together ever, not in a single title, not in a single abstract. But philanthropy is with donating, and volunteering is met with donating also. So philanthropy and volunteering, they are connected. Between them, the closeness is 0, the similarity, but they are not that far remote. And on the other, entrepreneurial philanthropy and philanthropic behavior, they are not met together, but the fact that they are not met together, it is much more serious than the previous examples, because between them there are no documents, there is no word that would connect them to, that would be together, would be met together with the entrepreneurial philanthropy and philanthropic behavior. The shortest chain between them, those are the 3 words. So philanthrocapitalism, which entrepreneurial philanthropy works, and then philanthropy, it means, and philanthropy is with donations, and donations then with philanthropic behavior. So that is with, the behavior, the humanistic, human-loving behavior. You say, so the graph, the word network built on this matrix of similarity, that is something that describes it close of things, how close or how far away the terms are. How do we position it on the plane so you can pick the axes that are of interest? Because if we just place it like this, then it's only the closeness. This closeness, what is it determined by? Maybe it's by the factors, and the factors, if these factors have no interest to us, and then the researcher doesn't think about these factors. Maybe they don't involve the meaning of this discourse, maybe they involve some other meaning, and then the researcher would like to have the opportunity to build this map under the angle, viewing angle at which it would make sense. And then, as an example here, I give the situation when we map some points in the multi-dimensional space. Here there is an example where each word is the multi-dimensional vector. D1, D2, D3 are documents, and then the number is 0, 1, 2, 3 is how many times this document is encountered is knocking. And if every object is described by the points in multi-dimensional space, then using various methods of linear algebra, we can turn this object around, and then we use factorial analysis and quantum analysis. We can find the components that we need in the angle that we need, and then project it. We can onto the plane, and then describe the meaning that we get. The factor analysis, of course, is. I am so sorry that we are running out of time. So please, I'm very close to the summary. So in our case, it's not going to work like that, because these points, they don't have the coordinates, but we can calculate for every a pair of points the distance between them. And the idea of this method is in that the tower, there are two basic points, two foundation points. In the map, we can find two coordinates, and all the other points we can position in respect to these two foundation points. So we take the two notions, two terms, of which we know why they're different, and then we attempt to build the axis in the resulting map. How do we do that? The option that we decided to use, that we take all the distances between each pair of points, in each pair. We are stretching along the line between the A and B. So between A and B, the distance is doubled, and how many times would the other points, how would it grow between other points in pairs? And then setting the goal like this, we do some arithmetic manipulations, and what we end up with is the formulae, following which we can see how much the distance will grow if we know how many times the distance has grown between the A and B. And then, having stretched the entire set of connections in our graph so many times, and then having used the map, the resulting pair-to-pair distance, the multi-dimensional scaling, visualization of similarities, methods, the matrix, and then the difference between the terminal terms is dictated by the A-B axis. It has increased, and then this difference will become the leading in representing these differences on the plane. And then on the plane, we will see the differences determined by the factors that are needed by that the researcher needs. And so here, this is the example, which is this is the article about 4,700 articles. This is charity. The word charity, so various words related to charity, some manipulation. When we did the title, then we did the essences up, and then the discourse of charity. That is just being tagged there, and we use the method for the cartography, building the map. If you just build the map, then the researcher here didn't see what they how this area should be organized. The researcher didn't see that, and then we attempted along the various dichotomies to stretch it. Then it turns out that if it's dichotomy charity and philanthropy, if we stretch it along that, then there is a map that, as well as the closeness of terminology, we can find the axes. On the one hand, that is purposeful, the pragmatic, altruistic, left to right, and the individual, organizational from bottom to top. And these are the terms describing discourse of charity. They have been positioned as the expert expected in this field. Expert in this field expected. So as a bonus, we received it close to the middle. There are so something that is very much described and defined, so closer to philosophy and sociology. This is quite a well expected result. So I try to, as short as possible, I try to describe the situation. So thank you very much, and I'm ready. Yeah, I'm so sorry. This is what further development of further studies that could be done. So the result is quite encouraging. So we have to work a little bit more that this result is stable and to be more convinced in the fact that the approach actually does work. Thank you very much. I'm done. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Are there any more? Yes, it's a very interesting keynote. With great pleasure, I've listened to that. Is that a necessary condition that these terms that they should be found in one article? You can analyze in a similar manner terminology and notions and concepts from different articles belonging to various selections. For example, you understand the question, don't you? Yes, I do understand the question. Thank you very much for the question. Yes, these terminology, they're not from one article. That is from 5,000 articles, papers, but it's very important that this terminology, they belong to the one and the same discourse, because in the articles there is a lot of very specific words. For example, if you just specific terms marking the articles of by the method of, for example, natural language processing, then it will give you that the articles are very, very well grouped by the terms of statistical importance and something else, and statistical significance, and that will be much more important from the point of view of artificial intelligence than the difference between the article between the philanthropy and articles about charity. But we are not interested because this is the difference. Just in one they use the statistics and some others that they don't, and so we attempted to approach different. So to get a good map, we have to mark out the terminology. If we talk about the discourse of charity, we have to take only things involved in discourse of charity: this charity, philanthropy, donation, and altruism, and then the derivative that with added some so turning a charity charitable, for example, or by bigrams for something, and various variations of the words mentioned. So the semi-automatic modality, we got the group of words, and then the researcher was looking at what kind of roots are in those words that actually can be related to the discourse that we are studying, and then we just left these words and we chucked everything else. Yeah, thank you very much. Another question? Thank you very much. This is very interesting, and I wanted to just clarify one situation. Every article has keywords. What do you think? The keywords they are not enough, are they? To have the general picture of understanding. That's it. And yes, really, this is the two approaches. They use just keywords, and then they use the title and abstract. And if it's just keywords, then there's certain connections between the terminology because the people, the researchers, the keywords, then they set the keywords themselves being governed by so that the article is easily found, for example, that maybe to be liked by somebody. So if we're mapping using just the keywords, then certain connections, certain links will be lost. We did try it. The most recent thing that we did was we got the titles and extracts, and then the keywords, and then we were taking. There is a certain match, but from titles and the abstracts is more words and better selection. Thank you. Any more questions? And this terminology, it is picked because, like keywords, say. What is the principles that we are actually like keywords the same from titles and abstract? Well, we know the certain basic selection of roots. That where we know that the words with these roots they belong to the charity, altruism, discourse, etc. And then we pick. There are two approaches that we can use. Maybe the method of natural language processes, the essences. This is just how to pick these essences there, and it could be several words or phrases or word groupings, and then this is picked. Or maybe it could be bigrams and trigrams, which is very similar. It's just more litter, kind of more noise there, and then. Out of that, we have the huge number of phrases out of 2 or 3 words, and out of the words, 2 or 3 words, we see what our roots like charitable, charity, or charity something or whatever. And philanthropy, then we have philantro or something, and then if it exists in the phrase, then we pick the phrase, and we have a slightly smaller cloud of the terminology, and then the researcher sees through and discards. Yes, I understand. I understand. So initially, we are forming this initial basis of just that is subjective. Yeah, initially we pick all the essences, and then out of the essences, then we pick where there are words containing roots that we decided on. Yeah, thank you. Colleagues, since there are a few more keynotes remaining, that is the next section, and there's a couple of keynotes from different sections. We got to actually formalize this, and this space of discussion you can actually send through my email. And now there was from the section of expertise, whose keynotes you see what he's doing and what he was talking about. This is one of the bridges here. It was meant from the expert section that is probably the most in demand viewing the currently the viewings that we see. So this bridge between the sections, so this section and the section with the roundtable of the improvement of expertise of charity. So I give the stage to Trebelska. So please give a round of applause to our keynote speaker.
Спасибо.
Последняя запланированная секция нашей конференции сегодняшнего дня – это реинтерпретация.
And the final keynote is the reinterpretation of works of art and plastic arts.
И слово предоставляется.
Material science prospects, and the keynote presenter is Artem Nikolaevich Zorin, Doctor of Science in Philology, Professor, Department of Literary Studies and Journalism, Saratov State University, Editor-in-Chief of the Journal Theatre, Fine Arts, Cinema, Music, GITIS, Moscow, Russia. And the title of the keynote is Film Authenticity, Archival Art Criticism in the Actual Practice of the Cinema Process. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. And it is, I'm very happy to be speaking at the close of the session, and the audience is interested in global autism. And I would like to suggest the logic which explains
maybe the musings, the reflection here is that bridges between the different methodologies. And if I may to have the picture here, the presentation. If we look at the cinematography, film studies, and the difference of methodologies, and then the similar situations, and next slide. So first is film studies. If we talk about film authenticity, then there's a whole range of needs. There's looking for films, attribution, reconstruction of the cutting room, and the reconstruction on new carriers here, new storage formats, and then we look for formats of, the films. We'll stop keeping, and a lot of this authentic projection. And is impersonal. Some of the sources are in very bad condition. So as a result, films go into different formats, and they exist in different nature, in a different essence. And then the initial restoration of the film, that is a very, very noble deed. So demonstrate to see the film as it was centuries later, maybe. Like this is Méliès, A Trip to the Moon. This colorized manually with the use of garage, and the manual frame by frame painting, and this is what is left at the bottom with the different changes when cinema archives in the 50s and 60s, they just 35mm film, and as a result, for many years we had from the main sources, keeping the film materials, what we see at the bottom. As a result, which started in the digital era, finding new opportunities at the top, we can see the result of very meticulous work. There was a colorized copy found. 11 years it was a restoration. It was a digital era of the early thousands. There's 20,000 shots. This is just Méliès where painting it, so the colorization was done the same way, and it's totally different. In many films, they suffered when there was a loss of the mirage frame-by-frame coloring. So there's the general of Keaton, they fall asleep and they wake up. And you can see, you can mark different images of the space, different time of day, and the viewer was helped. And of course, it was not just as monotonous as just the gray, tinted of gray. So this loss of the authentic version was actually happened to many films. And digitization, of course, it seemed like a panacea of this problem, but as you understand, this is a certain catch, because when you digitize something, the masterpiece would lose its initial connection to its own material. The self-translation will be self-broadcast. The multiplication will be in different, following different rules, different techniques, and different. And self-colorization will be different, again, different character, different nature. So the cinema film needs historical construction. Just encountered this very serious problem with authenticity, but non-authentic playback of the source materials in Russian film studies is in the 10th. So there was a technological progress here. It was restored. The many years of the 15th and 16, and there were two color, very difficult technology, experimental films. For example, the Carnival of Archers, there was negatives that were preserved, and there was no machines could play it back. So there was the breakthrough American and breakthrough Russian cheaper reagents we used. So this was opposite movement of technology. From the Second World War, the Great Patriotic War, it didn't, because we could start using different formats, but there was a breakthrough, a step forward, massive. There was a cheaper, the Russian engineers offered this option, and it's so wonderful that we have this opportunity to look at this page of the whole page of the cinematography, but digital photos, and some of them are demonstrated in the authentic format. But this is a very, very narrow film studies audience, and of course, the world of Bondarchuk, the 70mm film for large cinemas is like cinematic epic films of American cinema. Yeah, we could go on probably. And there is another one, another comparison here. The rare film study specialists, they went at the festival BLSLB, white post here, then, and you can see inequality that it was actually planned. The creative scene of this great film were the very limited numbers here were familiar that the films which are the 6-channel sound, and they were always first nominees to the Oscars. So technical parameters are not important, people may say, but the people which were filmed in 70mm technologies, they, for example, then Gur, for example, is 11 Oscars, and for many years this record has not been broken. And what's interesting here is to refer not the experience of our colleagues with their contacts with the MIPT and the research with chemists, the quality of the material could be restored. For example, Ivan the Terrible, his son, for example. What's very interesting here, because this is the en masse audience which is in the process of representation of big, large action, and then there is the opposite movement here, the en masse musical authenticity, big concert halls, the results of big work of the artist historians, for example.
Дирижера, пропагандиста музыки, исследователя.
He's the promoter of music, and this authentic. This is like a concert, and this is textological, huge textological works with precedes that the notation and articulation marks. These remarks about a particular time of when the Mozart, Haydn, Beethoven, and then there was the progress was really, really fast, and now we just have automatic counting Standale for all the musicians, and it didn't happen. Everybody was kept looking, different musicians, different the creators of the musical instruments. They were looking for something new. They were looking for perfection in terms of getting the instrument. The musical concert and musical reconstruction, the experience is most interesting. What cinema could offer along the way of this museum search to the ideal image of a film, of a movie, of some genre or another. And so this is the production, and then broadcast and showing this IMAX digital, for example, that there is always many. But the old films, like, for example, there's quite a lot of issues here. There's a popular format here, and of course I'm trying to support it, but we see that you see this, that Tarantino, he wanted to overcome that, and so the project, the virtual Haydn, and that is not his reconstruction of the text that is reproduced by the orchestra, the historic instruments of the era, and in the manner of the era. And sometimes there is a play, a parallel that is with, for example, Molière theater, for example, in the authentic decoration, the lighting with oil lamps and reproduced style of performance. The 2004 in the theater of Châtelet, for example, is the joint of interest of experts on clavecin music and the sound engineers, very small group of sound engineers and sound directors, and this experience that could be the audience authenticity that work not only with the Haydn era instruments, but the space where he worked. Of course, in the music is very important, given to the acoustics, the space where the composer works, very clear hearing, and this impacts the perception of the form that is suggested to the Haydn's is the reformer of the symphony format and clavecin sonates, and how his ideas move to submerge into the atmosphere of endless innovation, creative innovation. So they went along the very interesting way. The collection, they got the access to 7 instruments of the age. So I can tell you a clavichord of 60s, clavecins, German and French, the square piano, one of the forms, to the Viennese mechanic Anton Walter and Broadwood, 1798, English. So this is the evolution of the grand piano. This is how it evolved, and so there were different recordings of different sonatas, and so they've also recreated the acoustic image here of the halls where Haydn worked, many of which have been lost. Those are the nine halls, and of course this is the representative of McGill University in Montreal that worked on that, and these acoustic images that they create, the atmosphere, which matches totally something that is we fail to understand, but very important in terms of melodics and timbre, instrument which got to our time. So the wooden parts, they were preserved, the metal parts were disintegrated more, and the restoration of the instruments themselves, and then the acoustic images, what geometric concepts were used, the knowledge of materials, and the huge, massive mathematical models, and of course this open source, this is an open domain. There is this booklet of this project, and it just it was a totally overjoy, like a kid when I read this, and how they show how deep you can emerge into the world of the creator, the author, if you walk along the path of scientific reimagining of this, just keeping to what the music knowledge could. There's in cinema there are perfectionists who want to the pre-digital. They want to keep the links and the film and current digital technology because they've got creative. For example, they have the dialogue where you can see the Tarantino. There's the circles of directors who is talking to, and then more painful could be this technological gap between the pieces, and then the perfectionists like Christopher Nolan. They work with IMAX 70, of course. Let's move on. I've been talking to you. I just forgot about the slides here. Yeah. Let's go. This is the whole description. So this is the history of formats. Let's leave it here. So I'm going to tell you what the problem is. And of course, film is the very definition. We want a maximum definition, digital definition, and now that gives us the opportunity to have the picture of most detailed picture, but the picture detailed compared to using a 35mm film, top left or to the bottom right is much higher than a whole range of formats which suggested a high quality picture. Cinerama, that is the three projectors from 3 angles of the into one, for example, a 3D picture. Can you imagine the detailization there, the detail there? This one, 10 centimeters from 3 projectors, that is 10 centimeters of width, total width. IMAX is probably the most complex for this is IMAX Digital now. Christopher Nolan is working on that. Within that, this is a wonderful source material. He thinks that and he never managed to get it to what we make it, then we film it, we produce it, then we process it, and then when we show it, and then he never got to the show. So there is this another guy that works on a 70mm film, but that is that technology again is got no way of actually showing it. And then the Tarantino, this cinematic artist, when he not using no filters, and then he uses the technology and film shoots it, and then he shows the first wave in this format. That is so the distance between the technology and the meddling, the digitization. So there's technologies that stopped in 65, 66, and then what he's doing that, it's totally cut down. So there is, and he gets into the era of the golden age where first Carbucci, when the Dollar trilogy is finished in 1966. So this non-digital technology and analog technology takes as an ultra Panavision. This is the 10th film that just the 10th film that has been using this technology. So this is an example. The size of the negative is very big through the perforation. 35 millimeters is actually the perforation. Actually, 35 millimeter looks, and then the unusual ratio here. We can see this opportunity to look at a large screen where it looks like. It's not in Panavision 70, but this is what it should. This is what it looks like. Tarantino's film looks like. So this is black and white. It's quite a lot. There's very few colors. Why do you need a color film like that? But the depth of the black and white is something everybody has to work with. All the engineers that work with television and with digital screen technologies. As a result, we see what we see. We can work how the actual character there is. Well, the close-ups are seen wonderfully. How it is built into the landscape is epic pictures here. When you have to show the person inside history, inside light. So the Western is the only film that was actually done in this format. The totally epic saga. The Wild West, how it was technology in Cinerama from three films, and in Russia it was actually cursed for the first showings of the War and Peace. It did run, it did show some War and Peace, so I think was shown there. And this mad world. The USSR did not lag behind in progressive technologies of film showing. It didn't lag behind, and we see this totally theater story. But of course, the screen has to be curved, and Tarantino. It has to be with these technologies. All these cinephiles were interested, got interested. All the enthusiasts they got together, and in Russia they were just at 10. Prior to 1991, they actively used just 10 machines. They managed to find in one private collection one machine that was operational, and the Americans gave him the lens because it was actually honed for. It was not a 273, but it was 273 to 1. It was a different that Americans gave the lens, and what is going back to the era and the ability to perceive, to sense this connection of the cinematic culture, and of course there is a clear argumentation in the film lovers why it is so important, and it is very what they say is quite convincing. So the depth of color, the experts, I'm not an expert here, but they claim that this is very lively, much more vivid picture. There's quite a lot of white there. There is this tinge of white, different color of natural of white of the snow, and how much different. This is the picture from among the birch trees, and now you know what kind of things we missed in the October cinema here in Moscow. The events that we missed, that on the film, the black is just no color altogether. So everything is happening inside the room. So there is a lack of color, and the digital technology, the black technology, that is the in between the pixels. So it actually glows. So it's either green or purple. So there is no depth of the black, and so that destroys the atmosphere, destroys this camerality, this and this is the film reanimates the technology, the genre, this perfectionism approach to the matter on the level of the scenario, of the script, and the operators work and the actors and the acting. So the film, it is a huge discipline of the creator, because when you're working with the digital, you can just overwrite the double, but when you use the film, it's so expensive, it's really heavy. And like Ultra Panavision 70, for example, everybody has to be bigger because there is no double. There is no, because the technology of working in the shot, and there's a huge number of doubles here. This is not typical for working. And many people describe that working with the film, it is not the endless record and re-recording and re-recording that what you get when using the digital technologies. And a very important moment is the inclusion in the tradition. So the technological solution that helps to overcome this closeness, this being shut off in the historical approach, where the sacral knowledge that only cinema studies specialists know, and to promote it further, to make it accessible, available to the broad public, and to get a cinematographic approach to the level that that contemporary musical audience have already. And to set a question, the next slide here. And so there was a very different. So this is, of course, for the unique film, you can actually suffer a bit, but no fans is nobody other than fans is gonna watch that. And so this is a popular site. It's in not those tones, so there were no glitches, and the format 70 was played really well, although it added some gray hair to cinema operators, and then working with the restored, or maybe Tarantino and his, maybe they show this global performance in an attempt to stop the death of film, but we need to maybe they'll get like a vinyl. In music, they'll probably have a niche like that. That is probably the best possible. Now, this is a translation from the most of the IndieWire, and this is the Richardson's word, which gets the picture on the computer, and there's other words here that is from the English site. Most respected this Richardson, the film operator, says the beauty of picture, the scale, due to the, you can see the Jackson, you can just feel it with your skin, the presence of the person next to you. This is wonderful when there was no diffusion, there were only natural. Only titles were done. They were excellent. So the totally different critics they get. There was in Russia. There was just one machine. Just one enthusiast. He had in a cinema club and 270 machines that cinema lovers, Americans, once they could make it available in Russia, in the US and abroad. And so you can see how I think that this approach is not just a moment of nostalgia that is assigned to Tarantino. And this fits in quite well into concept that we can see in the history of films. This is a reflection of the dialogue with Wagner creativity, Lars von Trier, that would be dangerous to the creator, and then, of course, the first of the trilogy of the films, The Horrible Eight, the Django, so it's Once in Hollywood, you know, these names here, and the what was hidden there, the Wagner Code, probably, that's in my vision, and then in the first, this Saving Brunhilde, and that is this Valhalla, death and of death, and a strange story of an eccentric society saving a girl and she's lingering. Might read one non-nasty person gets involved in the situation, trying to save the girl on certain justice, and that is the value system of Tarantino. So, but then he, of course, is doomed to failure. And the third one is totally the Wagner Percival. That is the suffering, and then the Monsalvet's Courage, and the new Hollywood, which he makes an oath to. And then economically, they are not profitable, but they put the art of cinema to the same perfectionism level. They work with the material as, for example, like masters, painters and sculptors. And then, of course, he attempted in the second part of the cycle to repeat the Wagner's approach to the actual, when Wagner was staging the opera, creates the festival Bayreuth. So there's got to be a place, the new conditions, and in the Baroque theater, they turn off the lights and they stop the spectators walking about. So that was the actual education of the viewer by the artist and the director. So he creates the conceptual hall, and Wagner is starts this society of Wagner music lovers, and so this is what I want to end with. That the technical solutions maybe, but then it bridges serious methodological approaches, and then demonstrates a colossal strategy. This meta dialogue with Wagner as an opera, as a synthetic art. This is the subject of Leon, and Leon that gives the spirit of opera, and then Hateful Eight, and the carte blanche to give to the musical procedure, to the space through the classical search and joining the composition of American Western with overture and with the entr'acte music that was written by the composers from the 30s with the avant-garde and innovational with poetics and melodics and, of the music for the Western. So this is a huge meta text which suggests and you know, as Wagner was offering a new relationship to the poetry, to music, and the orchestra, and Tarantino is counting on this, and this is not just quirks of the genius. I think that maybe together we will be studying this phenomenon deeper and deeper. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Questions? Any questions? There's plenty of questions. But since I've never thought about it from this side, the formats which we see here, films that they defined, not what the film that they defined by the standards of the broadcast or the show, the cinema machine. So the different formats that they are very important in terms of for the author, for the artist who are filming it. And my question is about the importance of the actual carrier of the information. Is it digital? Is it film? And how important it is today? How much importance is assigned to that? How much is given to that? Because probably, if we talk on Mars, this is after the cinema release. So all the viewings are after the release. So what is the artistic value of the cinematic masterpiece, piece of art? This is the methods of the cinematic release, when people view it in the conditions of how the author is actually imagined it. Maybe there is another side of the artistic value. Maybe it can be perceived by the viewers a certain time later. Well, you know, you've answered yourself. Well, that is exactly that. Both. Of course, both enjoy. Stanislavski says that the result is the idea divided by the number of compromises. So the coding is the compromise in terms of getting into the atmosphere, and of course the Hateful Eight guys, they were saying they were comparing the digital and the analog, so you can see this detail, and it's just 2 pixels in the digital, so it's just a blob. So some people are annoyed. For some people, it is total immersion into the atmosphere. So there was a wonderful keynote. How important is when how the colors are important without the in the dialogue between the artists. So this is the perfectionism approach. Some of them people actually believe in that, in music listening, and then this pleasure, maybe these perfectionism pleasures, some these imperfections may be the source of suffering, maybe. And I think that that this is a compromise. So the visual arts probably they don't involve this problem of the simulator. The pictures in everybody knows Ivan the Terrible kills his son, but when you see it in the gallery, the real, the original, then the totally different relationship between us and the creator. And sometimes we can perceive this piece through the authentic ideas of the author, and with the cinema it's the same. Maybe the losses are much less, they're probably minimal, and maybe they're very small, but they do exist somewhere. We cannot avoid, not like the theater when it goes from the stage to the screen, but still these losses are very much definitely there. So thank you very much. I think this is what you are talking about. This is similar to if we see the reproduction, if we see the copy, then we understand that we cannot assess. We can see the essence of the story, but then there are all the nuances, all the atmospheric details, and we'll miss on all of that. So the Kumushka picture, for example, Fedotos, and I see that in Kumushka there were different picture where they were wearing different uniforms, and the philosophy was he knew something about Russian army. He actually ciphered something into that. He actually encoded that. And my question is probably it has two, since this energy, of course, because there's an attempt to ask the question. It is, of course. Getting my own energy onto the table here, and there's a biological, physiological, and conceptual load. Of course, the cinema for a large audience, for large cities, and of course, like physiology, we know that the large cities, people, especially young people, they're becoming more and more, they're losing sight, they're wearing glasses, this is statistics, and they don't see the detail, these things, the tasty things, the nice things that you are talking about. And then the second thing, the cinema itself, the film itself is turning into symbolic. So there is this detailed development. Is not, you probably know more and more. You get into the make the symbolic. You make clips, you make. The symbolic, so the depth is not needed like that. So could you tell us, please, your what you're working with? How long would it stand up to the competition? I'm just saying that it is present. That's all I'm saying is that the hints that they could be viewed, but this is just something. It's just call for a certain, in certain environment when cinema clubs can exist on monumental colleges like that, universities, not just the meaning, not just the structure of meaning, but if there is a number of cinema projection, if there is a projection equipment, so it's like MIPT could be the center of this. Why I picked this topic? Because MIPT could be one of the center, because the musicians, they have different relationship with authenticity, but you have to admit that there is this direction, there is this area. So symbolization, what you're talking about, I think that is exactly the examples of the American film, The Perfection Was on Screen. They show the total depth of the psychological school of the actors, Stanislavski, authors like Mikhail Chekhov, for example. This is the wing of Stanislavski's school, getting to the absolute the psychology of the image, psychology of the character, and there's got to be no blurring. Like Paul Thomas Anderson is totally ingenious of Daniel Lewis in his film, that each one of which is a total revelation in any image presented. And I think that this kind of approach is the due to given to the artistry of the actors and all the disciplines of that works in this creation of this endless title. So thank you very much. Everybody congratulates you there in Vkontakte, and you can have a look in the comments. And thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. Thank you. This was totally fantastic programming. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our keynote speaker.
Доклад
Предыдущий.
в предыдущих секциях. Это применение IKT.
And one more keynote and statistic processing in historic activity. We have three authors here. Tatiana Katzen, candidate of historical sciences, senior professor of methodological work
Ее
from
коллега
Krasnoyarsk, Russia. Her colleague,
кандидат
Vyacheslav Shestakov, candidate of political sciences and the Department of Contemporary
Александрович,
Education Technologies, and Pomazan Valery, senior lecturer of the modern education
Все, кто у нас.
technologies. And colleagues, please remember about the time limit. We all love you and value you. We're very glad that you're here. Try to be brief and please under 12 minutes is the time for the keynote. Okay. Colleagues, can you hear us? Tatiana Anatольевна, colleagues.
Татьяна Анатольевна, видимо, что-то со связью. Я Помазан Валерий Александрович.
Очень приятно. У вас есть...
I'm Валерий Помазан.
Сами демонстрировать, правильно?
Да.
Are you ready to start? Yes, great. If yes, please start your keynote. And please remember about the time limit. We have 12 minutes for each keynote presenter. Thank you for the opportunity to present our keynote at such an event which is so diverse in scale and a number of topics. Let's talk about ICT and the statistical processing of historical project activity aimed at studying the history of social help to the population of Siberia in the 19th and beginning of 20th century. It's known that in the study of the historian, the central place belongs to work with the sources, and depending on the quality of sources, it is the more versatile the sources are, the more chances there are that the conclusions will be as close as possible to the studied reality. However, during the project, there was a need to systematize the information on the objects and databases. And it is clear that the use of databases did not create a new search paradigm. It presents one of the ways to facilitate the search and use of historical data, because they are a universal and mobile tool which make it possible to look for, edit, and process information using the preset query criteria. And that leads to a trend and the improvement of technology, so databases take into account the specific needs of history. Creation of the databases, first of all, dependent on the specifics of the sources of the material. Traditionally, to create databases, the historians use traditional formalized sources like census, budgetary statistics, etc. And these sources make it possible to characterize the identical notions within the long period of history. In our case, we compile the sources which combine poorly structured material. And here we have a set of these sources according to their classification, depending on the origin, internal structure, and purpose. And these are such groups as legal acts, then reference materials, periodical print of different level, the personal origin sources, and chronicles. And apart from poor formalization, these sources also characterized by non-regularity of the data. That's why there are gaps in the databases, which are filled gradually as new sources are being discovered. And the information fixed in the source wasn't used fully, but partially. So the computer memory introduced text of different types. And because of that, each database is a new aggregate source, and the condition of which is not connected with the structure of the initial document, and its value is that there is a specific and this database that makes gives the quantity of data, the number of organizations, and quality of the procedures of selection, the structure of financing, mechanisms attracting finance, etc. So these different characteristics, and apart from that, they have the possibility to integrate the material for various territorial chronological borders, and they are affordable and available for other researchers, which is achieved by using other internet resources. And my colleague will talk about these capabilities separately. I'll start by saying the way how we gather the information. So a system was developed for automatic gathering of data, which was posted on the hosting in the internet on the internet. So the researchers from any point where internet was available, they would introduce data into the database. And yes, we introduced authorization in order to avoid unnecessary piling of information. So the users would type in their login and password, and dynamic filling with content was performed using a form, and it was developed according to the structure before the database was filled. And the main idea and the conclusions for the information, it was a card of the charity organization, which can be, which is available on the internet. Which points out blocks of historical data, and it can be filled further on with various types of material. In our system, we implemented the sorting and the search by a title of each of the organizations. The data obtained, they are integrated into Excel to be processed further. And I will give floor to Vyacheslav Nikolaevich to talk about data processing. Thank you. Several words regarding formalization of the sources. This is a creative process. It is not final as of now, and I can add the following. What Tatiana Anatolievna said, the primary sources were transformed into secondary sources, and that's their description highlighting meaningful information and then placing it into the table, which is habitual for historians. At the same time, it became obvious that working with this data, there is no possibility to work in a quantitative way. Certain quantitative values can be extracted, however, additional stage of formalization is needed. Hence, performance of the secondary secondary analysis of the content. Could you give the next slide, please? Right. So from this table, we have created a larger spreadsheet, and we have added the signs which are used for grouping, for example, by a settlement, by a city, etc. And depending on what kind of charity activity was there, we identify the type of charity, what was what kind of help was rendered, who was the target group, children, adults, etc. And the next slide. And we have quite a few of these signs. Initially, the number was excessive, and later on some of them were discarded as excessive. All those marked yellow, which were shown on the previous slides, these are the signs that have been added, and they were assessed according to the availability or a lack of a certain quality feature. And as a result of this way to create a database, we created a opportunity to use standard means of Excel spreadsheet using diagrams and summary tables to build something visual. For example, this is the cross-section of the charity organizations like on this slide, and let's have a look on the next slide. This is regarding the different criteria, the type of settlement, city, region. Next slide. And here it is for every structure and the sector of belonging. It also covers a large number of recordings, and it is average. One cannot say that it's big data, but it includes about 100 recordings, and if the database grows, we can reach big data. In any case, 100 recordings cannot be covered by conscious, but the diagram makes possible to have a quick view and create an analytical diagram. So this is our primary descriptive statistics. And one more slide.
Еще следующее пропустим. Вот здесь тоже применены некоторые способы визуализации.
What's used here, several visualization means of a dynamic visualization, and that looks like a dashboard.
Которые позволяют
This is the cross-section which makes it possible to see the statistics for different periods, regions, etc. And from these dashboards, we can generate information which is useful for historical analysts in order to create draw summaries and create concepts and descriptions. Overall, as a continuation, we see upgrade of the database on the web page, and using visualization tools on the basis of Power BI or something similar, something that is going to make data easily available. Thank you. Colleagues. Oh, this is the end of the keynote. Oh, okay. This is the end of the keynote, right? Yes. Thank you very much. Let's a round of applause to the keynote presenters. And could you tell us how many people were listening? What is the overall number? Thank you. How many people were in the sampling? Well, we didn't quite get it. Was the scope of material. Well, what I noticed is that at some place it said 22 beds. These were data about charity organizations, those which were given in historical documents. And how much overall? At some point I saw 21
заведений у нас около 100.
Organizations. Overall we have 100. And how many beds? Tatiana Anatolyevna, unfortunately, is she here? Yeah, I'm here. It's just my video is not working. If you mean the number. Well, what's called the number of beds? No, it's very small, 10, maximum 100. In general, they are rated for 20 people. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Colleagues, very well. Thank you very much. Thank you once again for your keynote, and we're very glad that you were able to connect. And I give floor to Екатерина Георгиевна Трикебельская, and there is one more keynote from Vladivostok, Russia, and this is our section. The title is Spatial Arts of the 21st Century, a Digital vs Matter. And the keynote presenter is Natalia Fedorovskaya, Doctor of Science in Art History, Professor, Director of the Department of Art and Design, Far Eastern Federal University, Vladivostok, Russia. Please, Natalia Alexandrovna. Dear colleagues, good day. Can you hear me? Please add volume. And it's best to connect the microphone. Can you hear me better? Yes, much better. Thank you. And I will start sharing the screen.
Скажите, пожалуйста, видно ли изображение?
Please let me know if you can see the slides.
Все видно и слышно, пожалуйста.
Отлично. Тогда, с вашего позволения.
Yes, we see the slides. Great. Then I'll start. Just start.
Сейчас пока последний слайд.
Все, секундочку. Секунду, я сейчас сменю демонстрацию, я поняла ошибку. Секунду.
Just a second to understand the mistake I've made.
Да, вот сейчас получился первый слайд. Сейчас вообще.
Right.
Давайте вот так.
И, Наталья Александровна, так сказать, напоминаю о регламенте. Спасибо большое.
Я помню.
Please don't forget about the time limit. Yes, for sure. I will try to be brief. So the arts in the 21st century, they lost clear differentiation. They go back to the old form of synthesis and become mixed in genre and style. And one of the interesting notions in contemporary art is the change in the essence characteristics, thanks to which the art were divided into temporal, spatial, and graphic. And that's the overall classification of all types of arts. And in the 21st century, in the 20th century, we see that the spatial arts are characterized by static forms. They're filled by kinetic possibilities, such like kinetic elements in the architecture, the moving part, the kinetic culture, and it becomes important part of architecture and music, like the temporal properties acquire spatial visualization, in particular with color, and before one of the means of visualization is notation, similar to literature. The next stage of development of art is the art of digital environment, and rapid digitization of the space makes us reconsider not just the technique and the ways of presenting the visual art, but also understand the new essence. And it's obvious that the specialist humanities, from being enchanted by digital technologies, they now become more let's say pragmatic, and that puts the events into the stream of natural evolution. And the conference I'm present at currently, I'm very grateful to the organizing committee, is a confirmation of that. However, the results is different at this point of time. And this keynote, I would like to talk about several ways of preserving spatial objects in the domain of global digitization. As part of the keynote, we'll consider case, understanding, and the unbreakable link of digital and material environment, the context of spatial arts. In this keynote, we talk about material digital world as an independent space, which have both points of contact and individual traits. And throughout many centuries, the essence characteristics of spatial and plastic arts, architect, graphic, decorative structure, and you see them on the slide. This is one of the possible classifications of spatial arts, and there are quite many, and this is one of the most popular. And it was one of the typical features was the materiality. These qualities are perceived by us presently as something that's taken for granted, but in modern conditions of digitalization, they acquire a particular meaning. The spatial arts, they exist in the same space as the human being, who is present a biological object which has a number of capability which are limited by the existing material world. And these creations, they are materialized by the creator or creators, and they remain as a given in this space. I understand that I'm talking about obvious things, but nevertheless, further on will become clearer what's important. Spatial arts has direct dependence on physical characteristic of objective reality. That's weight, shape, volume, color, etc. And that has an impact on the technique and the materials and ways of depicting it. And this is what the researchers, what they forget about is that certain elements, they are not part of the artistic reality, but they are also specific characteristic of work with the material. And for the science, for the art science, it's very important to gain the understanding how the author is working with the material, whether something can be done with those technical capabilities which existed in this historical epoch and present day. Spatial arts, as well as the entire art, they're anthropological and they are measured by human. Along with that, then dependence from physical values, for example, resistance of material in sculpture and architecture. And for the art historian, when we regard certain notions, that becomes very important when we study space in the context of art in time, in epochs. And the materiality of objects in plastic arts makes them dependent on the external environment, vulnerable, and because they're destroyed by time and natural factors. So, and the territorial physical location, materials they're made of, and some unforeseen circumstances can impact the preservation of those objects, even the materiality of the object did not allow them to exist independently from the person, even after the demise of the civilization, and available for further generations to preserve and broadcast information about the past. And it is thanks to the shreds and of ceramics and science of architectural monuments, weapons, clothes, etc., and other historical monuments that we can talk about the cultural legacy of the past. And it is the spatial arts that carry information, for example, about temporal arts, about ceremonies and rituals, about theater and music and musicians. So in present, the past, well, for music and literature, it is difficult to reconstruction, no matter how hard we try. Music and literature, from the start, they're not preserved in a space, and that's a problem. And attempts were made to resolve the problem for thousands of years through notation and writing. At the same time, writing and notation, it's graphics and an attempt to materialize and give a body to music information. The loss of physical carriers, people who could decipher and broadcast this, translate this information, result in the loss of sounding or loss of communicating component. The graphic symbols stop working since we don't understand them and they drop out of the historical context. And I would like to draw attention to the slide. What you see in front of you is runas and Schumer writing. I understand that among those who are present today, there might be specialists who can decipher the signs, these signs, but for most of us, the primary role, the primary thing is graphics and relief. And here we're talking about not about information component, but about graphic and visual component. And if we didn't know that this is some written graphic symbol, then we would be able to interpret it quite differently. Hence, as a result, we would get a lot of interesting results. So the temporal methods to fix the is the attempt to leave a trace in the world of art and incorporate it. And the ways visual aids and video recording aids create an impression that we are finally close to saving objects from being forgotten and preserves them. And one of the previous keynotes said that it is not as simple, both in terms of sound and visual component. So here, even the digital environment does not give us the ideal we aspire for now. And the study of the art history show that among other tendencies of the development of special arts, there's a desire to overcome its materiality and and gain freedom regardless of physical traits. Architecture always wanted to be free from physical values, and thanks to digital tools, it has now certain tools to achieve that. And if you remember, end of 19th and begin 20th century, and the return to the non-abstraction and symbolism and the feeling with additional attributes of a spatial world, and all these things and examples, they don't seem obvious, but nevertheless they stay in the same series. The spatial arts, they aspire to be part of the ideal world. They try to find the freedom of the physical worlds they are part of and that they belong to. In the new stage of transition to a material world, it is the digital medium that becomes that. As in the conditions of digital turn, as it is trendy to talk about it, what we discover is a new medium to create the works of art. So on the one hand, it is viewed upon as part of the civilization and further development of art, but the essence of the processes, in our view, is much more profound, and it is inside the being. So digital medium in this context is considered a special space created by human being. So this space functions according to its own laws and direct dependence from the modern civilization and conditions of life. The digital environment creates a revolution. The key here is developments in spatial environment, creation of digital environment, which talks about the transition into perfect world of digital. And for spatial arts, this is a sensation of breakthrough, truly, opening of new worlds, which was mentioned more than once during this conference. And this discovery of a new universe with additional capabilities it is there are two ways here. That's the absolute freedom from laws of bionics and physics, that's fourth dimension, etc. And the other one is the attempt to be as close as possible to make the existing visual series close to. On the other hand, this is putting the objects of the material worlds into non-material conditions, so the expansion of material possibilities of the existing world. And presently, we deal with a large number of arts, with collages, where the visual art is using a digital world to address its statistics objectives, and also frequently it uses it for prototyping in 3D projections for further materialization to the global world. We needed to create something to bring it back into the world of matter. The third capability is the translation and propagation of the created monuments of art, the existing material world. The same is true for cinematography, and we saw that example. This is very important for visual arts because it is thanks to digital world and thanks to the internet. There's a great number of virtual museums that became available, made full accessible art objects accessible. And here we encounter paradox. Digital world with its huge capabilities and creation of there is a key vulnerability that inherent in it, and which requires to be addressed in the future. And I believe that the conference that connects humanities and sciences, then one of the solutions here is one of the aims of the conference should be the solution of this conference. These artistic objects created, they exist only within this artistic space they were created within. And this is the key problem, because the history of arts is in many ways a history of lost civilizations, lost writing, lost music or literature, and the impossibility to recreate all theatrical actions. We are aware about that, and we cannot do anything about it. All these problems, they are replaced by the shreds of civilizations left in the modern world, like decorative art and monuments of architecture or fine arts, etc. And thanks to archaeological excavations, many results of artistic activity are available to us from the people who lived in the old epoch. And the digital media is now in the initial stage of a specific world, and it includes a human being, which is, I believe, is very important. It doesn't include the human being and the world around, because now it exists in parallel and independent of us. It exists at a different level of perception. And since it's not fixed to the material world, it is cannot be preserved for a long time. As an example, I'm giving a slide with augmented virtual reality. And as you see here, we have very interesting objects of the material world, and we cannot see what one can see using augmented reality. However, there are a lot of interesting nuances. Simple example, lack of electricity. It will not stop us from contemplating a picture, but it will not be able to see digital version of it. And visitors of contemporary art gallery, they encounter the problem of perception of the exhibition space simply because the augmented reality is not working. I had that experience since certain elements, well, masks were not worn and the augmented reality couldn't be projected. So the effect of the performance was lost, was changed. It is not possible to see certain elements of the augmented reality in museums who have special needs. And it's been mentioned more than once, the person wearing goggles is limited in terms of details. So if we talk about details in the digital goggles, there's an absolute limitation, because if he's wearing eyesight glasses, then you can't put virtual glasses on top of your standard glasses. So visual arts are now heavily dependent on the environment around us. And many objects of art stop being independent. They can exist only in a combination with in the environment, and they stop being objects of art. So in order to see a picture, we need to turn on a lot of gadgets which are connected with us directly. So these recent pictures, this demonstrates it quite clearly. So the storage of information and digital carriers is not just a problem of programmers and science in the context of storage of metadata, but it's also a problem of art historians. For art historians, normal to work with a work of art which is 300 years old. This is normal, and this is standard historical past. But when working with contemporary spatial arts, which can be transferred to digital environment, it's not quite known what's going to happen to it in 200 years or 50 years. And this problem is not about destruction. This is what we aspire for. The problem is that we might fail to read and decipher the code or read the information, since as a user, I can say that the problem with reading with preservation of information, still it is a rather important problem. And the loss of unique visual information at present happens continuously, which poses a big problem for me as art historian and for many researchers of contemporary art, is that part of the information with it's just digital. To a certain extent, it can be lost, and we won't be able to recover it. And to a certain extent, even printing of the object is required in order to preserve it. So we bring matter back into digit in order to preserve it in our space together with our objects. An interesting example, strange in my theme, is materialization of digital art in the form in the digital world using souvenirs and desktop games. And these can be an object of study in the digital world in condition of global changes. Unfortunately, I'm not a gamer. And some of the elements, I had to study them as an art historian, having been faced with the problem that part of the computer games, part of the virtual environment that was created in the 90s and the 80s at present, it is very difficult to pull out of the digital world, because in order for the art historian to study the artistic and stylistic component of the gaming world of the early periods, it is important for us to know to have good skills of a programmer and to know where the drivers are, how to install the operating system, and then how to return into previous operational system, etc. So here we're encountered with things which are not typical for us, and these skills require a new skill which we master gradually. And I would like to draw attention to the fact that here I'm giving several brief examples about how virtual world, well, it wants to stay as part of reality, it wishes it, and it becomes a nation of philosophy. It's just, I want to point out what's going on. What you see here is a classic game object. It's a game Doom, which is one of the most popular games back in the day, and the monsters which populated. These are collection figures, the characters from the game. And when the objects return through plastic, of course, it's prototyping. When these digital objects are brought back into the material world, we immediately see that what happens is a change in the attitude to these objects, because the objects become awkward. They're not well thought through from the point of view of our real material world. And this is where we encounter problems, that when this process happens, those who create virtual worlds, they try to make them as close as possible to our reality. And yes, this is the mass consumer, and this action genre. And this is the intellectual level, not the intellectual level that you used to talk to in the scientific environment. But this is the interesting point from the point of view of study of art. And this is what happens with wonderful monsters, which are in the material world thanks to our prototyping. And what we see here immediately are some strange things in the image. I will not go into detail talking about the weapons, which I don't understand even studying historical weapons, but it looks good when it's in the game, but it looks strange when it returns back into the physical world. But still it exists, and I think this is very important, because when we study biological objects, then biological forms, they stands in the way. Another example, a popular arcade, which continues to this day, Mortal Kombat. That's classics, very popular, a lot of number of figures, and please note that all these figures, when they go back to the real world, they have a problem with proportions and the logic of how biological body is built. So as a sculpture, a spatial object, they start working completely different in comparing to how they would be formed in a 3D modeling. And I'm about to finish. 2 minutes. Spatial arts throughout a long period of time is fighting for virtualization and freedom of expression. Having transferred to a different environment comes back, and it loses the quality of communication with the human being via material world objects, and hence in the object we're witnessing continuous turn from matter to the world of ideas. So we're talking about a circulation of sensations and objects. At this type of study, we can say that there is no real understanding of the material and the digital, because both these systems are anthropological at the moment, and the digital environment becomes the continuation of the ideal space, which is nevertheless connected with the real material world. This is it from me. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you. Are there questions to the keynote presenter? Thank you very much. Let's thank our keynote presenter. Thank you, Natalia Alexandrovna. And the final keynote in the today's expert session. The final keynote, which from the section which happened several days ago, and now the keynote presenter is finally here, and his co-author is online. It's Vadim Olegovich Yevseev. Political economical processes in co-authorship with Selivnyov, who is lead researcher of strategic and socio-political studies. Moscow, Russia, the problems of methodology of consciousness, of expert systems to study the regional conflicts and integration. Let's please welcome. Good day, everyone, and I would like to recall the phrase that the last words, final words, they are always remembered best. And yes, so please be careful, dear colleagues. I want to recall the book by Shannon, and he wrote imitation modeling as science and art. And today's keynotes, they confirmed that there's continuous search to combine art and science. And I would like to say that this is a very interesting forum. And when we talk about brain, which and the interesting things were shown today, it was said that brain produces thinking, and thinking is meant not only for study, but it is also meant for competitive competition. And if we look in the history of events, any research is aimed at strengthening the position of a group of people, themselves, or a country, etc. And we've just had a keynote presenter, and I must say that she didn't mention an important thing, that this entire transformation of images is a transformation of mental thinking of the young people, and it is a consolidation of the mental thinking of the young and allegorical methodology. So to the problem of methodology of creation of expert system to study regional conflicts. And allow me to show right away the results. Any expert system includes a great number of class models. These are semantic, gravitational models, regression models. But what I have heard today, this is approximately, well, at the level of the brain or a human being, at the level of the team, and level of the country. This model, and I'm involved in systemic analysis, and I have discovered the quintessence of our behavior and thinking. So, stable functioning at the scale, and on the basis of the model, we have a nomogram. If you see, it is related to the brain on the x-axis. It is the level of non-governmental impact on the functioning of the state system, and the next one, T, is a level of structural functional deformation. And if we see areas from stable function to destruction of the system, we see that we can attribute these normograms to cognition or human being or the state. And the competition is that, on the one hand, to protect ourselves from destruction, on the other hand, to bring the system to destruction, so that there are mental spaces, finance, and geographical ones. This is the end result, and we see in what space we live in integration. Collective security treatment, Eurasian Economic Union, and although the legal level, they seem to be consolidated. However, there are internal processes, and if we recall the previous graph, then these internal processes and external processes, they aim at bringing the system into chaos and even dismantling. So Eurasian integration is capable of strengthening Russian vector in politics, integrated into Eurasian integration of the country, but it doesn't cancel the impact of other vectors, and it means that, as in any other sophisticated system, it is subject to the impact of external and internal factors. And when we talk about multi-vector nature, it means that in any sophisticated system, complex system, and we've heard great keynotes about brain and internal factors which stabilize the brain, and external factors like music, which destabilizes the brain. So from a point of view of the complexity of complex system, we all work in the conflict area, and I want to say that we're all conflictologists. We need to realize that every scientist, researcher is a conflictologist, and the faster he realizes that he is working with conflicts in his nature, and he takes the theory of conflictology then the more interesting the result is going to be. The keynote, overtension and disbalancing of Russia, overextending and balancing Russia, assessing the impact of cost imposing option. Then he talks about destabilization when foreign methods of control are being implemented, and it's aimed at the structural and deformation. All that is aimed at bringing the system into chaos. So destructive behavior can be at the personal level when the boys and girls become destructive. So the system, internal system, the same. So then the following characteristics which are imposed again for destabilization of the system in order to make it unstable. The response here was supposed to be the Russian arsenal of analysis, conflict management, and specifically to resolve conflict. Next slide, please. There is the so-called area conflict management, and if you look at conflict management task, and if you project using associative thinking towards yourself in any area where you are, you will see that they all correlate with each other. So if you are working with science, conflict management, this is an integral part of our thinking. And once again, thinking wins only when it's competitive, and it can be competitive only when it is exact. And what science is valued for is it forms logic thinking in any area. Next slide. This is what conflict and titles and statuses and the organization are doing. I will not be detailing. However, just today, I've heard a great keynote about the brain and this Alzheimer's disease. I forgot, and I thought if there is a good association with thinking, and if we know that we are made of energetic flows, it's probably the disease starts when there is not enough energy for the work of this or that function. And why is it not enough? Following their knowledge, and we say maybe the energy is not distributed in a specific point, but across the territory. And if you want the disease to be localized, then you need to gather that energy using associative thinking. All those terms, they're fit for any discipline. It's just you need to be able to think in an associative manner and distribute this association wherever you need. Next slide. I want to say that we're experts, we're scholars. And expert systems, it is the second competition against Russia, and the second strategy which had been implemented since the 90s and see, expert system is believed to be working when the subject matter is described with up to 15,000 equations. Most importantly, there must be database for 15,000 equations and knowledge base. And yes, we say it's knowledge, but as practice showed, knowledge are not quite efficient if we don't know the criteria of application of that knowledge. And in our science, especially humanitarian science, the criteria of usage of knowledge is a white page. They talk very little about the criteria of knowledge users, and the structure which used to include 15,000 equations. And I want to say another interesting thing. Well, I ask students, what is knowledge? And you can't imagine what kind of plethora of answers I hear. They start talking about information. And yes, they wrote the formula of knowledge 100 times, y equals a plus bx. And they say it's formula, but I'm saying it's knowledge because it's cause and effect relationship. And every scholars who have been talking here, they were looking for knowledge. They were looking for a cause and effect relationship. And there must be 15,000 cause-effect relationship like this in the subject matter. And from every key notes I've heard today, this knowledge should be established everywhere. but sometimes those keynotes have been presented, they are more presented in the information nature. Look at what forms of knowledge and types of knowledge are used in the expert systems. Knowledge of names, meanings, denominations, they're all connected. It's a powerful conglomerate, 15,000 equations. And I was able, through the global computation networks, I was able to access databases in Germany and other countries and back in the USA, and they gave me printout of expert systems. And when I saw expert systems in medicine, expert systems in political processes, when I looked into the factors that compose them, I realized that we're lagging behind. There was an attempt to design those expert systems only in Moscow Institute of Physics, and they started training knowledge engineers, but then it stopped. Next slide. As a result, we talk about conflicts. So on the basis of big information, we built conflicts between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We included all actors of political processes, and believe me, there was a lot of knowledge there. And we developed this result that after some time, a conflict is going to start. However, look, see, when we talk about thinking, when we talk about brain, when we talk about identification, please notice the blue lines inside. And this is the generation which was born during the first conflict. Can you imagine they were born during this stage of the first conflict? Now, how much their consciousness has changed, how they respond to all the events. So they say this is what consciousness means, and conflict and creation of the competitive thinking. The next slide. Expert system. It has shown its capabilities are great. The expert system assessment of integration functions. Well, no doubt, dear colleagues, there is the understanding that we're born, and a lot has been said about thinking today. We're born with biological functions, and we have them, and after some time, we develop social functions, and then that's been manipulated in order to lead us this way or another. But as a result, following the law of big numbers, we join together and we start creating a vector of our own behavior. And we see that in the integration space, a stimulating function is weak, the distributing function is weak, the functional strengthening of the positions is getting stronger, the functional expansion of the economic space is weak. No one wants to share, and the function of the beneficial environment for creation is weak. But again, if we step away from globalist trends, you will see that we ourselves have these functions, and the brain creates the behavior of those functions. So this expert system includes a lot of modules which create certain results, and this is the result created by the expert system. Separatism. Once we make a contract, we get into the element of separatism. And we see that in our space, there's strong separatism, economic, technical, political. It is very strong. When we talk about thinking, we need to understand that this is implemented in functions. And once again, we need to be working with thinking, with mechanism of thinking. What was said today, through the audience, we need to create the image of thinking. Next slide. The percentage of stable relationship, we'll talk about stable development. Stable development, sustainable development, the UN program, but we're trying to ensure sustainable development of ourselves in exactly the same way. And at the intergovernmental level and inter-regional level, well, these are the social aspects. They are stable, and economic aspects, they're stable. So the expert system makes it possible to find out all the functions of stability. And again, it is a mental thinking that's behind it, and it is distributed between actors, political, economic. If you remember, from presidents to lobbyists, they all have it, and they create these functions: integrative, differential, etc. And once again, we are faced against thinking and brain activity, which is very interesting. Next slide.
Ну и то, что экспертные системы отличаются
And
по
what
типу,
expert systems, how they differ
учебные системы и так далее.
by the type, expert systems,
Динамические.
study systems, there are many dynamic systems,
Они довольно
quasi-dynamic and
очень много.
statistical. They're quite widespread, and their potential
И
is
я хочу
huge. And I must say that
Как,
unfortunately in Russia there were very few expert systems, whereas
противников
our competitors and opponents,
Институт.
these expert systems are included into the institutional control decision making. So you will not be making a decision there if you don't go through the expert system.
спрашивает, а
You
вы
make a decision, and the expert system asks, have you taken this name into account? Have you taken
там
the
связь,
emotional
учли,
component? Have you taken into account the
Как вы-
relationship? Have you taken into account? Oh, you haven't. Then you can't make this decision. When
Она
these
оставляет-
elements are present, and it leaves a trace and allows us
база
to see the decision immediately. Next one slide. Knowledge base, the social, and the impact, and that's
состоит, да? Будьте добры.
and what is it made of? A knowledge base.
Там
It
есть больше
assesses.
рисунок экспертных систем. Она
It has a picture of expert systems. It assesses the
Да.
consequences.
Она оценивает риски.
Where there is
Это
social environment, it assesses the risks
Я вам
for all directions, and I will show how sophisticated this expert system is, and
всегда
then it assesses consequences to the people, the surrounding, where risks are distributed. And since the expert system is probabilistic information, there is a big cycle of imitation modeling, because the probabilities are distributed across all the chains in order to obtain a result.
может быть только
Well, it
вероятно.
cannot be determined. It can be only
Моделирование
probabilistic. So imitation modeling, mathematical expectation, dispersion. And when we say there's a result, we say this is a result and its probability of implementation is this. So mathematical expectation. If the dispersion is big or it's a wrong probability, then we need to find the controlling impact and assess it to make sure that the decision-making probability is close to 1. The base of decisive rules and conclusion, the problems are resolved by negotiations, transposition, the constructive negotiations, regional intermediaries are needed. So depending
мы
on the level of risk as in the result, we approach. And once again, I want to say that our thinking is universal, and if we are able to say, well, our competences, and here we need to board the plane and go to Moscow, where the competences are high. And it's clear that there is a criteria of risk and understanding of risk, and there is a criteria of making right decisions. And depending on that, quite often we see in our practices that people overestimate themselves, they make decisions and lose. Implementation of the expert system is the assessment of the depth of the conflict, but it's true everywhere by nature. It's the assessment of possible destructive consequences, and who destroys a probable assessment of the number of conflicts, because conflicts, they have different quantity of characteristics. So the disease, there is statistics, how often the incidence of the disease, everything has qualitative characteristics. through the conflict period. And also there's a normogram, which, next slide.
Системы очень дорогие.
This is the expert system, and they're very expensive. And I used to program quite well. I can build an expert system. So this is an expert system. Well, it's not 15,000 equations in it, but about 500.
Системы
And
управления.
you see factors of the control system, conflicting factors, intergroup factors, social factors. They are determined. This is the expert system for a particular position and territory. So you put it against a certain territory and look what factors are there or not. So there is this expert system because it is created by the community of experts. Like today, the community of experts, it's not the information, but knowledge that they provide, and it's created in the form of a software.
Дает результаты. То есть это то, к чему создание экспертной группы.
Which generate results.
Учителя услуга.
And when I see a teacher and a student, I see this is the attempt to originate a expert system and achieve the expert of synergy. Next slide. This is how, well, for each block, these look like biorhythms, although there's mathematical expectation here and the dispersion. So random data sensors, and they get facts, and the tensions are dropping or grow, all the elements of the socium as they should. And what we try to do in every science, all elements of socium. They become digitized and comprehended and conceived. And this is the logic of the expert system. Have a look. As a result of modeling, what we get is the level of risks. These are hazardous risks, 62 points here. And apart from that, we see an expert system and we see the expected consequences. Where risk is critical, which say a drop in this or that. And after that, the next block is the block with recommendations. If we see risks of a certain level, they say we need recommendations, and the next block are resources. That for each risk, one needs resources. And we say, right, we don't have enough resources. And then we say that we cannot fully mitigate those risks, and we see consequences. This is how the expert system works, from the assessment of the situation to the final decision making. But in principle, dear colleagues, we see our problems, we see the depth of the problem, but if our resource base is not wide, we cannot have a sufficient depth of study. These are probabilistic characteristics which are mobilized by in terms of number. So the expert systems makes possible to give any graphic interpretation to processes and analyze and provide interpretation. Next slide. And follow the results of modeling. We have built a universal system and normogram of the conflict incident, and it can be used in the family and wherever else you like, because it shows the probability of conflictless resolution. If the level of problems is low, then the probability of conflictless problem is high. If the values are high, then the probability. And this is also on the basis of expert systems, where you can model any situations and create results. And the final slide, and this is when I was showing the conflict between the two countries, no doubt the conflict is an impact. And this is where we model on the basis of expert system is the mechanism of impact on the institutionalization of conflicts from the side of the higher management of one of the countries, and we analyzed the pressure on the president from military and expert, and the thinking of a person who makes the decision. So first, in 2010, he had a very low threshold of supporting the incident, but step by step, under the influence of those actors of political action, which was
до конфликта, да, и он поддержал конфликт.
was matured to support conflict, and he supported conflict. This is the last slide. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No questions. I have a question, but very briefly, please. Thank you for a very interesting keynote. The question is short and specific. This expert system, it is aimed at the resolution of regional conflicts. Is it an existing system? Is it a working system? No doubt, yes, it is.
Микрофон, пожалуйста.
Я не могу сказать, что это 15 тысяч уравнений.
It's not 15,000 equations, but there are several thousand equations in there, and it's a working system for the Eurasian space expanse. And I try to understand this logic of system. Is it sophisticated or not? I've created a simple system for the first-year students, and the first-year students, mathematicians, and I must say that after some time they easily completed this, filled this expert system with knowledge, and they understood the way to think. So this is quite possible. And one more question. On one of the first slides, there was a structure of the expert system, a database, a knowledge base, and number 3, there was a square, the database of decision-making base. Don't you think that the database and knowledge base, they overlap? Because if you take the knowledge base, then names and proper names were introduced there, and knowledge base and database, they are overlap at some point. On the other hand, the knowledge base includes cause and effect relationship, and what is a part of the decision-making base and rule base, because there's some overlap there as well of the two notions, and that is not clear to me. So these the subtleties of our thinking, the knowledge we get, they can hang in there as simple knowledge, and if we put them into the knowledge base, then we must find a cause and effect relationship between the knowledge base and other parameters. So this is the result, and any obtained result dialectically must work with other masses of information. And this is what's going on. Thank you very much. I have an experience of developing expert systems to increase the oil recovery factor. And when developing systems, we're looking for different analogs. It was many years ago, back in the 90s. And that's where we encountered an American system. Expert systems in medicine. And I recalled for life, I remember that for life, there was a question, what should a doctor on a vessel do? It was an expert system aimed at assistance to a doctor on a vessel in the sea. What should a doctor do if a crew member has an acute stomach syndrome? And a lot was listed, starting from appendicitis and food poisoning, not taking into account gynecological disorders. Why? Because it was expected that on the boat there will be no woman. So those small things that are missed when creating an expert system, they can be there with and trust the expert system. But there might be irreversible. It's quite an
Я хочу
expected result which cannot be corrected. And yes, it is a very good observation. No one
покупать, не разобравшись.
forced that expert system to buy without understanding how it works. First, I'll give an example. Those Olympic Games and our administration took Japanese tests for our military, and all the great students failed those Japanese tests. Why? Because in the Japanese thinking system, they are asking questions: do you want to be a teacher?
Мы хотим быть вот
And
теми,
they said, no, we want to be who we're trained to be. And there was a mismatch of mentalities. You need to know what you're buying and not just chase after hype. Just a very final question. I was off for a week. I was ill, and thanks to your prayers, I got better. Please allow me to use this opportunity. This final question. Have you used the
Или же это только вероятностные модели, игровые модели?
Have you used fuzzy sets when developing it? Like I said from the start, expert system is mathematics, and we did use probabilistic models and regression models and the Markov's series. When there are probabilistic transitions, yes, certain things then don't fit and some do. When there are probabilistic transitions from one state to another, this is where it works well, yes. So mathematics is enough there. It's just why I'm asking these questions, because these expert systems are created.
Мне кажется, на мой взгляд, никак не...
I think one cannot do without linguistic variables. Yes, I agree here, because all the characteristics which are included into the expert system, as in any system of thinking, they have qualitative characteristics. Very well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the keynote. Let's welcome our final speaker. And the final speaker, and I would like to thank our colleagues, moderators, and we are closing the conference. And please, a couple of words from the organizers and colleagues. I would like to thank everyone for active participation and work as part of the conference. And I would like to remind you that our conference, well, it opens a series of events which are gonna take place this year and the next year. And by all means, we will invite all the participants of today's conference, as well as other guests who were not presented as part of the conference, but they will be with the topics and keynotes in future. And another important thing is where this conference was held, and we held this conference about humanities, but we held it in the walls of the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, which is natural science institute. Traditionally has been so, and this is an important fact, and we believe that is in the interface of the humanitarian sciences and natural sciences that it is important to interact, which will help in future us to advance. And I'm deeply grateful to everyone who's been present today, the keynote speakers, the listeners, and all the recordings of the sessions. They are recorded and one could review them. We'll see you during the next sessions of the Congress. Thank you very much, Andrei Vячеславович. And allow me to finalize.
Я очень рад, что конференция прошла.
It is the beginning of our expanded communication interaction, and it's great that we've had more than 200 speakers from more than 20 countries, and it's very interesting result in the current conditions, especially taking into account the fact that we had colleagues from Europe, from the largest universities such as UL Venice, Munich University, etc. We had colleagues from Asia and from New Zealand, Australia, a lot of colleagues from Soviet republics and lead academic partners, top representatives of those partners. And I would like to thank the FISTEC once again, all the colleagues who helped us, the administration of the university, in principle, Mr. Livanov, who supported this project, and in many ways initiated the idea of interdisciplinary conference on FISTEC, on the other hand, evidence-based humanitarian studies, and on the other hand, the expansion of natural science knowledge thanks to the expansion into the humanitarian and social sphere. So many thanks from me personally and from the study center, which I'm head of. I've thanked the School of Physics, Landau School of Physics, and Andrei Rogachev, the director of the school, personally, in partnership and co-authorship with whom we started this project. And I thank all the colleagues who helped implement it, to our external colleagues who in many ways helped with the organizational part, ontology, and a lot of our partners, academic partners, the Psychological Institute, and Zinchenko, Russian Academy of Music, Russian Academy, Татьяна Науменко, Vice Director for Research, the Research Council on Methodology and Artificial Intelligence, headed by academician Lektorsky and Professor Alexeyev, and under the partnership of Oleg Gurov and in conjunction with the Center of Artificial Intelligence and many other colleagues of ours, Press, Radio Orpheus, which is now a multifunctional platform. And I would like to say once again that this project is part of the priority project and academic leadership project, and FISTEC was the first to be, and of course our general sponsor Sberbank, thanks to whom this project has become possible. I can continue for on and on. I can thank our interpreters, Mikhail Krivenyuk, all those who helped with this project in its variety, and the broadcasts of this we have our webpage, Humanities Vs Sciences. We have a Telegram channel, and we have our own resources of this project and FISTEC and Landau. And we will be glad to continue developing our partnership. And next week we'll start sharing presentations which were accompanied and great publications. Thank you for being with us. We'll be glad to welcome you on the FISTEC playground as generator of humanitarian knowledge, as a generator of humanitarian social knowledge of the new type, and one of the global leaders in this respect. Thank you very much.